Jennifer grew up in Oklahoma, raised by her mother, and had a brother named David. Although from a humble background, Jennifer had a good childhood. She completed high school and went on to study business at National University. Her friends described her as a very sweet woman. One thing that was dear to Jennifer was her faith. Whenever she thought about marriage, the first quality she wanted in a husband was his attachment to religion. Jennifer met 25-year-old Michael Blagg at a party. He was a helicopter pilot in the U.S. Navy and was stationed in San Diego at that time. Michael had grown up in a family that moved frequently because his father was a colonel in the Air Force. He was an incredibly well-behaved child, extremely intelligent, and hardworking. He consistently earning good grades, excelling in co-curricular activities. Michael was so bright that he got into the governor's honor program and attended Georgia Tech to study nuclear engineering. To afford college and complete his higher studies, he enlisted in the Navy. Jennifer was quickly drawn to him because he seemed to value faith as she did. The two began meeting frequently. Michael appeared to be a great family man in Jennifer's eyes, someone who would provide for her and their future children. Jennifer and Michael got married in 1991. While it was Jennifer's first marriage, Michael had been married before. However, that marriage only lasted a year before he parted ways with his first wife. After some time, Michael retired from the Navy and began a career as an engineer. The Blagg family moved to Simpsonville, South Carolina. They welcomed a baby girl named Abby. Jennifer loved living in Simpsonville. The family made new friends through their church, and Jennifer started teaching a women's Bible study group. Michael also became a co-teacher at the Bible school. Jennifer had found a strong, take-charge person in Michael. He was very caring, protective of her. However, according to Jennifer's friends, her behavior suggested otherwise. Sometimes, she becomes anxious and often panics when Michael is about to come home. Jennifer always focused on keeping the house in perfect condition so that Michael could have a comfortable environment when he returned from work. Despite all this, the Blagg family seemed happy. Things took a complete turn when Michael found a new job as operations manager at a manufacturing plant in Grand Junction, Colorado. Jennifer did not want to leave her happy routine in Simpsonville, but she felt compelled to be a dutiful wife to Michael. The family moved to Grand Junction in 2001, and Jennifer started to appear unhappy. It was evident that something was wrong in her personal life. At the time of the move, Jennifer was 34 years old, and Abby was just 6. Just a few months after moving to their new home, an incident occurred that shocked the entire community in Grand Junction. On November 13, 2001, Michael left for work early in the morning. Every day, he would leave early and return in the evening. Due to his protective nature, he would call Jennifer multiple times throughout the day to check if she and their daughter Abby were okay. However, when he called home after arriving at the office, no one picked up the phone. This was unusual since Jennifer always answered his calls. After waiting some time for her to call back, he tried again, but still, no one answered. Concerned for the safety of Jennifer and Abby, Michael left a voicemail. "Hope everything's okay." When there was still no response or news of Jennifer and Abby after several hours, Michael decided to leave the office early and check on his family. As soon as he arrived home, he called 911 and reported that both his wife and daughter were missing. He also informed the operator that there was blood all over the master bedroom of their house. Law enforcement authorities rushed to Michael's home. When police officers entered the bedroom, they found a significant amount of blood. Additionally, the jewelry box was tipped upside down, and Jennifer's purse was dumped on the floor with its contents scattered throughout the room. Initially believed to be a kidnapping case, the officers quickly changed their minds due to the volume of blood present. Kidnappings typically do not leave behind such a large amount of blood at the crime scene. Authorities recognized that there was another aspect to this story. Furthermore, the placement of the blood was peculiar. It was only on the bed, while the walls in the hallway were absolutely clean, with no drag marks in the house. While the investigation team was searching for a murderer, Michael appeared to believe that his wife and daughter had been kidnapped and were still alive. He even requested the public's help in locating his family and posted a reward of $3,000 for anyone who provided information about Jennifer and Abby. The Colorado River became the focal point of the investigation, as the police believed the victims' bodies might have been dumped in the area. While the investigators were searching the areas near the Colorado River, forensic experts were working inside the Blagg home to find any clues that might lead the authorities to Jennifer and Abby. According to people in the neighborhood, the last they had seen of the victims alive was a day earlier, when Jennifer came back home after picking up Abby from school. As forensic experts examined different parts of the house, they found blood in the family van. This was the point when Michael turned from a grieving husband and father to a suspect in a double homicide case. When he was interviewed, he claimed he didn't know anything about where Jennifer and Abby had gone. He said that he hadn't got a clue who would have any malice in their heart against anyone in their family and that Abby was a wonderful girl. Michael provided investigators with a timeline leading up to the incident. He stated that the night before his family went missing, Abby went to bed at her usual time of 7 p.m., while he and Jennifer stayed up late, as was their custom. Around 8 p.m., Jennifer received a phone call from a friend who invited her to lunch the following day. She accepted and planned to meet her friend before going to bed with Michael around 10 p.m. On the day of the incident, November 13, 2001, Michael woke up at approximately 5:30 a.m. to go to work. He noted that both Jennifer and Abby were still asleep since they typically woke up around 6:30 a.m. Michael usually called Jennifer several times during the day to check on her, and he did the same on November 13th. However, she did not answer his calls. At first, he did not think much of it, but after a few hours, he became concerned and returned home, only to find that both his wife and daughter were missing. It was evident to someone that November 13th would be an unusual day for Jennifer and Abby, as Abby's school received a call on November 12th. The caller informed the school administration that Abby would not be attending classes the next day. While the school did not know who made the call, they recorded that Abby was expected to be absent on November 13th. In addition to the previously mentioned voice notes, more were discovered. One of them included the message in which the sender greeted his bride and expressed hope that she was out enjoying herself and doing exciting things. As the investigation expanded, the officers began to strongly suspect that Michael had something to do with the disappearance of Jennifer and Abby. Michael, on the other hand, constantly denied this, even criticized the police for considering him a suspect in the case. He told the press that it bothered him to be looked into, despite the fact that he had lost his wife and daughter. A month after Jennifer and Abby's disappearance, Michael moved out of the family home, stating it was too hard to stay in the house where he lost them. While investigators did their job, Michael kept making frequent appearances in the media, saying he believed this was a case of burglary gone wrong. Michael even bought Christmas presents for Jennifer and Abby, told everyone he hoped they would be home soon to open them. People were sympathetic towards Michael because he wasn't only grieving the loss of his family, he was also a suspect in their possible murder. However, police and some of Jennifer's friends believed Michael had something to do with his wife and daughter's disappearance. As time passed, the suspicion grew stronger due to new evidence and witness testimonies, yet Michael maintained his innocence. Initially, he denied having any fight with Jennifer before she and Abby disappeared, but investigators later found a note in which Michael apologized to Jennifer for letting the devil get a foothold in their lives. However, that wasn't as strange as the discovery of thousands of adult images in the Blagg home. When questioned about them, he claimed Jennifer had downloaded these images because she wanted to be a good wife and serve her husband. One of Jennifer's friends also provided the police with peculiar information. According to her accounts, right before Jennifer and Abby went missing, Jennifer called her and asked if they could visit her, stating that Michael would not be with them. This was unusual for she, who knew the Blagg family always traveled together. In February 2002, Michael was caught stealing a shredder and a table from his office. He was brought in for questioning about the theft. While answering questions from investigators, Michael kept asking about the possible penalties for murder. This behavior was particularly strange coming from someone whose wife and daughter had disappeared a few months prior. Investigators compiled all their information on Michael and tried to crack him under questioning. One day, when the officers rang Michael's bell, no one answered the door. They could hear the sound of running water coming from inside the house, but no one responded to the knocks on the door. Suspecting something was wrong, the police kicked the door open. When they entered the bathroom, they found Michael lying in the bathtub with his wrists cut. There was also a photo of Jennifer and Abby with him, along with a note saying that he didn't kill his wife or daughter. He was quickly taken to the hospital and given medical care. Due to the harsh winters in Colorado, the search operation was halted until spring. After the initial attempts, the search resumed in April. Investigators marked a 45-kilometer radius for the search operation, but they couldn't find any clues regarding the bodies of Jennifer or Abby. In the meantime, one of Michael's co-workers called the police and shared an important tip. On the day of Jennifer and Abby's disappearance, Michael's colleague saw him taking the trash out at work. Michael was pushing a pallet jack with 2 large cardboard boxes, which he discarded on the loading dock that led to the trash compactor. The co-worker, unaware of the contents of the trash, even asked Michael if he needed any help discarding it. A person discarding normal trash would have said yes, but Michael Black immediately declined the offer. It was unusual for someone working as an engineer in the company to have anything to do with trash handling. This was an important lead that could take the authorities to Jennifer and Abby's bodies. The first task was locating the landfill where Michael's firm was dumping their trash. Once the landfill site was tracked, the most challenging aspect remained, locating the possible areas in the landfill where trash from Michael's company might have ended up. When this development was revealed to the public, a normal person would have been happy that the case of his wife and daughter's disappearance was nearing closure. However, Michael did exactly the opposite and left the state. It was particularly strange that Michael never shared his plans or his whereabouts with anyone, including the police. Nearly 7 months after Michael's wife and daughter went missing, the authorities finally discovered what they had been searching for. On June 5, 2002, after weeks of searching, they located Jennifer's body in a landfill, wrapped in a red and black tent. The body was unwrapped, cleaned, and sent for an autopsy. The results of the autopsy shocked everyone, including Jennifer's family and friends. She had been shot in the left eye, with the bullet still lodged in her skull. The report indicated she was killed while sleeping, as investigators found a retainer in her mouth that she only wore at night. After discovering Jennifer's body, investigators suspected that Abby's body was also in the same landfill. They intensified their search efforts to find Abby's remains, but despite 7 weeks of searching, sifted through approximately 7,000 tons of trash, the police could not locate her. Michael Blagg was in custody. The police had a strong reason to arrest Michael, but they faced a challenge. No one knew his whereabouts. After some investigation, they discovered that Michael's mother lived in Georgia, leading them to believe he might be hiding with her. This suspicion turned out to be correct. When the police searched her house, they found Michael there. He was quickly arrested and transported back to Colorado to face charges for the murders of his wife and daughter. This was the first time the public learned that the man pretending to be a grieving husband and father was actually his family's murderer. At this point, Michael's first wife also spoke out in the media, claiming he was a normal person who had never abused her during their marriage. However, as the investigation continued, it became clear that the Blagg family's life was not as perfect as it appeared. From the start, Jennifer and Michael frequently argued. After they married, Jennifer discovered that Michael was not the religious man she believed him to be. He attended parties, which Jennifer disapproved of due to her religious values. Despite her repeated requests for him to change what she considered unacceptable behavior, Jennifer ultimately told Michael he needed to choose between her and his partying lifestyle. Michael promised Jennifer that he had changed his ways, and their relationship seemed to improve. This period also saw the birth of their daughter, Abby. However, Michael's commitment to the Navy meant he was often away, which contributed to Jennifer experiencing postpartum depression after Abby's birth. When Michael left the Navy and took a job teaching Sunday school, Jennifer learned something alarming. He had begun behaving inappropriately with the children. He was sharing his conservative views on sensitive issues like abortion and intimate, which ultimately led to his dismissal. This incident exacerbated the Blagg family's financial troubles, as they were struggling to sell their previous home. When the house finally sold, they incurred a loss of over $8,000. Jennifer frequently spoke to her friends in Simpsonville about her dissatisfaction with life in Grand Junction. Despite her unhappiness, she expressed a willingness to remain in Colorado to support Michael, as he seemed content with his job. Meanwhile, as the police sought to uncover the motive behind Michael's alleged murders, a legal firm employee came forward and revealed that Jennifer had visited their office just days before she went missing. She was visibly upset and wanted to consult an attorney. It was later revealed that Jennifer was a victim of abuse at the hands of Michael and was seeking a divorce. Investigators examining Michael's computer discovered that he regularly used an escort service. Interviews with the escort service employees revealed that Michael often visited for massages from topless women. When questioned, Michael claimed that his wife was aware of this because they were having intimate issues, and he went to the massage center for research. However, it was later revealed that Michael had a strong addiction to adult movies and had coerced Jennifer into watching it with him. This explained why Jennifer wanted to separate from Michael. Her diary indicated she was very religious, continually praying and trying to strengthen her relationship with God. Additionally, investigators found a note in one of Jennifer's books where she described a recent argument with her husband. The evidence and testimonies against Michael clearly indicated that he was abusive and pressured Jennifer into unwanted situations. When she resisted, he decided to kill her to hide his secret life and addictions. This also shed light on the disappearance of Abby. Investigators believed she may have witnessed her father's murder of her mother, leading Michael to kill her as well. Due to insufficient evidence linking Michael to the murders of Jennifer and Abby, the prosecution opted not to pursue the death penalty. Michael was granted bail and allowed to live with his mother while he awaited trial. In March 2004, his trial began, and he faced charges of first-degree murder. The prosecution argued that Michael killed his wife because she wanted a divorce. Afterward, he wrapped the bodies of his wife, Jennifer, and their daughter, Abby, and took them to his workplace, where he discarded them. He then acted as if nothing had happened, calling home multiple times and leaving voicemails to give the impression that he was completely unaware of the situation. On November 13th, he called the police, claiming it was a case of home invasion. Jennifer's mother, Marilyn Conway, testified that Jennifer had abused her daughter multiple times during their marriage, including an incident where he choked her while intoxicated. The defense attorney claimed that an intruder broke into their home, killed Jennifer and Abby when they tried to resist. Throughout the trial, Michael insisted he was innocent and not involved in the murders of his wife and daughter. On April 16, 2004, a jury convicted Michael Blagg of murdering his wife, sentencing him to life in prison without parole. However, 10 years later, the conviction was overturned because one of the jurors had falsely reported their history of domestic violence on the juror questionnaire. This led to Michael being granted a retrial, but the Colorado Supreme Court issued an emergency stay to keep him in prison while he awaited the new trial. Michael Blagg's retrial commenced in February 2018, during which his lawyers presented new evidence in hopes of proving his innocence. They also challenged the investigative methods used in the original case. Despite these efforts, Michael was again found guilty of killing his wife and received the same life sentence as before, concluding this tragic case. Abby's body was never found, so Michael was not convicted of any crime related to Abby due to lack of evidence. Crystal McDowell was born on October 26, 1979, in Baytown, Texas. Her childhood was challenging, as her parents, Pamela Sue Surratt and Anthony Paul Tony Walters, struggled with addiction, leading to an unstable home life. Tragically, she lost both parents to apparent overdoses by the age of 11. After their deaths, she was raised by her grandmother and later by her uncle, Jeff Walters. Despite these hardships, she was known for her vibrant smile, striking blue eyes, and uplifting personality. Crystal pursued a career as a flight attendant, where her adventurous spirit thrived as she traveled across the country. During her journey, she met Stephen Wayne McDowell, who was 7 years older than she. Described as gentle and soft-spoken despite his large stature, Stephen won Crystal's heart. They married in April 2007 after dating for a while. He had a daughter from a previous marriage and worked as a shipping manager, but he struggled to maintain stable employment, which forced Crystal to become the primary breadwinner. While she excelled in her career, Stephen's professional instability created tension in their relationship, especially concerning her frequent travels. As jealousy grew, Stephen began to suspect Crystal of having affairs during her flights, despite the lack of evidence of infidelity. Friends noted that Crystal valued her family and sought stability, given her difficult past. In 2016, after 15 successful years as a flight attendant, she decided to leave and join her family's real estate business. This shift allowed her to spend more time with her children and provided a sense of stability. Her uncle Jeff was proud to welcome her into the third generation of their real estate legacy. Crystal quickly excelled in her new role, being recognized for her charm, professionalism, and dedication. However, she confided in close friends that this career change also served a strategic purpose, as she believed it would help her secure custody of her children if she and Stephen divorced. By February 2017, Crystal's marriage had deteriorated significantly, prompting her to file for divorce due to years of emotional distress. On March 20th, she called 911, claiming Stephen had threatened her and their children. The authorities responded but treated the case as a precaution rather than a criminal incident. At that time, there were no custody arrangements, allowing Stephen to legally be with his children. Although officers attempted to contact him, they were unsuccessful. A few days later, Stephen returned the children, and Crystal chose not to press charges, opting instead to focus on reducing tension for the sake of their kids. Crystal's friends commented that she tried her best to keep the divorce amicable, putting the happiness of her children first. Stephen's adult daughter was troubled by this incident and questioned her father about his behavior. He expressed anger over alleged affairs that Crystal had during their marriage, accusations that those close to her dismissed as false. Many who knew them recognized that their relationship had been toxic for years, and even Stephen's daughter acknowledged that, while she and Crystal had a great relationship, the marriage had always been unstable. Although their divorce was finalized in June 2017 and appeared to be friendly, especially since Crystal helped Stephen find and purchase a new home while renovating her own, issues beneath the surface remained unresolved. Crystal often asked her family not to mention their plans or outings to Stephen, fearing his unpredictable reactions. Even simple activities, like spending time with a friend, could set him off. Despite being legally divorced, Stephen seemed unable or unwilling to accept the situation. His social media activity displayed a concerning trend. Shortly after the divorce, he changed his profile picture to a tombstone, then to an image of Santa Muerte, and later reverted to a photo of himself with Crystal. His post suggested an image of a happy family. Meanwhile, Crystal continued to emotionally support Stephen, checking in on him regularly. He claimed to be adjusting to the separation and focusing on his life, but his behavior suggested otherwise. One of Crystal's aunts noticed that Stephen frequently posted pictures of himself bringing Crystal coffee in bed, as if their relationship was still going strong. In an effort to maintain a harmonious co-parenting relationship, Crystal planned a trip with Stephen and the kids, but their intimacy only blurred the lines further. Then, in August 2017, things shifted. Crystal, now 37, met Paul Hargrave, a local jeweler and fellow single parent. Paul was charming, ambitious, and shared Crystal's passion for travel and adventure. Their relationship developed quickly, and for the first time in a long time, Crystal felt truly happy. Although she wanted to tell her family about Paul, she asked them to keep it a secret until she found the right time to inform Stephen, still fearful of his reaction. However, that fear didn't stop her from publicly sharing her happiness. On August 23rd, she posted on social media that she had never felt so joyful and that her heart was filled with a happiness she never thought possible. Just 2 days later, on August 25th, Hurricane Harvey approached. Crystal woke up at Paul's house, preparing to face the storm and fulfill her responsibilities for the day. At 7:01 a.m., she texted Stephen to ask if he had collected clean water for the kids and informed him that she was heading to his house to take shelter with them. She intended to visit a property afterward for a showing. Paul's security cameras recorded the last known images of Crystal that morning, first in the kitchen, then walking outside in heels, holding her phone, as she got into her black Mercedes-Benz. She was never seen again. Later that day, Crystal's Uncle Jeff became worried. They were close, working together in real estate and communicating frequently. He tried calling her several times to let her know that a scheduled showing had been canceled because of the storm. When she didn't answer, Jeff contacted Stephen, who sent a suspicious text, allegedly from Crystal's phone, at 9:30 a.m., stating that she planned to pick up the kids and go to Dallas. Jeff was immediately suspicious. Crystal never changed her plans without informing him, and her phone was essential for her work. Things didn't add up, and fearing something was wrong, he reported her missing to the police before noon on August 26th. As floodwaters from Hurricane Harvey swept through Houston, Jeff and two family members confronted Stephen. Stephen claimed Crystal hadn't been to his house in over a week, but his daughter told Jeff that she had hugged her mother the day before. That same day, a sheriff's deputy conducted a welfare check at Stephen's home. Inside, authorities discovered Crystal's black dress in the washing machine, along with her purse and handbag, clear evidence that she had recently been there. For her uncle Jeff, who had helped raise her, it was evident that Stephen was involved in her disappearance. Unfortunately, at the time, Hurricane Harvey had devastated the area, and many law enforcement officers and first responders were focused on rescue efforts in flooded neighborhoods. Consequently, the investigation stalled almost immediately. Desperate for answers, Jeff decided to reach out to the media to raise awareness and search for clues. However, his efforts were overshadowed by the constant news coverage of the storm. After days of no progress, Jeff hired a private investigator, feeling frustrated with the silence of local authorities. This decision sparked backlash. The local police chief and district attorney opposed the involvement of an outside investigator in Crystal's case, arguing that crucial evidence could be compromised. This resulted in increased tensions between Crystal's family, law enforcement, and the local media in Houston. Unwilling to give up, Jeff teamed up with Crystal's new boyfriend, Paul, to offer a $15,000 reward for credible information. They launched a social media campaign that ultimately attracted public attention. However, the investigators began to suspect not only Stephen but also Jeff and Paul. Although Jeff was tirelessly searching for Crystal, law enforcement remained skeptical of him. Rumors about his personal life, including his same-sex relationships, spread throughout the town of Baytown, leading some to believe that these biases influenced how authorities perceived his involvement. The local police commander dismissed Jeff's concerns during a national broadcast, labeling him as overly emotional and a hindrance to the investigation. Paul was also scrutinized. After taking a polygraph test with inconclusive results, his credibility came into question. Things worsened when he sent surveillance footage from his home to news outlets instead of directly giving it to the police. Paul defended his actions by stating that he initially tried to share the videos with the sheriff's office but felt ignored, prompting him to go public to clear his name. Then there was Stephen. Even though he displayed manipulative behavior, threatening self-harm if Crystal left him, investigators perceived him as polite, helpful, and cooperative. However, family and friends described the marriage as deeply unhealthy and controlling. Authorities did not see Stephen as a potential threat or a vengeful ex-husband. This perspective began to shift on Tuesday, August 29th, as floodwaters receded. A family friend discovered Crystal's black Mercedes-Benz parked outside a dilapidated motel, an area highlighted during their online campaign. The doors were unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition. Investigators suspect the car was staged as a burglary, but flooding has made it difficult to access. Surveillance footage from nearby businesses showed Crystal's car entering the motel lot at 6:37 a.m. on August 26th, the day she disappeared. Just 5 hours later, Stephen was seen on camera at a nearby gas station. He did not purchase gas. Instead, he drove toward the motel, seemingly checking to see if the car was still there. Even more unsettling, other footage captured a hooded figure resembling Stephen riding a bicycle through the rain near the motel that same morning. The evidence was accumulating, and for the first time, attention turned to Stephen, not as a grieving ex-husband but as a potential suspect in a case that had gone too long without resolution. The investigation took a significant turn when surveillance footage from a Walmart, situated just across the highway from the motel where Crystal's car was discovered, showed a man who looked like Stephen buying a bicycle early on the morning of August 26, 2017. He paid with cash, and the timing matched the sighting of a hooded figure on a bike near the scene. Despite this troubling evidence, he denied being involved in Crystal's disappearance. As authorities indicated they lacked direct evidence, they allowed him to go home with his children. Crystal's family was outraged. Her uncle, Jeff, pointed out to the district attorney that Crystal had previously reported that Stephen had threatened to harm their children if she left him. Jeff was convinced of Stephen's emotional and mental instability. It wasn't until September 8, nearly 2 weeks after Crystal vanished, that the district attorney intervened. The children were placed in protective custody, and Stephen was brought in for questioning. However, Stephen controlled the situation. He requested to return home for one last night to organize things and promised to confess the next day. Jeff and other family members were angry, fearing that this unsupervised time might allow Stephen to harm himself and evade justice. On September 9, 2017, Stephen returned to the police station and confessed. He told investigators that during a heated argument, Crystal had told him she would be taking her new boyfriend, Paul, on a family trip instead of him. Due to this, he became enraged. While their children slept upstairs, he attacked Crystal from behind and strangled her to death. Afterward, Stephen wrapped her body in a blanket, placed it in the trunk of his car, and drove before sunrise to a wooded area near his home, where he disposed of her remains. Even after confessing, he still refused to reveal the location of the body unless the prosecutors agreed not to pursue the death penalty. Due to the damage caused by Hurricane Harvey and the time that had passed, authorities worried that they wouldn't find the body without his assistance, so they accepted his terms. Later that day, Stephen guided authorities to a remote, overgrown area, and Crystal's remains were discovered in an advanced state of decomposition. Stephen McDowell, who was 44 at the time, was charged with first-degree murder, and bail was set at $500,000, which he could not afford. In addition to the issues of jealousy and anger, the case also highlights a more terrifying truth. Without Crystal, Stephen would have no financial resources to support himself and his children. The pursuit of justice moved slowly, as the trial did not commence until June 2019. During this time, Stephen displayed no remorse in court. He tried to create the impression that he was a man suffering from pain, claiming he acted out of a sudden fit of passion, a defense strategy in Texas that could significantly lessen his punishment if accepted. He also suggested that Crystal's death was the result of a consensual encounter that went awry. However, the prosecution effectively countered this narrative, highlighting the ongoing emotional abuse and control he had imposed during their relationship. Stephen's defense team attempted to tarnish Crystal's reputation by presenting unverified text messages and claims that she had been unfaithful. However, her friends and family stood up for her, describing her as a vibrant and loving person dedicated to her children. They also shared experiences of the years of dysfunction and manipulation she endured. One of the most heart-wrenching moments during the trial occurred when Mandy Avalos, Crystal's lifelong friend and guardian of her children, took the stand. She recounted a painful revelation in December 2017, when Stephen and Crystal's 5-year-old daughter shared a secret. The girl recalled the morning her mother went missing. She had heard her parents arguing. After hearing the commotion, she walked from the bathroom into the bedroom, where she witnessed her father pushing her mother onto the bed and covering her mouth and nose with his hand. She stood at the edge of the bed and watched until her mother stopped moving. Afterwards, her father took her upstairs and told her not to speak about what she had seen. Mandy quickly reported the incident to the authorities, and she was placed in a trauma counseling program, but the emotional scars continued to haunt her. Another important witness for the prosecution was Melissa Cherry, Crystal's cousin and close friend. Melissa testified about helping Crystal move out of her home when her conflicts with Stephen escalated. Melissa later supported her move back home after Stephen threatened to harm himself if she did not return. Cherry recounted that even after the divorce, he continued to emotionally manipulate Crystal, including starving himself to make her feel responsible for his health. The day after Crystal went missing, Melissa and Jeff visited Stephen's house, where they found him looking anxious, shaking, and in tears. The daughter of Crystal and Stephen claimed that she had seen her mother the day before and pointed to a black dress in the closet in a concerning manner, saying that evil spirits had taken her away. This disturbing scene prompted Melissa and Jeff to call the police from outside the house, urgently requesting that they remove Stephen from the children's lives, but their requests were ignored. Melissa also shared her account of a family cruise that Stephen had suggested as a way to say goodbye peacefully. Although Crystal hesitantly agreed, she made it clear that there would be no threats, manipulation, or harm involved. However, as the trip approached, an argument over finances led her to cancel, realizing that Stephen was not genuinely trying to say goodbye but was instead attempting to win her back. The most troubling testimony came from an inmate who had shared a cell with Stephen and claimed that Stephen confessed in detail to killing Crystal. According to the inmate, the motive was a text message from another man. He described how Stephen admitted to using zip ties to bind Crystal's hands after her death, information only known to the forensic team. Officials from the Texas Department of Public Safety corroborated parts of Stephen's confession, stating that he claimed Crystal had arrived early on the morning of August 25, 2017. They had an argument, during which she told him that she had never really loved him. She encouraged him to move on with his life. In a fit of rage, he strangled her in the bedroom. The 5-day trial concluded quickly. The jury found Stephen McDowell guilty of first-degree murder in just 3.5 hours. On September 10, 2019, he received a sentence of 50 years in prison, with a requirement to serve at least 25 years before being eligible for parole, potentially allowing for his release in 2042. Crystal's family was heartbroken by what they perceived as a light sentence. Her uncle Jeff exclaimed in court that Stephen deserved a harsher punishment, while others expressed frustration, advocating for a life sentence or the death penalty. However, those options were not available due to the agreement Stephen made in exchange for revealing the location of Crystal's body. The family's main concern was not the length of the prison sentence, but rather the emotional impact on the children. Despite being surrounded by love, they faced a devastating loss. Crystal had dedicated her life to them, and now they were left to cope with trauma that many adults would struggle to endure. By 2020, Mandy, who had taken in the children immediately after Crystal's murder, was working to adopt them legally. Some sources indicate that Mandy was Crystal's best friend from childhood, while others suggest they may have had a romantic relationship at one time. Regardless of their history, Mandy was Crystal's most trusted confidant and was committed to caring for the children. Now that you know the complete story, we would love to hear your thoughts. Do you believe Stephen McDowell received the justice he deserved? Please share your opinion in the comments. We are reading all of them. Oddly enough, many of the most brutal serial killers and abusers appear to be decent-looking family people. Beneath their seemingly harmless appearance, however, each one harbors a real monster capable of committing horrific acts against innocent individuals for their own satisfaction. Joan Rogers was born on November 12, 1952, in Van Wert, Ohio. She was sociable and friendly. In high school, Joan began dating her classmate, Hal Rogers, and became pregnant in her senior year, which upset her parents, who had planned for their daughter to receive a proper education. To ensure they could support themselves, Joan and Hal rushed to get married. They had their first daughter, Michelle, and 3 years later, their youngest daughter, Christ, was born. Joan was never able to fulfill her parents' dreams for her education and was left without any qualifications. She was a hard-working woman who toiled all day on the family dairy farm located in Wilshire, Ohio. The farm did not provide a good income, so Joan had to do a lot of extra work. After her workday, she would cross the state line to Indiana, where she worked as a forklift driver in a factory. Her daily routine consisted of continuous hard labor, practically from her teenage years. As her daughters grew up, they also helped their parents on the farm. Friends and acquaintances described the family as happy but perpetually tired. Finally, Joan decided she deserved a break and chose to go on vacation with her daughters. On May 26, 1989, 36-year-old Joan, along with her daughters Michelle and Christ, who were 17 and 14 years old respectively, left home in their family car, a blue Oldsmobile Calais. Before departing, they said goodbye to Hal and gave him a kiss. Hal stayed because someone was needed to manage the farm. Mother and daughters planned to relax in Florida, which was the first joint trip Joan had allowed herself in nearly 2 decades of hard work. The girls had never left the state and always dreamed of visiting sunny Florida. After spending the night in Georgia, Joan and her daughters headed to Jacksonville Zoo, then to Disney Park for some entertainment. Joan sent her husband a postcard mentioning that they had ridden on a glass-bottom boat. On June 1st, she and her daughters went to Tampa and checked into the Days Inn Hotel in Rocky Point. While driving around the city looking for a way back to the hotel, they accidentally meet a man who shows them the way. He was friendly and suggested they meet later for a sunset boat ride. When Joan contacted Hal, she mentioned her plans for a short sunset sail on a boat in Tampa Bay with this man. After that, there was no further communication from them. Unfortunately, inexperience while traveling played a cruel joke on Joan and her children. On June 4, 1989, when a sailboat returning to Tampa from a trip to Key West passed under the Sunshine Skyway, several people on board saw an object in the water. It was a body floating. They soon realized it was the corpse of a woman. Another body was found shortly thereafter, and a third body was pulled from the bay within an hour. All 3 deceased were young women, naked below the waist, with their arms and legs tied, leading authorities to suspect abuse. A rope was tied around their necks, with concrete blocks attached at the other end, presumably to weigh the bodies down so they would not float to the surface, a method that ultimately failed. All the cases were identical, suggesting a connection between the victims. Detectives did not find any identification on the victims, making it impossible to identify them initially. Water was found in their lungs, indicating that the victims had been alive in the water before drowning. This horrific discovery quickly became a topic of discussion in the media, and the local community was gripped by fear. Residents were anxious that the attacker might strike again, prompting demands for the police to resolve the case and bring the perpetrator to justice quickly in order to make the streets safe. According to the forensic expert who conducted the autopsies and the detectives, the primary motive for the attacks appeared to be abuse, but any traces of male fluids were washed away due to the time spent in the water. It was evident that the blocks tied around the victims' necks were intended to keep them submerged. However, after several days, decomposition set in, causing the bodies to swell and rise to the surface. The perpetrator was likely inexperienced, as the weight of the concrete blocks was insufficient to keep the bodies at the bottom. The hot weather and underwater conditions led to significant decomposition, complicating the process of identification and investigation. A few days after Joan Rogers and her daughters ceased communication, her husband, Hal, reported them missing to the Wilshire, Ohio, police station. Authorities began tracking them down, but their efforts were fruitless. Finally, on June 8, the cleaning lady of the hotel room occupied by Joan and her daughters informed the hotel manager that no one had entered the room for several days and that the guests had not checked out. The manager found personal belongings left behind, clothes, cosmetics, and swimsuits, all of which looked suspicious. It seemed that the family intended to return for their things but had not shown up for some unexplained reason. Suspecting that the women and children were in trouble, the hotel manager contacted the police. When the police arrived at the hotel, they were informed that 2 teenage girls were supposed to stay there and that an adult female resembling the description of the bodies found in the bay was missing. Detectives conducted checks and collected several fingerprints, which were compared to the bodies they had found. They matched, enabling preliminary identification of the deceased. It was possible to eliminate any errors thanks to the dental records. The bodies of Joan, Chris, and Michelle Rogers were indeed found in the bay. By this time, it was already known that the still living victims were thrown from a boat between 2 days before they were discovered. Experts involved in the investigation analyzed the location of the bodies, compared them with the currents, and confirmed that they did not drown accidentally but were thrown overboard. Forensic experts collected a significant amount of material for examinations from the hotel room. Notably, a camera was found, with several remaining photographs on the film. One of them showed Michelle sitting on the floor against the backdrop of the sunset by the bay, enabling investigators to determine at least an approximate timeline and confirming that Joan and her daughter were still alive before sunset on the first day. Local establishments were checked, which revealed that around 7:30 p.m. on the same day, the family was seen at a local restaurant. It is likely they went by car to the bay, where they were supposed to board a boat. According to the forensic expert, by 3 a.m. the following day, they were dead. Challenges arose immediately in finding the killer, as no indication of their identity could be found. Joan Rogers' car was discovered near the boat dock at the dam located by the bay. The only clue was a brochure found in the glove compartment of the car, containing handwritten notes in 2 different handwritings about how to get to the hotel and a meeting place similar to where Joan's car was found. Joan left the description of the boat, noting it was blue and white, while the other handwriting remained unknown, likely belonging to the perpetrator. The initial version of the investigation suggested the involvement of at least 2 men, given the brutality of the crime, leading them to suspect someone from the inner circle. Hal Rogers' brother, John, was immediately identified, but by that time, he was serving a prison sentence for abusing a woman shortly before the murders. Investigators also found evidence indicating he may have committed abuse assault on his own brother's eldest daughter, Michelle. However, the charges were dropped since she refused to testify in court. Now there is only one prime suspect, Hal. An investigation into his bank accounts revealed that during the search for Joan and her daughters, he had withdrawn $7,000. Rumors circulated that Hal had utilized the money to hire a hitman. When questioned by the police about this, Hal admitted that he intended to use the funds to search for his wife and children. At the time of the withdrawal, he had not yet known that they had all died. Hal's statements were validated, and investigators determined that he remained in Ohio during the attack on his family and could not have committed the crime. Detectives began seeking out suspicious individuals, specifically male owners of blue and white boats living in the area. It was revealed that 2 weeks prior to Joan and her daughter's disappearance, another attack involving abuse occurred in the area. The victim, a Canadian student, reported that on May 15, 1989, she was raped by a man. He met she and a friend, but when her friend refused to accompany him, she agreed to go with him. Fortunately for her, after the assault, she was returned to shore. Upon contacting the police, the criminal's identity could not be established, though she assisted in creating a portrait of the abuser. The victim's funeral took place in their hometown on June 13, 1989, attended by about 300 people, nearly all the residents of the small town who knew the victims. Many law enforcement officers were also present to manage the media coverage of the memorial service. The tragic incident stirred public outrage, and there was a belief that the criminal might attend the ceremony, prompting close scrutiny of those present. In a state of desperation, detectives turned to the public for assistance due to a lack of information. At that time, advanced technologies for investigations, such as surveillance cameras, mobile tracking, and DNA testing, were not available, leaving the police in a state of despair. In a sense, this outreach helped, as local residents responded to the detectives' calls. However, the overwhelming number of tips received only slowed down the search. The investigation dragged on for months, leading them to start from scant data. A sudden decision came to the detectives' minds. The only thing the authorities could do was to post images of the handwriting from the flyers Joan had left at the meeting place, along with a sketch of the suspect in the rape of a Canadian student. They posted samples of the handwriting in advertising accounts in 1992. Although there was little hope for this approach, to the surprise of law enforcement officers, a witness came to the station. This woman was convinced that she knew the suspect. His face resembled the portrait, and the handwriting matched. She provided the police with receipts signed by her former neighbor, who was also a part-time builder. The handwriting truly seemed similar. According to the witness, she had always suspected the man of committing crimes because of his creepy demeanor. Now, the police compared and analyzed the records to determine whether they indeed had the main suspect in the triple murder. To assist in this analysis, they brought in a special expert graphologist. The authorities also had in their possession a palm print left on that very brochure from Joan Rogers' car. Unfortunately, at that time, there was no developed system that allowed for a quick comparison of this trace with the database. It required the suspect's samples for comparison. After the testimony of the witness regarding her neighbor and the handwriting analysis by experts, the police were confident that the records had been made by the same person. His name was Oba Chandler. Unfortunately, shortly after the advertising bills featuring his photo fit and handwriting appeared, he sold his boat and left with his family. This intensified suspicion against him but also required additional time to search for him. Detectives then managed to track down Oba. He was born on October 11, 1946, as the fourth of 5 children of Oba Chandler Sr. and Margaret Johnson. He grew up in a poor family in Cincinnati, Ohio. From an early age, his life was difficult. His father took his own life in June 1957 in the basement of their home. He had suffered from depression for a long time and could not cope. For a 10-year-old child, this was a massive blow, so much that Oba jumped into his father's open grave when they began to fill his coffin with earth. This traumatic experience likely had a significant impact on the young boy. By the age of 14, he began to have problems with the law. Like his siblings, Oba initially developed a penchant for car theft, but over time, his crimes escalated in violence. As a juvenile, he was arrested more than 20 times. As an adult, he faced a series of charges, including possession of counterfeit money, fraud, burglary, armed robbery, and several kidnappings. In the realm of abuse crimes, he was caught peeping through the windows of his neighbors while self-satisfaction. Following this, he was involved in more serious offenses, such as armed robberies during which he and his accomplice broke into the home of an unfamiliar couple living in Florida. During this invasion, the man was tied up with wire, and the woman was taken to the bedroom and forced to undress. But immediately after this, the criminals fled. Many considered Oba to be charismatic. He knew how to charm women with conversation, which helped him easily build relationships with the opposite sex. He had been in serious relationships at least 8 times and was sometimes officially married. However, he had a tendency towards violence, resulting in none of his relationships lasting long. The number of children and women in his life is difficult to ascertain. Estimates suggest there were about 10 children. According to various testimonies, he may have had even more, but he had long-term contact with only a couple of them. Although Oba was accused of triple murder, it still took time to find and capture him, partly due to the media's activity, which provoked numerous requests regarding the suspect's whereabouts. Each claim was investigated, but most turned out to be unfounded. The arrest of Oba took place on September 24, 1992. When Oba was finally detained, he denied guilt and immediately demanded a lawyer. Different defense attorneys worked with him, but he did not heed their advice. He claimed he had actually met a woman named Joan, along with 2 teenage girls of school age. He admitted he had given them directions to a hotel in a brochure, but after that short conversation, he never saw them again. Later, he recognized their images in newspaper articles and on advertising bills when their bodies were found. At the trial, Oba testified in his own defense despite his lawyer's advice against it. He repeated his story about meeting Joan, Michelle, and Christ, hoping it would convince the jury of his innocence. During the hearing, Oba admitted that he had been in Tampa Bay the night all 3 girls died. There was no denying the police had recorded that his boat radio was working that night, and he used it 3 times. Although he insisted he was fishing alone, his friends confirmed that he often preferred to be alone in this way. For the detectives, this only added to the suspicions against him. According to the defendant, he did not return home until early in the morning because the boat engine was acting up. He attributed these issues to a fuel leak in a torn hose. Because of this, he contacted the Florida Marine Patrol and the Coast Guard. Oba requested backup, but he was never given any help. He decided that everyone was busy and began to repair the system himself, claiming that he worked on it all night long, coinciding with the time when Joan and her daughters died. He stated that after repairing his vessel, he returned to shore closer to dawn. However, the prosecution insisted that there were no records of distress signals from the Marine Patrol or the Coast Guard that night. Oba's explanation, that he fixed the fuel leak with duct tape, was also refuted by the prosecution. Oba's attorney argued that, They knew well that fuel would easily dissolve the adhesive, making it unlikely that it could last even a kilometer to allow him to reach the shore. When both sides asked him to demonstrate the material and method used for the repair, he refused. This raised suspicions that the defendant was lying and significantly harmed his defense. The prosecution had more serious grounds for suspicion. For example, 2 weeks before the murder of Joan and her daughters, a Canadian student had gone to the police, identifying Oba as her abuser in both a photo lineup and in person. Additionally, other witnesses testified, including a colleague of Oba, who recounted that he boasted about a boat trip with 3 women in the bay the day after the triple murder, suggesting that Joan and her daughters were indeed on his boat and did not return to shore after that trip. The prosecution based their case on the claim that Oba had said Joan had asked for directions, with Oba writing the route on her brochure. He also invited Joan and her daughters on a boat trip to watch the sunset. They liked the idea and agreed. He likely inspired confidence in them, causing them to let their guard down. At sunset, they boarded the boat and went out to sea. Oba allegedly revealed his true, violent nature. Unfortunately, Joan and her daughters could not swim. He reportedly tied them up, abused them, and tossed them into the water with concrete slabs attached, causing them to drown. In court, the Days Inn Hotel maid testified that she saw the girls' shoes on June 1st when she was heading to Joan Rogers' room for service, unaware that she was facing a cold-blooded killer. Michelle's boyfriend and her father also testified for the prosecution. The defense called only a few witnesses from Oba's family, who described him as a loving father and decent husband, but these attempts to whitewash his image were unsuccessful. Meanwhile, his sister stated that as a child, he liked to torture animals, which negatively impacted his character. On November 4, 1994, Oba Chandler was found guilty of triple murder and sentenced to death. He went to death row, maintaining his innocence even while awaiting execution. He tried to refute the testimony of the prosecution's witnesses, insisting they were slandering him for their own fame during the intense media coverage of the tragedy. Although he confessed to what happened with the Canadian student, he claimed that the intimate encounter was consensual, stating that during intimate, the girl became anxious and then accused him of abuse, which he denied. The prosecution decided to avoid pursuing a case related to this attack to spare the girl further emotional trauma, especially since the perpetrator had already been sentenced to death by electric chair. Immediately after the trial and verdict, Oba's last wife, Deborah, filed for divorce. About a year later, the marriage was dissolved. Interestingly, she sought to ban the viewing of her photo and their children's photos by Oba. Oba believed this was an act of treason. Additionally, in court, his wife requested a ban on him meeting their joint daughter, Whitney, who turned out to be his only minor child. The request was granted. Oba continued to file appeals, spending 17 years on death row. Notably, during this time, he had no visitors. Even his adult children rarely came to see him. Almost none of his children supported him. For instance, his daughter believed he was a monster who got what he deserved. He felt this was the influence of his ex-wife, Deborah. During all this time, he had communication only with his lawyer. Oba's time on death row severely affected his health. His defense attorney spoke to journalists, stating that Oba began suffering from high blood pressure, ischemic heart disease, arthritis, and kidney problems, which made it difficult for him to move. On October 10, 2011, the governor of the state signed Oba Chandler's death warrant, scheduling his execution by lethal injection for November 15, 2011. After this, Oba communicated again with his lawyer but did not complain about the legal system or demand anything. The only thing Oba requested from his defense was to save his life if there was any way to do so. Following this, a petition was filed for a violation of human rights, with the lawyer arguing that some of the defendant's rights had been violated. However, all of these appeals were rejected, as were previous appeals filed in 1997 and 2003. Before the execution, Oba wrote his last appeal to the prison authorities. It was a short phrase: "Today, you are killing an innocent man." On November 15 at 4:08 p.m., Oba was executed by injection. Notably, he refused to give a final statement, simply closing his eyes forever. Joan's husband was present at the execution. 65-year-old Oba never confessed or repented for the triple murder, remaining adamant in his statement written before his death. This statement aroused interest and was read at a press conference. On this basis, the governor of the state reviewed the case materials. It was curious, as most criminals on their deathbeds repent and confess, but not Oba. The governor only ensured that the right decision had been made, as irrefutable evidence had been collected against the killer. However, not everyone agreed with this conclusion. In particular, one of the daughters believed that her father was innocent, arguing that he could not have committed such a brutal crime alone, killing 3 people at once. Oba's son also believed that his father was a victim of media tyranny, which portrayed him as a real monster even before the hearings began. Shortly before the execution, they appealed to the governor to commute the sentence to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, but that effort also failed. The media labeled Oba Chandler as one of Florida's most violent criminals. All law enforcement officers who worked with him from his conviction to his execution described him as a callous man with no soul. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, he never repented for the crimes he committed. Jurors who participated in the trial stated that the look on Oba's face, accompanied by his fake grin, gave them goosebumps. Notably, due to extensive media coverage, jurors were selected from outside the county where the murder occurred, as there were numerous rumors on the Tampa coast that could significantly distort attitudes towards the defendant. Hal could no longer manage the large dairy farm alone after the death of his wife and daughters. He sold it and began focusing solely on pig farming and corn cultivation on a small plot. 10 years after the tragedy, he married a widow who had lost her husband. They understood and supported each other. This was not the end of the criminal's story. Over time, authorities confirmed that Oba Chandler was indeed a serial killer. Oba was confirmed to be involved in another murder. Profiling experts had assumed during the investigation that he could have killed before. Despite showing signs of inexperience in his criminal actions, it seemed unlikely that someone who had never killed before would have the audacity to kidnap and murder 3 women at once, even if 2 of them were minors. On February 25, 2014, Oba Chandler was identified as the killer of 20-year-old Ivelisse Barrios Begaris, who was abused and strangled in Coral Springs, Florida on November 27, 1990. She had married a couple of weeks before her death. The last time Ivelisse was seen alive was during her shift at a sporting goods store. She was supposed to return home in the evening, but her husband never saw her come back. Eventually, he went to check on her and found her car with flat tires parked in a shopping center lot. According to a reconstruction conducted by investigators, Oba watched his victim for several days, then punctured her tires to create the illusion of being a helpful stranger offering assistance. He lured her into his car. 2 fishermen discovered her unidentified body near a river. They immediately contacted the police. The body was removed from the water and identified as Ivelisse. She had been abused and found naked. There were traces of binding and duct tape on her wrists and ankles. The circumstances of her discovery were strikingly similar to the case involving Joan and her daughters. Ivelisse's murder remained unsolved until biological fluids collected from her could be analyzed using innovative DNA techniques, which provided irrefutable evidence against Oba. The case was finally solved. Before and after this revelation, Florida investigators reanalyzed many other crimes that had remained unsolved for decades. In all the areas where Oba Chandler had lived, no additional DNA matches were found, at least for now. Unfortunately, due to their prolonged exposure in the water, it was not possible to recover DNA samples from Joan and her daughters that would allow for a thorough examination to confirm Oba's guilt, although this issue does not raise doubts among investigators. The murder of Brenda Thurman on a cold January morning in 2016 began when an ambulance brought former military sniper Brenda to the hospital. She became the victim of a tragic accident. However, just a week later, when a colleague of Brenda was found dead, certain suspicions arose about whether there was a direct connection between these 2 unexpected deaths. Around 9 a.m. on January 18, 2016, in Spokane, Washington, Gabrielle, the adult daughter of Brenda and Dwayne Thurman, was on the top floor of their home when she heard a loud sound coming from below. At first, She thought it was a broken dish that had fallen to the floor. Then she heard Dwayne's voice, who was calling for her. Gabrielle did not react right away. It took several more screams before she went down the stairs to the kitchen. What she saw shocked her. Brenda lay in Dwayne's arms, bleeding, with a large hole in her chest from the attack wound by gun. The Thurman family lived just 2 miles from Valley Hospital. They wasted no time. Dwayne carried Brenda to the car, and Gabrielle got behind the wheel. Dwayne dialed the emergency number. They rushed to the hospital. Doctors performed surgery, but unfortunately, it was too late. The victim could not be saved. One of the law enforcement officers found Dwayne sobbing in the emergency room. He was hysterical and couldn't calm down, alarming both the patients and staff. At one point, he threw up in the sink. When asked what had happened in the kitchen of their house, he cried out, "It's my fault, I'm an idiot." The gun accidentally went off. The Thurmans had been married for 18 years. Together they raised 2 children, Gabrielle and Michael. Dwayne met Brenda while serving in the Army Military Police. Brenda was known as the first woman to complete her training at the U.S. Sniper School. After completing her service, she received a master's degree and began a career as a support consultant with the Veterans Health Administration. Thanks to her work, dozens of soldiers underwent rehabilitation after experiencing emotional and mental trauma, enabling them to return to normal life. Dwayne also took a job at the Veterans Health Administration. By many accounts, the Thurmans' marriage was strong. Nevertheless, beneath the surface, hidden problems may have existed that they had not disclosed to anyone. Dwayne bought Brenda a turquoise Glock .380 pistol for her birthday. Shooting became a common activity for them. According to Dwayne, they wanted to rekindle warmth and love after a long period of tension in their relationship. The day before Brenda's death, they had a pleasant time at the shooting range. On January 18th, Dwayne sat at the kitchen table preparing both his and Brenda's pistols for cleaning. His gun had no magazine. He claimed he saw Brenda check the chambers for ammo and felt confident that the gun was safe to disassemble. Despite this, when he pulled the bolt, a deafening shot rang out. Dwayne told detectives that the turquoise Glock pistol had failed to eject shells the very first time they took it to the shooting range. It sometimes jammed, and the shell would get stuck inside. That morning, they had gone to breakfast and then returned home. Dwayne sat down to disassemble the gun. About 20 to 30 minutes passed before the shot rang out. He recounted, he just started to disassemble the gun when Brenda came over, sat in front of him, and began searching the internet for reasons for the cartridge jamming. As he started to disassemble it, it fired. Dwayne's account seemed credible because the situation in the kitchen was consistent with his description. Both pistols lay on the table, and the cleaning accessories were ready and nearby. The chair where Brenda had been sitting was moved away from the table, and the iPad she had used was lying on the floor. Spokane County investigators listened carefully to Dwayne Thurman's story and learned that their relationship had indeed been problematic. Dwayne claimed that he and Brenda had mutually agreed to an open marriage. Gabrielle and Michael confirmed that their father had been having affairs for years and openly admitted it. Dwayne insisted that the decision to pursue an open lifestyle was mutual. Brenda had also been dating a coworker, but Dwayne did not know him personally. Law enforcement agencies noted that Dwayne's actions were typical of someone faced with an accident. He repeatedly called Gabrielle, hurriedly drove his wife to the hospital instead of waiting for an ambulance, and called the police en route so that officers would meet them. All these signs indicated that he did not intentionally fire the gun. However, Gabrielle did not agree with this version of events. Some time passed between the sound she heard and the moment she went downstairs. When she entered the kitchen, Dwayne was holding her mother in his arms and did not provide any medical assistance. Why had he not made a call immediately after the incident? They arrived at the hospital too late, and Brenda's injuries were fatal. Gabrielle is certain that her stepfather, the man who adopted and raised her, deliberately shot Brenda. She asked the officers to detain him. In cases like this, when a gunshot results in death, it is necessary to look at all the facts, circumstances, and try to determine the intent of the potential killer. Despite Gabrielle's strong suspicions, the Spokane County detectives did not have the necessary evidence to bring charges. County medical examiner determined that the bullet that killed Brenda hit her directly in the center of her upper chest. The doctor concluded that the death was accidental. She made her assessment based on information received from detectives present at the autopsy. They saw no malicious intent and believed that the weapon had been fired accidentally. Based on this information, the expert classified the incident as an accidental death, which led to the investigation being stopped. A week after Brenda's death, another employee of the Veterans Health Department, Chief Surgeon John Marshall, disappeared. His wife, Susan, called the police on the morning of January 26th to report her husband missing. He was scheduled for surgery at 8 a.m., but he failed to show up at the hospital. The search for John began immediately. Law enforcement had been tracking the doctor since 5:30 a.m. when he arrived at the Youth Policy Center to change for a morning job. The doctor left his personal belongings in a locker and left the center dressed in athletic shorts and a jacket. He took his iPod Nano and headphones with him. John's usual route was along the Spokane River, where there was a walking path along the steep bank nearby. Investigators were certain that if John slipped on the path, he could not have fallen into the river. Susan had a different opinion. She remembered that her husband was going for a run, but his car was still parked near the center. She did not wait for the search to begin near the riverbank. Instead, she gathered volunteers to inspect the area. At 9 a.m. the next day, an employee of an insurance company on the North Bank reported seeing a man's body in the river. Rescue teams went to the scene and soon found John floating near some bushes along the North Bank, downstream from the Monroe Street Bridge. This was the very spot where Susan and her assistants had begun their search the day before. John was found fully clothed, with his jacket folded up. He was floating face up, and this position suggested that he had been deliberately thrown into the water. There was a clear path leading to that place, which was right on the riverbank. A garden hose and a bicycle part were also found in the water. There were no signs that a seizure had preceded his death. Investigators believed that if John had a seizure, it would have been difficult for him to reach the river. It was possible that someone attacked John with the intention of robbing him or harming him out of revenge. However, given his service in the military and in Afghanistan, it would have been difficult to kill John. The police put forth the theory that he could have fallen or jumped from the Monroe Street Bridge. Later, when investigators studied John's biography, they ruled out the take his own life version. In the past, they had faced financial difficulties and solved some family problems, but John never showed signs of depression. Additionally, the surveillance cameras covering the entire length of the bridge never recorded him that morning. Most likely, John slipped in another place upriver and fell into the water. At that moment, he may have been sucked into a whirlpool near the base of the bridge and held underwater for about a day or so, which is about the same amount of time that he could not be found. His body floated up, and the next morning it was spotted from the shore. An autopsy did not reveal the typical injuries that occur from falling from a height in a take-his-own life, but experts found blunt force trauma to the chest that could have been caused by impact with the water. The death was eventually ruled an accidental drowning. However, all versions were considered, and one of the detectives worked diligently on the case while checking other evidence. In April 2016, the detective stated that he couldn't definitively say what caused John's death, although he had no evidence of outside involvement. Within 1 week, the Spokane VA lost 2 prominent staff members, a consultant and a leading surgeon, both of whom died in tragic accidents. This led some to question whether the events were connected. Initially, colleagues and friends had differing opinions. Some claimed that it was impossible to say for sure whether Brenda and John knew each other, although Brenda was scheduled to transfer to the same hospital where John worked that week. However, others claimed that the two had interacted in the hallways and were most likely in a romantic relationship. After hearing law enforcement's conclusion that John's death was an accident, his wife hired former police detective and now private investigator Ted Pulver. Ted began to examine evidence that had been ignored or insufficiently investigated, which allowed him the opportunity to expose the secret affair between John and Brenda Thurman. Ted noted that despite the alleged fall into the river, John's clothes were unharmed and not even torn. His iPod Nano was in his pocket, and the headphone wires remained intact, hanging from the device into the water. The most suspicious aspect was that it showed no signs of water damage, its screen was intact, and the device turned on and functioned perfectly. This seemed impossible if we assume that the device had been in a whirlpool for more than 24 hours. Additionally, there was no obvious place along the river from which he could have accidentally fallen into the water. John's body had virtually no damage from the water and stones. There was also no water in that location that would lift the body into shallow water. His shoes, socks, and iPod remained in their places. When a person floats down the river, items from their pockets often fall out, and parts of clothing are typically lost while passing through rapids. A person hitting rocks could sustain injuries, yet nothing like that happened to John's body. The detective assumed that during his morning jog, John was the victim of an attack by intruders who grabbed him and carried him to another location, where they waited until the police stopped searching. 24 hours later, he was thrown into the river. The presence of two objects found near the body in the water, a garden hose and a black bicycle frame, suggested that he had been drowned. Susan, like the detective she hired, believed that this theory explained the physical evidence, while the forensic medical examiner did not reach the same conclusion. As an experienced surgeon, she made her own determination based on the autopsy results, believing that the blunt force trauma to John's chest was inflicted before, and not after, death, and that the body had clearly been moved and dumped in the river. She also pointed out a red streak on her husband's neck, which was not mentioned in the medical examiner's report due to the lack of a formal police investigation. In an effort to achieve justice, Susan decided to assist Gabrielle and her brother Michael in filing a civil suit against Dwayne Thurman for Brenda's death. This would prevent Dwayne from profiting financially from his wife's death, including the pension, and more importantly, it would call into question the nature of the original investigation and force law enforcement to examine the gaps in the case in detail. It seemed that the police were in no hurry to act. The turquoise pistol the victim had sent for testing immediately after her death sat in line while the overburdened and under-resourced Washington State Crime Lab worked on other criminal cases. 16 months passed before the gun tests began, and even then, it was only because of the civil suit. The testing revealed nothing significant, after which Dwayne Thurman was arrested and charged with manslaughter. This was not the first-degree murder charge that the family had hoped for, which meant that the authorities were not going to prove that the man had fired the gun intentionally. As a result, Gabrielle's testimony about the alleged murder plan was not presented, and her opinion that he had premeditated the murder went unheard in the courtroom. The trial was very short, lasting only several days. Dwayne voiced his position, recounting the terrible incident through tears and describing in detail the mistake he made in not properly observing firearms safety rules. He assumed the gun was unloaded, but it was not. The jury deliberated for about 2 hours the first day and another 3 hours the next. In the end, they found Dwayne not guilty of first-degree manslaughter, which was a serious charge, he guilty of second-degree manslaughter. In determining the sentence, the judge considered his status as a deputy sheriff in a neighboring county, as well as his military career and many years of experience working as a social worker. Dwayne was sentenced to 5 years, 2 years for the accident and 3 years for using a firearm. Spokane County prosecutor again faced questions about why the complete facts were not presented at the trial regarding Dwayne Thurman's potential involvement in the death of his wife and potential suspicions surrounding Brenda's children. He noted that additional information was not taken into account, most likely because the court focused solely on the negligence surrounding the firearm and not on anything else. However, if there was evidence of intent, why was the charge brought only under the statute relating to negligent homicide? What facts indicated that Dwayne had a reason to intend to take the life of his wife? In the spring of 2020, the John Marshall case was sent back for retrial, during which time Susan began to speak publicly about the connection between Brenda's case and her husband's death. The retrial could lead to a reopening of the case in the future. While there is no direct evidence linking Dwayne to the murder of John, whose death is still considered accidental. However, private investigator Ted has claimed that anonymous individuals at the Veterans Health Administration have evidence of an affair between Brenda and John. Susan noted that whether or not John was faithful to her is not the main point. The essential question is whether the killer believed that Brenda was dating Dr. John. Rumors about this are certainly discussed at the institution. In May 2022, a new specialist took the position of forensic expert, giving Brenda's family a chance to make a second statement 6 years after her death was deemed accidental. The expert concluded that it was most likely murder. Unfortunately, his decision does not grant the right to bring new charges in this case, as Dwayne Thurman has already been found guilty of second-degree manslaughter and cannot be tried again on murder charges. Dwayne Thurman was released from prison in September 2022, and John Marshall's case remains unsolved. The tragic deaths of Brenda Thurman and John Marshall in January 2016 left Spokane grappling with grief and unanswered questions. Brenda's death, initially ruled accidental but later deemed a homicide, resulted in Dwayne Thurman's conviction for second-degree manslaughter, yet doubts about his intent persist, fueled by Gabrielle's unwavering belief in foul play. John Marshall's drowning, still classified as accidental, continues to raise suspicions of a connection, driven by unproven rumors of an affair and Susan's relentless pursuit of truth. Despite the civil suit and re-examinations, both cases remain shrouded in ambiguity, underscoring the challenges of uncovering intent in the face of conflicting evidence. Michelle Shelley Michael was an exemplary student who consistently excelled in her studies. She was very active during her school years and became a cheerleader. After starting her education at the University of West Virginia, she advanced to captain of the cheerleading team and later became a coach. She was not only intelligent and attractive, but she also drew a lot of attention and had many admirers. She married young while still in college to Rob Angus, and they had 2 children together. Michelle aspired to be a pediatric nurse. After graduating, she began working at a local hospital in Morgantown, West Virginia. Many people viewed her as light-hearted and sociable, frequently commenting on her friendly demeanor. She carefully attended to her appearance and dedicated years to maintaining her fitness through sports. Her family lived in a lovely, spacious house and enjoyed life together. In 1999, Michelle met James Jimmy Michael at the hospital. At that time, she was still married, although her marriage was unhappy. James was also married to a doctor named Stephanie, and his relationship had become strained as well, focusing solely on their children's needs. He worked in pediatrics and showed great kindness to the kids he treated. As Michelle and James began to interact during their shifts, they discovered shared experiences that brought them closer together. Over time, Michelle and James became closer. Michelle began to flirt with him, and he reciprocated her interest. She was more than just a friend. They developed feelings for each other and decided to secretly date. They realized that their lives were incomplete without each other. By December 1999, Michelle and James agreed to file for divorce, and they were married by May 2000, just 3 months after finalizing their divorces. For James, marrying Michelle was a source of immense happiness. He was delighted to have found a woman who understood him. Michelle had excellent communication skills with children, which was very important to him. When they got married, both of them had 2 children from previous relationships, and the children often visited each other on weekends, creating the impression that everything was okay. In their first year of marriage, 28-year-old James and Michelle bought a new house less than a kilometer from the hospital, allowing Michelle to walk to work in 10 minutes. Additionally, West Virginia University was nearby, where James planned to return to further his education and teach. Michelle worked hard to earn her master's degree and was eager to continue improving her skills, even after being promoted to head nurse. She returned to cheerleading, this time as a coach, with their daughters joining her and their sons playing football. In his free time, James also coached a football team. However, James's true dream was to be his own boss. In 2004, he left his hospital job to supply medical equipment to a local clinic. Soon after, he started a small manufacturing company that produced oxygen cylinders for elderly customers. Financially, the family did well and appeared perfect, like a picture from a magazine. However, James's relatives began to notice that things were not as smooth as they seemed. They felt Michelle was trying to manage everything, which led to her nagging. James had struggled with weight issues since childhood, and while he initially addressed this through sports, he continued to gain weight. After getting into a relationship with Michelle, he aimed to stay active, but his busy schedule often hindered him. Whenever he gained a few pounds, she treated him dismissively, often comparing him to other men, which hurt his feelings. Seeing her husband, James, succeed in business, Michelle was inspired to start her own venture. In 2005, she partnered with Bobby Teets, an employee of James and a truck driver who supplied medical supplies. Michelle's business idea stemmed from her passion for cheerleading. She wanted to create sports goods such as t-shirts, hats, and uniforms. By November 2005, she had almost everything ready and was finalizing the paperwork. The last major hurdle was purchasing sewing equipment. Michelle and Bobby traveled to Chicago to inspect the machinery and select materials. While attending a seminar there, they ordered a sewing machine, which they later brought back. Although everything was progressing well, Michelle was not in a rush to leave her job as she prepared for her new venture. On the morning of November 29, 2005, Michelle was at work at Morgantown Hospital, finishing her morning tasks when she received an urgent call. She was informed that smoke was coming from her home and that a neighbor had seen flames. Without hesitating, Michelle left work and hurried home, which was less than a kilometer away. While rushing, she called her family to check on the children, who were at school and safe. This provided some comfort, but her worry grew when she arrived home to see flames shooting from the roof and windows. She tried calling James, but he did not answer, leading her to fear he might be inside the burning house. Firefighters had arrived and were trying to control the flames, but the second floor was heavily involved in the fire, making it difficult to extinguish quickly. Finally, after half an hour of extinguishing the fire, the firefighters began to examine the surrounding area. Thankfully, neighboring buildings were unharmed due to their prompt response. While inspecting the second floor, they found what appeared to be a charred body, which raised suspicions. Initially, it seemed like an accident, and it took time for them to realize they had indeed discovered human remains. Identifying the deceased without further investigation was impossible, but it was likely to be James. Questions arose about how he could have died in the fire. Why didn't he wake up when the smoke detector sounded? Why didn't he smell the smoke? Was this truly an accident? To find answers to these questions, a thorough investigation would be necessary. Investigators began by examining the backgrounds of James and Michelle, and interviewing Michelle to piece together the details of the incident. She stated that she woke up at 5:15 a.m., as she typically did, while her husband was still asleep. She kissed him goodbye before leaving for the hospital at 7 a.m. The first report of the fire came in around 10:30 a.m. when a passerby called the fire department after noticing flames and smoke coming from the windows. Michelle later called the fire department herself upon learning about the fire at home. Once the fire was extinguished, all of James's friends and family had gathered at the scene, along with a coworker named Bobby. They discussed where James might be. Bobby, who knew the family well, suggested that if James's car was still in the garage, he was likely still at home. Tragically, they later found the remains of James. Officers informed Michelle that her husband, James, was presumed dead. Michelle did not react emotionally. She simply asked if the police were certain of his death. The officers could not confirm it at that moment, as they needed to identify him through dental records. From the beginning, detectives suspected homicide and followed standard procedures. In the marital bedroom, they discovered a burnt iron on the floor at the foot of the bed. It was unclear whether it was merely a household item or if it had caused the fire, as it was plugged in and positioned with the heating element facing down. Law enforcement found this particularly suspicious. Several witnesses later reported that Michelle appeared worried and anxious. Before learning of her husband's death, she desperately tried to call him, insisting that he should be okay. Despite significant damage in the bedroom, the fire department noted that the other rooms in the house showed almost no smoke or signs of burning. It appeared that the fire had been confined to the specific area where James was found. The condition of the bedroom suggested that the fire originated near the marital bed where he lay. While it was hard to pinpoint the exact source, the scene indicated that the fire had been burning for some time. While the iron base of the burnt table may have been a primary factor, experts indicate that it was not hot enough to burn the wooden floor or to cause it to smolder. The bed was completely destroyed, leaving only the metal springs, and the floor was nearly burned through, suggesting that some type of accelerant might have been used. Portions of the upper room were visible through the charred floorboards. If the firefighters had not acted quickly, the structure could have collapsed within minutes. After the initial examination, the source of the fire remained unexplained, adding to the complexity of the investigation. The detectives noted that the position of James's body on the bed indicated he likely did not attempt to escape the fire. If he had been conscious and a healthy adult, he would have noticed the smoke or flames. To suffocate from carbon monoxide while sleeping, he would have needed to be in a separate room that caught fire first. Typically, the flashes of heat would wake someone up. If the fire had started from an iron that was left plugged in or dropped by Michelle, the flames should have reached his legs, causing pain that would wake him, but that did not happen. This led the detectives to suspect that James might have already been dead when the fire started, possibly indicating that the fire was set to cover up a murder. However, they had not yet conducted an autopsy, so these suspicions remained unanswered. Another point of concern was Michelle's behavior. She appeared unusually calm and seemed unaffected by James's death, which might be attributed to retraining as a nurse, allowing her to maintain her composure in crisis situations. By around 5 p.m. that day, dental records confirmed that the fire had claimed the life of 33-year-old James. However, the autopsy, which took longer to complete, confirmed the detectives' suspicions. James had not died from the fire, as there were no traces of smoke in his lungs. This indicated he was not breathing at the time the fire started. Since standard tests would not reveal the cause of death, the investigators opted for a thorough toxicological examination of his tissues. Meanwhile, they interviewed those close to James, focusing on individuals who had access to his home. Naturally, Michelle became the primary suspect, as it would have been easy for her to start the fire. However, people generally described them as ideal, with only minor disagreements, and they were known to be loving partners. Furthermore, Michelle had an alibi, claiming she was at work during the time of the fire, and the timelines matched. To verify Michelle's claim, the detectives checked the hospital's security footage where she worked. However, they discovered an issue. She had not been present the entire time. At 8:11 a.m., she left and returned about 17 minutes later. Surveillance recorded her getting into her car, but her exact whereabouts during that time remained unclear. She drove toward her home but then left the camera's view, raising suspicions that she might have returned home to commit the crime before going back to work. A neighbor provided valuable information, stating they saw Michelle's car enter her property at 8:20, which seemed suspicious, but the timing did not completely align with when the fire was believed to have started. Could a flame burn for 2 hours? The first signs of a fire were noticed only at 10:30 a.m. How Michael was able to slow it down remains a mystery. Despite this, she became the primary suspect in both the arson and her husband's murder. The detectives consulted independent fire experts who conducted 6 thorough fire reconstruction assessments, which were extensive. They recreated rooms similar to Michael's bedroom, using the same materials, appliances, and identical placements for windows, doors, and ventilation ducts. The experts aimed to determine how Michelle could have initiated a fire that burned for such a long time. In early December 2005, James was buried. Those who attended the funeral noticed that Michelle showed very little emotion. She stood quietly beside the coffin. Friends and family thought she was trying to protect the children from emotional distress by maintaining a calm demeanor. However, the police viewed this as suspicious and continued their investigation. When investigators interviewed the friends, family, and acquaintances of James and Michael, none reported any conflicts or problems in their marriage that could have led to James's murder. They seldom argued in public. However, investigators took a keen interest in James's co-worker, Bobby, who was also his manager. Bobby had recently become a business partner with Michelle, and they had traveled together for work, which raised suspicions about their relationship. Bobby eventually admitted that during a trip to Chicago, their professional collaboration turned romantic. After sharing a few glasses of wine to celebrate a successful deal, they ended up being intimate. Fortunately for the detectives, The hotel where Bobby and Michelle stayed had extensive video surveillance. The footage showed them not behaving as business partners but as a loving couple, sharing kisses on multiple occasions. Their romantic involvement continued after returning home. Just 3 days before James died, they were intimate in James and Michelle's wedding bed, where his body was later discovered. Michelle's behavior indicated that her marriage was over. She seemed discontent and ready to move on to a new relationship. However, Bobby had a solid alibi for the time of the crime, as he was recorded working in a warehouse by CCTV cameras, ruling him out as a suspect. James's ex-wife, Stephanie, whom he divorced because of Michelle, was also investigated. She might have harbored resentment toward him, potentially leading her to commit arson. However, a lot of time had passed since their divorce. Stephanie had remarried, had a child, and no longer thought about her ex-husband. Additionally, she did not have access to James's house and was with her children that morning, providing her with an alibi. As a result, Stephanie was quickly ruled out as a suspect, leaving Michelle as the only person under suspicion. If James had discovered Michelle's affair, he could have sought a divorce, which would have negatively impacted her by putting her at risk of losing at least half of their assets. Since her business was just starting, she stood to lose a significant amount. However, if he had died, the situation would have been different. As a widow, she would inherit all his assets, including his business and life insurance payout. The police discovered an insurance policy worth about $500,000, naming Michelle as the sole beneficiary. This gave them not just suspicions but strong evidence of a financial motive. On December 7, 2005, Michelle was brought in again for questioning, although they did not inform her that she was the main suspect. The questioning was framed as a consultation about the results of a toxicology test, even though those results were not yet available. Detectives prepared a list of questions for her and spoke with her as if they were medical specialists to lower her guard. However, the mood shifted suddenly when the police asked whether Michelle had left the hospital after arriving at work that morning. Michelle confirmed that she had briefly gone to the store and returned quickly. This statement was quickly contradicted when they showed her footage of her leaving in a car and driving home. She had been gone for about 17 minutes, prompting her to change her story, claiming that it was raining and that she had decided to drive instead of walking. It became clear that she was becoming confused and was likely lying, reinforcing their suspicions. The police then questioned Michelle about her affair with Bobby, which she denied. They showed her video footage from a hotel where she was seen kissing him, leaving her unable to respond. By this point, she had already been caught lying twice but still denied any involvement in the tragedy. She also claimed that she hadn't driven home 2 hours before the fire. The police presented her with testimony from a neighbor who claimed to have seen her car at her house at 8:20. This led Michelle to change her story for the third time, saying that she had forgotten some important business documents that she needed to mail that day. Michelle insisted that she did not enter the house, so she didn't know what was happening inside. She stated that when she was in the driveway, she suddenly remembered that the documents should be in her car. After checking the glove compartment and finding them, she hurried back to work without going inside the house. When asked why she hadn't mentioned this sooner, she said she didn't want to reveal the truth out of feelings of guilt. Given her shame about the affair, she felt that if she had gone inside to check on her husband, everything might have turned out differently, and he could still be alive. Michelle's interrogation lasted nearly 8 hours before she was allowed to leave. The investigators became convinced that she was involved in her husband's death but needed more evidence, as they could not break her story. Subsequently, forensic experts returned to the house to search for evidence, spending 2 days in the room where James died. Meanwhile, they were reconstructing an exact replica of his family's bedroom, taking into account all materials and factors that might have contributed to the fire. Investigators initially suspected that an iron could be the cause of the fire due to its potential to smolder for at least 2 hours. A toxicology report was forthcoming, but because of the condition of the remains, it was not completed until February 26, 2006. The findings revealed that James's body contained a lethal dose of a dangerous paralytic drug, which is usually administered to prepare patients for surgery. This drug requires the patient to be on a ventilator, otherwise, the respiratory system becomes paralyzed, leading to death within 7 to 8 minutes if administered in a large dose, as was the case with James. While James was a pediatric doctor without access to such drugs, Michelle, as a nurse, could easily obtain them. After receiving the toxicology report, the decision was made to arrest Michelle, charging her with murder and arson. The hearings began on July 9, 2007, when Michelle was 35 years old. Despite potentially facing life in prison without the possibility of parole, she remained calm and composed. Although investigators found multiple instances of deceit and circumstantial evidence, they could not uncover any definitive proof against her. Furthermore, her wealth allowed her to hire skilled lawyers, suggesting a challenging trial ahead. The prosecutor argued that the motive for the murder was a life insurance policy worth $500,000. The betrayal also suggested that Michelle wanted to end the relationship in order to gain the maximum benefit. She had relatively easy access to a paralytic agent commonly used in surgeries. The prosecution claimed she poisoned her husband before leaving for work, then returned later to set fire to the house to cover up the crime. Although she could have tried to burn everything immediately after the murder, she saw that the house was not on fire, so she came back and attempted to speed up the process using an iron and some flammable liquid. The lawyer focused on the time gaps in the case. It was confusing how the fire suddenly intensified and was only reported 2 hours after the supposed arson. The defense attorney argued that this scenario was highly unlikely. However, the prosecution had thoroughly prepared and presented their perspective. They argued that leaving an iron on the floor by itself could not ignite a fire. A key moment occurred when Michelle returned home for a brief 17-minute period while she was out of the hospital, during which she might have attempted to start the fire again. The prosecution relied on experts who conducted 6 fire reconstruction experiments. These tests indicated that the fuel ignited when she returned, but the fire did not spread rapidly. In their second test, it was determined that if the door was closed, there would be insufficient oxygen for the fire to burn completely. This finding was supported by the layout of the ventilation ducts. The mattress that ignited burned slowly and produced minimal smoke or flames, taking 2 hours to be fully consumed. This was further demonstrated in several experiments where embers from the mattress ignited the floor materials, leading to a significant fire that witnesses later noticed. The fire spread more quickly on the floor due to increased airflow. This explanation offered a plausible account of the events and ultimately convinced the jury of Michelle's guilt. On July 18th of that year, the jury deliberated and found Michelle guilty. However, they recommended a lighter sentence. She received a life sentence, but with the possibility of parole. This was seen as a compromise since the case relied entirely on circumstantial evidence, which was strong but not definitive. Michelle maintained her innocence, appearing stunned but composed while defending herself in court. Her family protested the decision, fully believing in her innocence and supporting her. The court ruled that Michelle Shelley Michael could be eligible for release after serving 15 years. For the murder charge, she received a 20-year sentence. She will be able to apply for parole for the first time in 2027, when she turns 55. Although she filed several appeals, they were all denied. Daylene Carlson, a 23-year-old, moved from Idaho to Stockton, California in 2011 to attend college. She was staying with her Aunt Maggie and was excited to begin this new chapter of her life. On the evening of Saturday, August 6, 2011, Daylene was preparing to go out for the evening. With 3 months left before college started, her cousin Cicely had planned to introduce her to the local nightlife. They were supposed to meet friends at Finnegan's Bar, but Cicely wasn't feeling well due to a fever and decided to stay home. Daylene went to the bar alone and was expected to return by 1 a.m. However, when 1 a.m. came and Daylene hadn't returned, her Aunt Maggie became concerned. She tried calling Daylene multiple times but received no response. She stayed up all night, repeatedly calling Daylene's phone, but there was still no answer. At first, she thought Daylene might have stayed overnight at a friend's house. By morning, not seeing any sign of her niece, she decided to contact the police and report her missing. The police took Maggie's report but initially hoped that Daylene had simply stayed with friends and would return soon. Meanwhile, Daylene's family took action, spreading the word of her disappearance on social media and urging anyone with information to come forward. Her unexplained absence was highly unusual, leading the family to fear that something terrible might have occurred. On August 8, 2011, the day after Daylene's disappearance, the police officially launched an investigation. Detectives began by visiting Maggie's house. They searched Daylene's room, interviewed family members, and worked to rule out the possibility of family involvement in her disappearance. Daylene was a typical American girl, young, attractive, and full of dreams for the future. Her sudden disappearance was alarming and out of character. Detectives searched her room but found no signs suggesting she had run away. All her belongings, including important documents, were still there. A photo taken by Cicely on the night of her disappearance showed her wearing a brown and white striped top and ripped jeans. According to Cicely, she had planned to visit Finnegan's bar that evening, a place they often went to together. The next step for the detectives was to visit Finnegan's bar and interview the staff to gather more information. The bar manager recalled seeing Daylene outside on the street around midnight on the night she vanished. He reviewed the incident of the evening but didn't notice anything unusual. The bar had 2 functional security cameras that recorded hours of footage from Saturday night, footage the detectives hoped would provide crucial leads. Since reviewing all the footage would take time, the detectives obtained a copy to analyze at the police station. They aimed to identify whom Daylene interacted with and, most importantly, whom she left the bar with. Initially, the footage didn't reveal anything unusual. It captured typical scenes of young people gathered outside the bar, talking, smoking, and enjoying their night. However, one young woman stood out because of her brown and white striped top, which matched what Daylene had been wearing. Upon closer inspection, the detectives confirmed that the woman was indeed Daylene. They carefully tracked her movements on camera to piece together what happened. At 12:41 a.m., she was seen re-entering the bar. Another surveillance camera, located in the hallway near the restrooms, captured additional footage of her movements, which the detectives reviewed next. At 12:47 a.m., 6 minutes after re-entering the bar, Daylene appeared on the hallway surveillance footage. She was drinking and seemed at ease, though perhaps slightly vulnerable. She was the only woman in a hallway surrounded by several young men, making everyone in the footage either a potential suspect or a witness. The surveillance video showed Daylene looking happy and relaxed until a young man entered the frame at 12:48 a.m. The man approached her from behind and placed his arm around her waist. Shortly after that, she walked into the restroom. The man, who had a goatee and wore a backward cap, lingered further down the hallway. Daylene didn't appear noticeably upset by his presence, nor did she appear particularly pleased to see him. After reviewing the footage, detectives recognized the need to identify the man in question. They spoke again with Daylene's family and friends to gather more details. Through these conversations, they discovered that the man seen putting his arm around Daylene was Jason Gilley. Daylene, Cicely, and their group of friends were familiar with Jason and frequently attended social events at his house. Detectives soon located Jason's home to question him about the night Daylene vanished. Jason told detectives that he had spent the evening at the bar with Daylene and initially planned to take her home. However, he claimed he left early due to an emergency. His young son was sick. He stated he left the bar around 1 a.m. and arrived home by 1:30 a.m. He also revealed the name of another person who might be significant, Jacob Evangelisti. According to Jason, Daylene was dating Jacob, but they had a heated argument in his presence just 4 days before she disappeared. This detail caught the detectives' attention, as jealousy often plays a role in impulsive or harmful actions. They decided to investigate Jacob Evangelisti further to determine if he could provide additional information. Investigators found recent photos of Jacob on Daylene's social media pages, prompting them to review the bar's security footage again to see if Jacob was present. They focused on footage from 10:06 p.m., when Daylene exited the restroom. She stepped outside and approached a man leaning against the wall. Her demeanor suddenly shifted. She began gesturing aggressively and appeared visibly angry. Detectives tried to determine if the man was Jacob, but glare from the bright lights made his face unclear. After a brief exchange, Daleen walked away. The detectives continued examining the footage until the man turned toward the camera, confirming his identity as Jacob. Jacob was brought in for questioning. During the interview, he appeared noticeably anxious. When asked about his relationship with Daleen and the last time he saw her, Jacob explained that their final encounter was at Finnegan's bar. According to Jacob, Daleen broke up with him that night, which upset him deeply because he didn't want the relationship to end. He claimed that Daleen eventually left the bar without him and insisted he had no involvement in her disappearance. The detectives reviewed CCTV footage to verify Jacob's story. At 1:09 a.m., Jacob entered the bar. A few minutes later, Daleen appeared on camera. She seemed to be saying goodbye to one of the customers, and by 1:15 a.m., she was no longer visible. The detectives continued watching the footage until the bar closed and all the customers had left. By 2:38 a.m., the lights were off, and the parking lot was nearly empty. Neither Daleen nor Jacob appeared on the footage again. At this stage, suspicion fell on Jacob's potential involvement in Daleen's disappearance, as he may still have been upset over their breakup. However, there was no concrete evidence of foul play. Meanwhile, Daleen's family launched their own search efforts. They created and distributed flyers throughout the city, hoping that someone might have seen Daleen after she left the bar or had information about what had happened to her. At the Stockton Police Department, detectives questioned Jacob again about Daleen's disappearance. He continued to deny knowing anything, but this time, he mentioned a new name, James Cousins. Jacob claimed that James was Daleen's new boyfriend. Although James wasn't officially her boyfriend, the two were romantically involved. Things are further complicated when James is Jason Gilley's best friend and roommate. The timing of Daleen's relationship with James and her sudden disappearance raised suspicions about James and whether he could have been involved in what happened to her. Detectives brought James to the station to discuss his relationship with Daleen. He admitted that they had been seeing each other but insisted he knew nothing about the night she visited the bar, claiming that he was out of the city at the time. While the police were verifying his alibi, he revealed something important. On the night Daleen disappeared, she sent him a text saying she was with a new guy. He showed detectives the messages on his phone, which included one from Daleen mentioning that she was leaving the bar to attend a friend's party. Although the identity of the friend remained unknown, detectives developed a new theory. Daleen might have been looking to continue the night's festivities, possibly stopping at a liquor store or a grocery store on the way. Investigators created a list of nearby 24-hour liquor stores, with the closest one to Finnegan's being Food for Less. Detectives visited the store and discovered it had security cameras both inside and outside. If Daleen had been there, the cameras would have captured her on video. The detectives began reviewing footage from the store's outdoor security camera, and their instincts proved correct. The video showed Daleen entering the store with a young man, but his face wasn't visible, as the footage only captured his back. Unable to identify him, the detectives reviewed footage from other cameras. Soon, they spotted Daleen and the man purchasing what appeared to be a bottle of alcohol. They then turned back to the exterior camera footage to wait for the pair to leave the store. At 1:31 a.m., Daleen and her companion exited the store, and this time, the man's appearance was clearer. His backward baseball cap and goatee matched the description of Jason Gilley, whose face had earlier been identified in footage from Finnegan's bar. This discovery gave the detectives a fresh lead. Jason had previously told investigators that he left the bar alone and was home by 1:30 a.m., taking care of his sick son. However, they now had clear evidence showing him leaving the liquor store with Daleen at 1:31 a.m. The lie about leaving the bar alone instantly made Jason their prime suspect. 1 week after Daleen's disappearance, the police arrested Jason. After his arrest, detectives waited an hour to observe Jason's behavior before beginning the interrogation. Without mentioning the security footage, they revisited Jason's account of the night, asking him again when he returned home from the bar. Jason repeated his lie, claiming he left around 1 a.m. to check on his sick son after receiving a text message from his grandmother. At this point, detectives confronted him, revealing that they had spoken to his grandmother, who denied sending him any messages that night. Jason admitted that his grandmother hadn't contacted him and claimed that he went home alone to be with his son. When asked who he left with, he repeatedly insisted he left alone and went straight home. Detectives caught on to his lies, realizing he was trapping himself in contradictions. They informed him they had surveillance footage disproving his statements. At this point, Jason changed his story, admitting he left the bar with Daylene, went to Food for Less, and bought her a bottle of Jägermeister, but he claimed he drove her back to the bar before heading home. When asked why he initially lied about leaving with Daylene, he said it had slipped his mind. Jason then explained that he had invited Daylene to spend the night on his couch, and she agreed. He admitted they drank the bottle of Jägermeister together and engaged in intimate contact. Afterward, she became upset, said it was a mistake, and decided to walk home. Through tears, Jason shared another version of events, stating that early Sunday morning, while giving Daylene a ride home, they had an argument. He claimed he used his grandmother's car to pick Daylene up near his house. During the 30 to 45-minute drive, Daylene was angry, repeatedly demanded to be let out of the car, and accused Jason of being a horrible person and a piece of garbage. As Jason pulled over, Daylene allegedly got out of the car and ran away. He said that was the last time he saw her. After recounting this story, Jason asked for a lawyer, effectively ending the interview. With insufficient evidence to charge him, the police had no choice but to release him. A few days later, on August 22nd, Jason went to the police station to report his wallet as lost or stolen. Detectives investigating Daylene's disappearance were surprised to see him there. Detective Robert Fain approached Jason and suggested they retrace the route he had taken on the day Daylene disappeared. Jason agreed and led the detective to the spot where he claimed Daylene had jumped out of the car and run away. When the detective asked why Jason hadn't tried to stop her, he explained that a car behind him was honking, so he got back on the freeway. Jason said he had looked for Daylene for 10 to 15 minutes but had to stop because he was running low on gas. He mentioned that he then drove to a gas station on Arch Road in Stockton. Using this information, the detective decided to investigate the gas station. Fortunately, the station had surveillance cameras. The camera footage revealed that Jason arrived at the gas station near the Arch Road exit on Highway 99 in Stockton at 10:46 a.m. on August 7, 2011. He was alone. This was 9 hours and 2 minutes after surveillance footage had captured Jason and Daylene together at a liquor store. At first, Jason's behavior at the gas station appeared normal, but one detail stood out. He looked disheveled, with dirt on his arms and shirt. At one point, the video showed him brushing dirt off his shoulders, which seemed suspicious. He then walked back to his car. Before leaving the station, he checked the passenger door, got into the car, reopened the passenger door about 20 seconds later, and quickly slammed it shut. According to Jason, Daylene was the last person to use that door. Finally, he drove off. After reviewing the footage, detectives developed a new theory. They suspected that Jason had taken Daylene to a field south of Stockton, where he dragged her out of the car in such a rush that the passenger door didn't close completely. They believed Daylene was no longer alive but needed concrete evidence to confirm her death before arresting Jason. Meanwhile, he remained at large, continuing to speak to reporters while Daylene's whereabouts remained unknown. On October 15, 2011, more than 2 months after Daylene's disappearance, there was a major breakthrough in the case. A farmer discovered human remains in a cornfield 20 miles outside of Stockton. Court documents later confirmed that the remains belonged to Daylene and were located approximately 64 feet from Lone Tree Road in Escalon. Sarah Yoshida, a senior criminalist with the Department of Justice, was dispatched to investigate the scene. That afternoon, Sarah found numerous human bones, including a skull, jaw, ribs, vertebrae, foot bones, and leg bones. A torso and a clump of hair were also recovered. Additionally, a black bra was discovered between the remains and a nearby road. Investigators also found 5 shell casings southeast of where the body was located. Later that evening, at around 9 p.m., Dr. Bennett Omalu, a medical examiner for San Joaquin County, arrived at the scene. He requested the soil beneath the body be excavated. 18 inches of soil were removed, placed in a body bag, and then x-rayed, revealing 2 bullets buried in the dirt. Bennett performed an autopsy on Daylene's remains and concluded that she had been shot in the cornfield where her body was found. The bullets had either passed through her body and embedded in the soil beneath or fallen out as her body decomposed. There was a gunshot wound to the back of her head. Her fingers, fingernails, and jewelry were tangled in her hair, which suggested that her hands were near her head when she was shot. The cause of her death was determined to be a gunshot wound to the head, with additional gunshot wounds to her torso contributing to her death. Based on the level of decomposition, Bennett concluded that Daylene had likely died on August 7, 2011. Investigators quickly identified Jason Gilley as the prime suspect. He had access to a Jennings semi-automatic handgun owned by a family member. The weapon was seized, and ballistic testing conclusively proved that it was used to kill Daylene. As a result, he was arrested, and investigators started piecing together the events from the night of Daylene's disappearance. On the evening of Saturday, August 6, 2011, Daylene went to a bar to meet friends, including Jason. At some point during the evening, he persuaded her to go to his house. On their way, they stopped at a liquor store, which was the last location where Daylene was seen alive. Security footage from the store showed no signs of anything unusual. However, after they left the store, events took a tragic turn that ultimately led to Daylene's death. When Daylene's body was discovered, she was naked. Investigators suspected that she may have rejected Jason's advances, prompting him to force himself on her. Although this was considered the most plausible motive, the advanced decomposition of Daylene's body made confirmation impossible. Authorities speculated that when she threatened to report Jason to the police, he forced her into his car, drove far beyond her home, and ultimately killed her in a remote field. In November 2013, Jason Gilley was convicted of Daylene Carlson's murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He later attempted to appeal the sentence, but his efforts were unsuccessful. Gregory Bohr was born on July 19, 1981, in the American village of Scotts, Kalamazoo County, Michigan. He was the firstborn of Sharon and GYS. They later had 2 more children, Chad and Troy. Gregory has a close relationship with his brother Chad, whom he takes good care of. Solidarity and strong friendship are what set this family apart. In high school, Gregory became interested in motors and technology, devoting all his free time to experiments, studying mechanical devices and machines. During this period, he met a girl whom he began to court. Their passionate romantic relationship ended in engagement. The marriage was registered, and on March 24, 1999. While still very young, they found out they were expecting a child, and then a daughter named Lily was born. The birth of Lily filled Gregory with new strength and inspiration. After receiving his high school diploma, Gregory searched for work and, fortunately, quickly found a position at a prestigious company specializing in the production of motorcycles. This aligned with his interests, but the experience he gained pushed him forward. Soon, he changed jobs to work in a company that produced auto parts, where he had the opportunity to develop his skills, demonstrate himself as a talented worker. However, not everything went smoothly in family life. Just like at work, only love remained. Amid the routine, the spouses forgot about the bright feelings that once connected their hearts. As a result, the tension in their relationship led to divorce. Little Lily stayed with her father, and Gregory took on this responsibility without hesitation since his daughter was the meaning of his existence. Gregory remained a bachelor until 2012 when he met Janelle. She was also from a farming background. At that time, she worked at the state post office and had previously been married. Both spouses faced difficulties in family life. Initially, these problems seemed insignificant, but over time, they worsened. Ultimately, Janelle accused her husband of violence and abuse, pointing out injuries in the eye area. The statement was accepted, and an investigation began, which led to an unexpected result. It turned out that she had harmed herself solely to accuse her husband of something he had not done. Upon meeting, Janelle and Gregory discovered that, In addition to mutual attraction, they shared common interests, the most significant of which was a love for firearms. Very soon, their trips to the shooting range became one of their favorite activities. They were happy, enjoying each other's company, and the age difference did not bother them at all. Gregory introduced his loved ones to Janelle and made plans for their future together. Nevertheless, as the relationship progressed, his relatives noticed some unpleasant changes. Gregory began to distance himself from his family, while Janelle made no effort to strengthen his ties with his loved ones. In 2012, without warning anyone and maintaining strict confidentiality, they got married in Las Vegas. Following that, they moved with Lily to a house on South 36th Street, Pavilion Township, near Scotts. The spacious basement allowed them to convert it into a room for storing collectible weapons and ammunition. Thanks to the large plot of land next to the house, they could train without going to the shooting range. That same year, their son Jason was born. For Gregory, family was the main priority, and he tried to spend as much time as possible with his children. He was especially proud of Lily as he watched her grow into a responsible and self-confident young girl. After a long time in the auto parts industry, Gregory felt the need for a change and moved to the pharmaceutical industry. However, his work schedule became completely different, with the added burden of night shifts. Meanwhile, Janelle still did not seek to communicate with her husband's family. Soon, she began to limit encounters for little Jason with his grandmothers and uncles. Additionally, her indifference to people dear to Gregory was evident. One could say that her entire life revolved around her husband. Obsessed with the idea of becoming the center of the universe for him, Janelle began to feel envy towards the love Gregory showed his eldest daughter. She stopped taking care of Lily and did everything to make the girl's life unbearable. Despite Gregory's attempts to maintain harmony in the family, the relationship between Janelle and Lily worsened with each passing day. On an April afternoon in 2014, Gregory's patience reached its limit, and he filed for divorce in court. He requested joint custody of Jason, but as expected, it was not easy to fight with Janelle. She appealed the divorce request, arguing that the marriage could still be saved until the legal aspects were resolved. Gregory moved into the basement of the house, surrounded by a variety of weapons collected over the years of marriage, and slept on a mattress. To his disappointment, the divorce turned into a complicated and lengthy process. On the evening of February 13, 2017, Gregory went to work, telling Lily that he loved her before leaving. The next morning, when his shift ended, he returned home, went down to the basement, and lay down to rest. Around noon, Janelle also came home and, taking advantage of her husband's deep sleep, attacked him with a .40 caliber pistol. Gregory died on the spot. No sooner had she pulled the trigger than she began a series of actions that, in her opinion, should have helped her avoid responsibility. In particular, she attacked herself in the arm and then called 911 to report what had happened in their home. The Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office responded immediately. When a group of officers arrived on the scene, Janelle was already standing outside, clutching her bloody arm. Officer Warren Meisner was among the first to arrive. Along with other police officers, he entered the house and took several photographs. After that, both Janelle and Warren were taken by ambulance to a nearby hospital. During the trip, she told Warren what had happened. According to her, when she came home on her lunch break, she decided to talk to Gregory again about the upcoming divorce. Janelle begged Gregory to reconsider his decision. She then claimed that her lawyer was already aware of Gregory's physical and emotional abuse toward her and Jason. Losing his temper, her husband grabbed his gun and fired several times. When Janelle finished her story, Sergeant Warren looked at her thoughtfully, noticing that she had been speaking with striking calmness. The next day, while in the hospital, Janelle testified again, providing more details. This time, she was listened to not only by the warden but also by another officer. Janelle clarified that upon returning home, she immediately began to wash clothes and then went down to the basement to wake up Gregory. In this new version of her story, she added that during their argument, at one point, he turned toward the rack, took a .45 caliber weapon from the shelf, and fired 2 or 3 attacks into the room without a specific target. Janelle decided that he had finally let loose all his rage and felt relief. However, Gregory pulled out a second weapon, looked into her eyes, and at that same moment, Janelle felt a strong blow to the chest. She fell, hit her head, and lost consciousness. When she came to, she saw Gregory lying lifeless, covered with a blanket, with a weapon in his right hand. Janelle also told the agents about the difficult divorce process and reinforced her story with lies, claiming that Gregory had threatened her and hinted that he would take his own life. Initially, this version of events seemed quite logical for the damage, but one of her gestures made him doubt her credibility. Later, Warren told his colleague that he felt she was trying with all her might to convince him of the truth of her story. Thinking more calmly about what had happened, Warren noticed that, as an experienced shooter and owner of such a number of weapons, Gregory could not have missed, especially since his wife was just a few meters away from him. The relatives of Gregory also pondered this oddity. Gregory's daughter Lily was sure that her father could not harm another person and would not abandon her and her younger brother. Meanwhile, a medical examination of Janelle revealed no injury, despite her claims of a blow and subsequent loss of consciousness. Instead, traces of gunpowder were found on her hands, which added to this murky story. Forensic pathologist Brandy Shattuck performed an autopsy on Gregory's body and concluded that the cause of death was a bullet wound to the head, and the injury was certainly inflicted by another person. Having received these results, the investigators decided to return to the crime scene. The task of reconstructing the sequence of events was assigned to Sergeant James Dunlop and a team of technicians from the forensic lab. Armed with their tools, including laser rangefinders and special spray for measuring the trajectory of projectiles, they entered the basement. Considering all the details collected up to this point, James was especially intrigued by the fact that Gregory was right-handed and the bullet entry wound was on the left side of his face. This indicated that the gun had been fired from a distance of approximately 45 centimeters. Therefore, for James, the hypothesis that Gregory had aimed at himself was rejected. If he had used his left hand, he would not have been able to hold the gun in the normal way to achieve the required angle and distance. Then another inconsistency in Janelle's story emerged. She claimed that her husband was on the bed, but the gun was found at a considerable distance from his body. The next step in the investigation was to measure the angles of the bullet trajectories. Only 2 of the 4 bullets found could be accurately traced based on this data. The experts concluded that Gregory's fatal wound was caused by a .40 caliber weapon, with the bullet remaining in his head. The second bullet pierced part of the door and hit one of the walls, raising a cloud of dust that spread in small particles throughout the room. While examining Gregory's body, investigators found these particles on his eyelashes, neck, and hair. In addition, they were above the blood at the scene, indicating that this shot was fired after Gregory's death. Lastly, James could determine that both Janelle and her husband had roughly the same amount of gunpowder residue on their hands. It was easy to conclude that one of them had the opportunity to wash their hands and attempted to eliminate the evidence. Of course, it was not the victim. Janelle became the prime suspect, and Officer Warren faced many questions and contradictions in this difficult situation. Studying Janelle's past, he found her ex-husband, whom he called to the station to learn about their life together and the alleged assaults. The ex-husband provided a detailed description of the incidents related to the domestic violence complaint from Janelle. Looking into the alleged violence by Gregory towards his wife and son, investigators found no evidence to support Janelle's statement. At that moment, they felt that the pieces of the puzzle were finally beginning to come together to form a whole. The case against the suspect was now only a matter of time before she was called in for further questioning. However, she stated that her lawyer had advised her not to say anything without his presence. After completing the investigation on March 1, 2017, the Sheriff's Department presented the prosecutor's office and filed a motion to charge Janelle with murder and unlawful use of a firearm. After the appropriate review and approval, on the same day, Janelle was arrested and taken to the Kalamazoo County Jail. On March 2, 2017, the trial was broadcast live from the jail and presided over by District Judge Vincent C. Westra. The attorney presented her arguments for Janelle's release on bail, arguing for the need to allow her to see her young son. However, Judge Westra denied the request. On June 9, 2017, Janelle received a summons to appear in court issued. Westra judge decided to initiate criminal proceedings, which greatly pleased Gregory's family. The relatives of Janelle felt that they were one step closer to a fair outcome, but they understood that they would have to be patient because the trial had just begun. Unexpectedly for everyone, Janelle agreed to confess to her guilt, which excluded the option of life imprisonment. However, Gregory's relatives were, of course, dissatisfied. On January 11, 2018, 44-year-old Janelle Bohr took the blame for the murder of her 35-year-old husband, Gregory Bohr. Later, on February 12, 2018, a sentencing hearing. In court, Chad spoke about how Janelle deprived her dearest beloved son of his brother. He wished for Janelle to receive the deserved punishment and took the opportunity to talk about the wonderful spiritual qualities of his brother, who was a caring father. Chad said his brother won't be able to see his children graduate from high school, teach his son to ride a bike or walk his daughter down the aisle on her wedding day. Janelle Bohr's defense attorney, Sarisa Montague, said she did not believe her client was a bad person. She said Janelle struggled a lot with why the murder happened, her role in it, and the consequences. Montague said if Janelle had truly considered the consequences of her actions, she would not have committed the crime. Now, the family has lost a son and a brother and a boy without a mother and father, she said. Janelle herself also addressed Judge and asked for forgiveness for what she had done, noting that she deserved serious punishment. The court sentenced her to a term of 17 to 19 years. Jason was subsequently adopted by his uncle Chad and his wife. When Janelle gets out of prison, her son will be 22 years old. Lily will never forget the last words of her dad, who said that he loved her. He will always live in the girl's memory and, watching over her from heaven, will become an eternal guardian angel for his children. On June 20, 2001, at 9:48 a.m. in Houston, Texas, Andrea Pia Yates called law enforcement and reported that she was feeling unwell and needed a police officer to come to her house. When the police arrived, they made a shocking discovery. Although Andrea seemed fine, her 5 children were found dead in front of her. Tragically, their mother had killed them, one after another. This case stunned the nation, revealing the dark turn of a seemingly happy family. Andrea was born Andrea Pia Kennedy in Houston, Texas, on July 2, 1964. She was the youngest of 5 children of Jutta Karen Kohler, a German immigrant, and Andrew Emmett Kennedy. She is a perfectionist by nature. Andrea graduated as valedictorian from Milby High School in 1982, served as an officer in the National Honor Society, and captained the swim team. After completing a 2-year pre-nursing program at the University of Houston, she graduated from the University of Texas Health Science Center and worked as a registered nurse at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center from 1986 to 1994. In 1989, 25-year-olds Andrea and NASA engineer Russell Rusty Yates met, eventually fell in love. They married nearly 4 years later, on April 17, 1993. Both were devoted Christians. Soon after their wedding, they shared their desire to have as many children as possible, believing it was God's plan for them. This belief was shaped by Michael Warrenicki's teachings, which suggested that women who pursued education would go to hell, as their primary purpose was to bear children. To prepare for their expected large family, Russell and Andrea bought a 4-bedroom house in Friendswood, Texas. In February 1994, they welcomed their first child, a son named Noah. Shortly after his arrival, Russell took a job in Florida, prompting the family to move temporarily to a small trailer in Seminole. Their second son, John, was born in December 1995. Before their third son, Paul, was born in 1997, the Yates family relocated back to Houston, where they lived in a GMC van. Despite being an excellent student and a loving wife, Andrea faced challenges with depression and bulimia. She confided in friends about her and one's own life thoughts during high school. After marrying Russell, Andrea's depression temporarily improved but returned after the birth of their 4th child, Luke. The first significant episode occurred on June 16, 1999, when Russell discovered Andrea trembling and biting her fingers. The next day, she attempted to end one's own life by overdosing on pills, leading to a critical condition that required hospitalization. Doctors prescribed antidepressants, but they did not help her. After, she made a desperate plea to Russell, asking to die, and even held a knife to her neck. She had to be hospitalized again, where she received multiple medications. This treatment quickly improved her state, and upon discharge, she was given Haldol. To aid in Andrea's recovery, Russell decided to move the family out of their GMC motorhome into a house. Initially, this change seemed beneficial, and Andrea's condition stabilized. Unfortunately, this improvement was temporary. In July 1999, Andrea suffered a nervous breakdown, resulting in 2 end-one's-own-life attempts and 2 psychiatric hospitalizations over the summer. Doctors diagnosed her with postpartum psychosis. Dr. Eileen Starbranch, Andrea's psychiatrist, advised Russell not to have more children, as it could worsen Andrea's mental health. Despite this warning, just 7 weeks after Andrea's hospital discharge, she became pregnant with their 5th child, Mary. Upon learning of her pregnancy, Andrea stopped taking Haldol to promote a healthy pregnancy. In March 2000, shortly after Mary Yates was born, Andrea's mental health showed some improvement. However, this improvement lasted only a year and ended with the death of her father on March 12, 2001. This loss caused Andrea's psychotic symptoms to re-emerge, leading her to harm herself and neglect to feed Mary. Her condition worsened, prompting her family to admit her to the hospital on April 1, 2001. After receiving treatment, she was discharged, but noticing his wife's ongoing instability, Russell requested his mother to come stay with them temporarily to assist with the children. A month after being hospitalized, Andrea began showing troubling behaviors again. On May 3, 2001, she filled the bathtub during the day. When her mother-in-law, Dora Yates, asked her why, Andrea gave a vague answer that worried the family. This prompted her husband Russell and his mother to arrange for her to be hospitalized within 24 hours. When her psychiatrist discussed the incident, it was seen as a potential end-one's-own-life attempt by drowning. A few days later, Andrea was released from the hospital but remained disoriented. Her husband returned her to the hospital, explaining that she was no longer responding to her medication. Yates continued to be under the care of Dr. Mohammed Saeed until June 20, 2001. After her husband left for work, she filled the bathtub with water and harmed her children one by one, believing she was saving them from evil. Her son Noah even tried to fight back, but she forced his head underwater until he stopped breathing. For her youngest child, Mary, Andrea placed her in the arms of her older brother Luke, thinking this would reunite them in the afterlife. Once all the children were drowned, Andrea placed their bodies under a blanket on the bed as if they were simply resting. At 9:48 a.m., Andrea called 911, requesting a police officer to come to her house. The operator, trying to understand the situation, asked if there was a disturbance, if she was feeling ill, or if there was another reason for her call. Andrea stated that she was ill, so the operator, following standard procedures, asked if she needed an ambulance. Andrea clarified that she only wanted a police officer to come to her home. The operator became concerned that Andrea might be experiencing domestic abuse and asked if her husband was home. Andrea replied that he was not. 8 minutes later, at 9:56 a.m., Andrea called her husband, Russell Yates, asking him to come home. Feeling alarmed by this unexpected call from his wife, who had a history of depression, Russell rushed home. Upon entering the home, the police found Andrea Yates sitting on the living room couch. In the bedroom, he was horrified to discover 4 children covered by a blanket, all deceased. In shock, he then went into the bathroom and found a 5th child floating in the tub. Andrea had drowned all 5 of her children. Russell returned home to find it cordoned off by the police. Although the officers briefed him on the tragic events, they were not allowed to enter and view the bodies. Andrea was taken into custody right away, and investigators began looking for explanations for why a mother would kill her 5 children, including a 6-month-old baby. During her police interviews, Andrea admitted to the killings, stating that she filled the bathtub with water with the intention of drowning her children. When medical experts examined Andrea at the facility where she was being held, they found that she had been hearing voices from her head before the incident. She held a religious belief that the number 666 was marked on her scalp, a number linked to the Antichrist, which led her to believe she was a bad mother. One of the experts diagnosed Andrea with cacodemoniomania, a rare condition characterized by the belief that one is possessed by a demon, often seen in people with religious delusions. Andrea loved her children, but she became convinced that messages and her religious beliefs labeled her as Satan, a bad person. Her psychotic tendencies intensified, merged with these beliefs, leaving her in a troubled state. Some of her ideas were also shaped by the writings of a preacher named Michael Warrenecki, whom the Yates family had previously followed. As her mental health deteriorated, Andrea started to believe that one of her sons would grow up to be a serial killer and another one will become an escort. She feared that her other 3 children were also destined to lead bad lives and would go to hell for their sins. When investigators asked Andrea if she thought she was possessed, she replied that she was possessed by Satan, who was urging her to harm her children. When the news broke about the 5 children being found dead in the house, it quickly attracted a lot of media attention, and Andrea Yates became a well-known name. This case ignited widespread interest in the issue of postpartum psychosis. Her lawyer, George Parnham, understood that the only way for Andrea to avoid severe consequences in the trial was to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Meanwhile, public anger grew as the trial unfolded and more details came to light. Many people, unaware of the seriousness of mental illness, reacted harshly to Andrea, while mental health experts were concerned that she might be prosecuted despite her real mental health challenges. Andrea's actions were shocking to everyone aware of the case, but her mental sanity was still in question. At that time, there was no clear legal definition of mental insanity, so jurors relied on their everyday understanding of the term to determine Andrea's fate. Public reaction was mixed. While many criticized Andrea for her actions, they also expressed anger towards her husband, Russell, for his responses to the murders. Russell spoke to the media, insisting that Andrea was not in her right mind when she took the lives of their children and that her actions stemmed from her mental illness. He repeatedly described Andrea as a loving and devoted mother who should not be punished for her crime. However, public outrage grew against Russell, particularly after the children's funeral just 1 week after the murders, as he did not exhibit the emotions typically expected from a grieving father. Some suspected that he may have been involved in the killings alongside Andrea before her trial even started. Andrea was admitted to the jail's medical facility for treatment of her psychosis. On September 22, 2001, 3 months after the tragic incident, she was judged competent to stand trial for the murders of her children. The state of Texas prepared to pursue the case rigorously, with prosecutors clearly seeking the death penalty for the murder of her 5 children. Additionally, the prosecution intended to argue that Russell Yates was partly responsible for the situation. They claimed his choice to have the family live in a bus and to homeschool the children contributed to Andrea's deteriorating mental health. In February 2002, the trial of Andrea Yates began, where she pleaded not guilty, claiming insanity as her defense. Only a few individuals are excused from criminal responsibility due to severe mental illness. Her defense team believed they could prove that Andrea sometimes lost control over her thoughts and actions. Both the prosecution and the defense called upon notable psychiatrists to support their arguments. The experts agreed on several key points. Andrea drowned her children while suffering from multiple mental illnesses and believed her actions were in her children's best interest. They also acknowledged that she was aware that drowning her children was illegal. The main difference in their testimonies was that, even though she knew it was a crime, she acted on her belief that it was the right decision for her children. Dr. Dietz also explored where Andrea may have found motivation for her actions. He noted that in the week before the incident, Andrea watched an episode of Law and Order in which a woman evades her responsibilities by drowning her children and ultimately gets away with murder. Dr. Dietz suggested that Andrea might have believed she could similarly avoid the repercussions of killing her children. The prosecution contended that there was a method behind Andrea's actions and that they were not purely irrational. Dr. Dietz emphasized that Andrea's actions were not only illegal but also violated societal and moral principles. During the trial, Andrea's doctor, Dr. Saeed, was frequently mentioned by Russell and his family. They claimed that Dr. Saeed contributed to the tragedy by incorrectly prescribing Andrea a mix of antidepressants just days before the incident. The trial lasted 3 weeks, and the jury deliberated for nearly 4 hours before reaching a verdict. On March 15, 2002, Andrea Yates was found guilty of murdering her 5 children. Although psychiatrists for both the prosecution and defense agreed that Andrea was severely mentally ill with one of several psychotic disorders at the time she killed her child, the state of Texas asserted that by legal definition she was mentally competent to judge whether her actions were right or wrong, despite her mental impairment. During sentencing, the jury chose not to impose the death penalty, instead sentencing Andrea Yates to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. She was sent to the Mountain View Unit in Gatesville, Texas, a prison for individuals deemed criminally insane. 2 years after her conviction, in August 2004, Russell officially filed for divorce, stating that they had not lived as a happy couple since she killed their children. The family court granted the divorce in March 2005, and Russell married another woman, Laura Arnold, in 2006. Shortly after the verdict in Andrea Yates's case was announced, rumors surfaced suggesting that the Law and Order episode referenced by Dr. Dietz in his testimony did not exist. Andrea's lawyers initiated a search for the episode, but they could not find any record of it. This discovery could potentially allow the defense to request a retrial. Suzanne O'Malley, a journalist who covered the trial for NBC News, the New York Times Magazine, and the Oprah Magazine, had previous experience writing for Law and Order. She confirmed that no episode matching Dr. Dietz's description existed. Defense attorney George then met with Law and Order creator Dick Wolf, who affirmed that no such episode had ever aired or been planned. George subsequently filed for a mistrial. When George asked Dr. Dietz about his reference to the Law and Order show, Dr. Dietz acknowledged that it was an honest mistake he made while testifying. George identified 19 points in his request for a retrial, claiming that Dr. Dietz's inaccurate testimony warranted a new hearing for Andrea Yates's case. The defense did not seek to reduce Andrea's sentence but instead requested that all charges be dismissed, arguing it would constitute double jeopardy to subject her to a second trial 3.5 years after her original conviction. In January 2005, the Texas Court of Appeals ruled that double jeopardy did not apply to Andrea's case. However, the court also decided to grant a new trial for Andrea because Dr. Dietz admitted to having provided false testimony during the first trial. On January 9, 2006, Andrea entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity and requested the court to grant her bail following an appellate court decision. Her conviction was overturned, and she was released on bail on February 1, 2006. As part of the bail conditions, Andrea's attorney arranged for her to be transferred from the Mountain View Unit to a mental health treatment facility, where she could receive treatment while waiting for her second trial. During this time, the defense was not only preparing for the trial but also working to inform the public about the events that occurred and to clarify that Andrea was not the monster many believed her to be. In media interviews, Andrea's lawyers highlighted that there were 6 victims in this case. 5 were her children, and the 6th was Andrea herself, who had lost control of her actions due to her deteriorating mental health at the time of the incident. In June 2006, 5 years after the tragedy, Andrea Yates's second trial began. The defense focused on her mental health and whether her actions were considered wrong. By this time, public opinion about the case had settled into a neutral stance. After 3 days of deliberation, the jury reached their verdict. This trial was notable because the jurors requested to see photographs of the children that Andrea had killed, and they observed a 2-minute moment of silence for each of the 5 victims, with some jurors visibly emotional. After a lengthy 5 years since the incident, the jury took 13 hours to deliberate and ultimately found Andrea Yates not guilty by reason of insanity. Russell expressed relief at the verdict, stating that the court recognized Andrea's troubled mental state. Following the court's decision, Andrea Yates was placed under the care of the Department of State Health Services and transferred to the Vernon campus of the North Texas State Hospital. She was later moved to the Kerrville, Texas State Hospital, a low-security mental health facility where she currently lives. There is no set timeline for her release, and it is possible she may remain in the hospital for the rest of her life. Some people have great powers that help them solve complex problems regardless of age. For example, the main character in today's story, Tia Hernlin, was born in 2000. Her parents, Julie Hernlin and Aeneas Hernlin, were a couple of surfers with an adventurous spirit they loved for an active lifestyle. They were very close-knit young people who sincerely loved each other. Tia became the embodiment of their romantic feelings, further strengthened their family bond. They dedicated their favorite activities to their daughter, engaged her in sports, and maintained an active lifestyle, which contributed to both their family ties and Tia's spirit. Julie and Aeneas protected their child in every way possible. Tia was creative and active, following her parents' example. She enjoyed sports, loved interacting with children her own age. Tia also easily connected with the older generation, leaving everyone amazed at how mature she was for her age. She also adored animals, so the family welcomed a dog and 3 cats into their home. In 2005, 5-year-old Tia was still attending kindergarten but was preparing to start school the following year, an important and eagerly anticipated milestone for her. Meanwhile, her parents continued to work and build their careers. At 29 years old, Aeneas had begun a new chapter in his career as a manager at the organization where he had worked for many years. His wife, Julie, was planning to finish her studies soon. A few years prior, she had enrolled in law school at a community college in Daytona Beach, Florida, where they all lived. With just 2 months left before receiving her diploma, Julie was close to fulfilling her dream of practicing law. She intended to become a paralegal to gain the necessary experience and improve further in her field. It all seemed like the idyllic American dream, at least until March 28, 2005. On that early Monday morning, law enforcement officials received an alarming call. A child had contacted 911. At first, the coordinator thought it could be a joke or mistake, but continued to listen to her story. Tia mentioned finding blood in her parents' room and that her parents did not respond when she called for them. She saw her parents lying on the floor in blood and was afraid they were ill, perhaps even dead, so she asked for help. Despite her fear, Tia spoke calmly about the situation. The coordinator realized this was serious, so the police were dispatched immediately. While waiting for their arrival, the dispatcher engaged Tia in conversation, attempting to distract her from panic. The coordinator sought valuable information. Tia mentioned a possible robber, creating the risk that a stranger might still be in the house. However, Tia assured the operator that there were no guests expected that evening, explaining that she had been woken by strange noises, at least 2 bangs that sounded like gunshots. When she went to her parents' room, no one was there, and that was when she found their bodies. Tia immediately thought to call emergency services when she saw the suspicious red splashes. Fortunately, her parents had taught her how to dial 911, a quick action that could potentially save their lives. For a 5-year-old girl, she maintained an impressive level of calm. She informed the coordinator that, apart from her, there was a dog and 3 cats in the house. About 3 minutes after this exchange, the responding officers arrived outside the door. The coordinator informed Tia of this, and she opened the door for them. The police were astonished that the entire conversation had been held with a 5-year-old child who could provide such detailed and coherent information. Tia's calm demeanor ultimately contributed not only to her safety but also to the unfolding investigation. As it turned out, she had interpreted everything correctly. In the early morning hours, a stranger had entered their home. Tia pointed out where her parents' bedroom was. There, the police found the bodies of 2 victims. No weapons were found in the parents' bedroom, and it did not appear to be a case of voluntary end of life. 31-year-old Julie was killed on the spot, and it was already impossible to help her. Her husband, 29-year-old Aeneas, was still breathing, but his condition was critical. Paramedics arrived at the scene and took him to hospital after he was attacked in the head by a gun. Despite the doctor's desperate efforts to save him, he died the next day in a Daytona Beach hospital. Tia was left an orphan. The county sheriff held a press conference to inform the public about the attack and the brave little girl who had survived a real hell. The local community was worried about Tia, but for a 5-year-old, she appeared to be doing fairly well. Child psychologists worked with her, while detectives were in no hurry to talk to Tia about what had happened, as they were still analyzing the information they had collected and didn't want to further traumatize her. They were most concerned about the long-term consequences of the horror she had experienced. After all, at just 5 years old, Tia still didn't fully understand what had happened. In any case, her handling of the situation was impressive and garnered a significant response from the local community. The reaction to the press conference was quite controversial. On one hand, the 5-year-old girl was able to pull herself together, call the police, and meet the patrolman in the house while caring for her injured parents. On the other hand, people were outraged at how this situation could have happened. It was remarkable that Tia managed to provide all the necessary information during the call and remain composed. She communicated with the coordinator and practically did not panic. The actions of the coordinator were also highly praised. In an attempt to understand what happened in the house, detectives launched an investigation to quickly find the criminal and ensure safety on the streets. Additionally, it was believed that Tia could be in danger while the criminal was at large. The motive behind the attack was unclear. It was possible that he could return for her. The bedroom where Tia's parents died was carefully examined, and a cartridge case was found there. They were apparently sleeping and were shot at close range. They had not even had the time to react. Signs of a break-in were found in the house, leading the authorities to initially consider the case as a robbery gone wrong. However, this assumption was quickly refuted, as nothing was missing from the Hernland family home, and the victims died in the same positions in which they had been sleeping. This meant that they had not had time to catch the criminal off guard, which forced him to kill them. It seemed that the assailant's only target was, in fact, Julie and Aeneas. Immediately after shooting both of them, he simply left the house. It was evident that this attack was very personal, so detectives began assessing the immediate circle of the victims to see who might have hated them enough to want them dead. The Hernlands seemed like nice, friendly people who avoided conflict. They were athletes, had no banned substance addictions, and did not abuse alcohol, drinking only occasionally on holidays. Aeneas and Julie had never been known to have any criminal connections, aside from a few traffic fines, and they had no problems with the law. This only made the search more challenging. Detectives went from neighbor to neighbor, interviewing local residents in the hope that someone could provide valuable clues. Those close to the victim spoke of a suspicious neighbor who lived nearby. Both had repeatedly complained about issues with this man. It was David Edward Johnson, a 33-year-old man who, according to several witnesses, had a very erratic temperament. At an early stage of the investigation, no one could provide any specific information about his behavior, so the police decided to talk to him personally. However, when they knocked on his door, he did not answer. There was no evidence against him at that time, and at least a search or arrest warrant would have been needed, which they did not yet have. Consequently, the police were forced to leave empty-handed but decided to investigate this man further while he was still potentially on the run. As it turned out, David had repeatedly had run-ins with the law. However, until that point, there had been no violent incidents. His convictions were minor and related to banned substance use and possession, although more disturbing details emerged. Investigators found that shortly before the tragedy, the Hernlands had tried to obtain a restraining order against their neighbor. This occurred back in January, 3 months before the double murder, when Julie went to court due to David's alarming behavior. In particular, on the day before the hearing, David drove past their house and shouted several threats at them. While the police were trying to determine any connection between these events, David Johnson was found in his home with no signs of life. When the police arrived in the area, they discovered him dead from a single gunshot wound to the head, with a gun lying next to him. The approximate time of death was determined to be the same day. He had taken his own life within a few hours of Aeneas and Julie's murder. This is why he did not open the door to the detective when he first visited the house. Ballistics tests were conducted, confirming that Aeneas, Julie, and David were attacked with the same gun, the same pistol that was found in David's house. Evidence indicated that the main suspect, having disputes with his neighbors, had taken his own life. After finding David's body, forensic experts conducted a thorough examination. Detectives hoped to find clues that would help them understand what led to this tragic outcome and the simultaneous deaths of 3 individuals. The most disturbing evidence that the police managed to find was a collection of newspaper clippings related to an arrest in November. They were pinned to the refrigerator door, and, in addition, documents related to the trial were lying in plain sight. It was discovered that all of this was connected to the same episode. It is likely that David blamed his neighbors, the Hernland family, for his troubles. Hatred and paranoia were evident in David's behavior. Everyone who knew him well was aware that he regularly used banned substances. A toxicological examination was conducted, which confirmed that at the time of the crime, he was in a state of severe intoxication from illegal substances, apparently using them to suppress feelings of fear or, conversely, falling into paranoid delirium due to their use, which ultimately led him to take up arms. Unfortunately, it was not possible to reliably ascertain the motive for the attack since there was no suicide note in the house. Consequently, the detectives delved deeper into matters related to the restraining order. Now, they needed to understand what could have made David harbor such intense hatred for his neighbors, who appeared to be a nice, harmless couple. It was found that David Johnson had encountered further legal troubles. The police raided his house and discovered several bushes of illegal plants. He had converted his basement into a makeshift garden for growing marijuana. Following this incident, he began experiencing more problems with the law. The police sought to determine whether these issues could be connected to the double murder, so they interviewed David's closest associates. Several friends, including individuals connected to the criminal world, provided a crucial insight. David blamed his neighbors for reporting him to law enforcement. There was no reason to accept this claim, as Julie and her husband had never visited his house to see the illegal plants. However, David was convinced that the Hernlands had instigated his troubles. Detectives investigated this statement, leading to a search at his address. However, the findings did not corroborate David's assumptions. The Hernlands were truly uninvolved. The caller was someone else entirely, and the plants that had been discovered in David's home were found purely by accident. No one was actively seeking to find them. In November 2004, a report was received by the police regarding a burglary at a neighboring house. David was investigated since he had previously had legal issues. They merely wanted to check his involvement. During a search of his residence, illegal plants and steroids were discovered accidentally. It seemed David was not making much effort to hide them, and one of the officers simply caught a distinct smell. David's hatred and suspicion towards Aeneas and Julie were entirely unfounded. However, this erroneous belief became the catalyst for a future tragedy. Due to his delusions, David developed a deep-seated animosity towards they, rendering him fixated on seeking revenge. That is why he began threatening Aeneas and Julie. David did not articulate a coherent reason for his animosity. Instead, he began to harass the neighbors. He repeatedly approached Aeneas and Julie on the street, accusing them of stalking him, a claim that bewildered they, as they were not persecuting him. Although they had genuine concerns regarding his potential ties to crime and banned substance use, they chose not to involve the police, believing it was none of their business. Julie often spoke to her friends and family about David's odd behavior. As the tragedy approached, these conversations became increasingly frequent. Julie felt immense pressure and fear. By December 2004, she began documenting all the incidents in her diary, noting the date, time, and detailed descriptions of her neighbors' behavior. By January of the following year, these threats had escalated to a continuous pattern, causing serious concern for the Hernland family. David began to appear near the Hernland family's home with increasing frequency, despite the fact that it was situated in a dead-end street, and he had no legitimate reason to be there. His actions grew more intrusive and frightened the Hernland family, leading to dozens of entries detailing his disturbing behavior. Julie regarded these as strong evidence that would convince a judge of David's dangerousness and justify her request for a restraining order. They had exhausted their patience and were genuinely frightened, prompting Julie to turn to the courts. Unfortunately for them, the judge presiding over the case rejected the motion, concluding that no violence had occurred on David's part. He had not physically attacked them but limited himself to verbal threats. It was impossible to prove the fact of persecution based on the accusations and evidence provided. Julie returned home empty-handed, without a restraining order. Only the sheriff did not stand aside. He spoke to David, warning that if he did not back down, Hernland's repeated statements could lead to something more serious. The refusal to issue a restraining order caused real despair for Julie. She was considering changing her place of residence, but that would take time. She turned to her friend Michelle on the very day she learned of the verdict. Julie was so frightened by her neighbor's behavior that she told Michelle that if something happened to her, only David could be to blame. Her friend tried to calm her down in every possible way, but her words proved to be prophetic. She had only a week left to live, as did her husband. David was notified of the neighbor's attempts to obtain a restraining order, which only confirmed his delusion that they held a grudge against him and wanted to put him behind bars. Probably from that moment on, a murder plan began to form in his mind, which he later executed. During a press conference, the sheriff confirmed that the neighbors' conflict had indeed taken place. Tensions were rising, however, no one expected David to take up arms. There were no obvious prerequisites or serious quarrels, so everything died down until that fateful night. The authorities concluded that an unfortunate combination of circumstances, abuse of a prohibited drug, and emotional stress had driven David to madness. Once again, having used the prohibited drug, he decided to eliminate the people he considered a threat to his freedom. Fortunately, he did not intend to kill the child, but perhaps he simply forgot about her presence in the house. He left quickly and did not come face to face with Tia. It is difficult to say how this tragedy would have ended if the 5-year-old girl had immediately left her room upon waking up just a few minutes after the shots were fired. Upon returning home, David sobered up a little and likely realized the full gravity of the crime he had committed. Perhaps he was afraid that the police, who arrived in response to the call, would find him, leading him to decide to take his own life. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, David lost control of his emotions and attacked himself in the head. It all seemed like a monstrous act of cruelty fueled by the delusions and addictions of a criminal. The killer was found, and the case was closed. However, this was just the beginning for Tia, a brave little girl who witnessed her parents being attacked but did not lose her composure and called for help. In the wake of the tragedy and the helplessness of the judicial system, the public revolted. Citizens across the nation learned about this terrible incident that could have been prevented and once again questioned the effectiveness of the protection system and the authorities' powerlessness. Numerous proposals emerged to improve the system, emphasizing a need for stricter punishments. Even the fact that the criminal had voluntarily taken his own life and no longer posed a threat to society did not soothe the local population. People began to doubt the effectiveness of the laws. Concerned citizens and lawyers joined in. Journalists eagerly fanned the flames of the controversy. Many experts participated in discussions about what happened, but these conversations did not lead to any concrete actions. The fate of Tia became a pressing issue. People worried about what would happen to her next, and many offered to take her into their families. Tia found solace among relatives. After the tragedy and her communication with the authorities, she was taken in by her grandparents, who lived in Central Florida. She received words of support from the entire local community and became a sort of celebrity despite her young age. People did not want to limit themselves to just words, understanding that Tia might face financial difficulties in the future. Without parental support, her elderly grandparents could no longer provide everything she needed, especially in education. Although her relatives did not ask for financial assistance, compassionate individuals took the initiative to create a trust fund in her name. The extensive media coverage of this tragedy helped attract attention and gather much-needed resources. Furthermore, Tia would be able to receive funds upon reaching adulthood. However, even this was not what allowed Tia to survive the loss of her loved ones. It was her strength of character. Now an adult, Tia sincerely believes that her resilience was possible only thanks to the efforts of her mother and father. She recalled that terrible night very well, as it caused her significant psychological trauma. During their short lives, her parents instilled in her a sense of purpose and a strong character that she managed to demonstrate even at such a young age. This influenced her entire life. Having overcome early difficulties, Tia focused on her studies. During her school years, Tia became a local celebrity but remained modest and did not abuse her popularity. She was interested not only in sports but also in painting and music, which highlighted her creative nature. Moreover, Tia concentrated on academic success, as she dreamed of fulfilling her mother's ambition of becoming a lawyer and helping others. All her teachers spoke of her as a promising child with a great future. School psychologists also worked with her and paid her a little more attention than other children, which was understandable. The transitional period caused the greatest concern, as the traumas she experienced in childhood could manifest in unpredictable ways. But even during this time, Tia remained focused on her studies. She drew and played the guitar. Instead of becoming an unpredictable rebel, she found a new direction and began to help her community. Gradually, her efforts grew into volunteer activities. Tia was very grateful to those who supported her after the tragic loss of her family. Now Tia is 25 years old. She has received a college education and volunteers for several large charities. For these purposes, Tia has begun using social media. Instead of promoting herself, she focuses on supporting others. She shares advice with people who have experienced serious tragedies, helping them cope. She has become an example of courage and selflessness for many, wanting to thank society for its help. She frequently shares her story to exemplify resilience, proving that any difficulties can be overcome. Currently, Tia is quite private and avoids unnecessary attention. In her youth, she attracted media interest, participated in interviews, and often served as an example of the strength of spirit that a person can show. Now, however, she values confidentiality, aware that excessive attention can attract unwanted people into her life. Tia is now a young woman who plans to start a family of her own and hopes to avoid meeting people like David Johnson. Danger can sometimes be much closer than we think. Today's story will tell you how even the most ordinary events can turn into a real nightmare for someone. Cheese in a mousetrap can be either free but, on the contrary, too expensive. In any case, before accepting such gifts of fate, you should be careful about who gives them and whether it will cost you your life. The city of New Orleans, Louisiana, USA, was full of dark stories, including slavery and torture. Despite the fact that we seem to live in a civilized world, echoes of horrific events are still heard in New Orleans, occasionally adding to the town's ominous reputation. Today's story took place in this mysterious place. Jaron Lockhart was born on February 28, 1989. She had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. The Lockharts were not happy. Their parents had no formal education, which made employment and earnings difficult. They constantly suffered from financial hardships and struggled even to feed their large household. From an early age, their children faced poverty. They could not afford anything. After nearly a decade of such a life, the family caught the attention of Child Protective Services. It seemed that this could help change their situation for the better, but in reality, the mother managed to retain her rights to her children. Unfortunately, life for their children did not improve. They continued to live in dire need. Naturally, the struggle for survival was unsatisfactory for them, but they had little choice. Against this backdrop, from a very early age, Jaron sought ways to start earning money. She was determined and wanted to take her salvation from the margins into her own hands. She succeeded. At the age of 18, she found a small apartment on the outskirts that she could afford while working part-time. Despite still being a teenager, Jaron began to solve adult problems. She got a job and started to provide for herself, managing this even better than her parents. While she still faced typical teenage challenges, she did not want to drop out of school. She aimed to earn her diploma, then go to college, obtain a higher education, and continue building a career. She was particularly interested in the beauty industry. Jaron's schedule was very busy, but she found time for her creative aspirations. She enjoyed drawing, poetry, and literature. She also wrote poems as a way of self-expression. This creativity helped her cope with the surrounding reality, and she was known for her bright personality. Jaron had a knack for emphasizing her style through clothing and makeup, especially in creating vibrant looks. By the age of 18, Jaren met a guy named Jeremy Foster. According to her, it was love at first sight. They began a relationship that developed over several years. Those who were well acquainted with them described them as a sincere couple with a promising future. They were very active, positive, and complemented each other well. When Jaren found out that she was pregnant and expecting a girl, she had already chosen the name Riley and Lockhart. She was thrilled at the chance to become a mother, having always dreamed of a large family. However, during this time, fears related to her past reemerged. She worried that she wouldn't be able to provide for her child, create financial stability, or can't prevent her child from experiencing the same beggarly existence that she had known. Jaren was not accustomed to relying on others, so she didn't allow Jeremy to take care of all the financial matters. Memories of her difficult childhood weighed heavily on her, leading to constant tension. While pregnant, she resolved to secure a better future for herself and her child. Jaren planned to obtain her cosmetology diploma in 2012. She successfully completed the program and acquired a license to practice privately. Unfortunately, the niche was overcrowded, so breaking through to a noticeable level required hard work, but this did not scare her. At that time, she worked as a bartender at a nearby club, and in her free time, she started getting some beauty orders. As an employee of the establishment, she mainly relied on tips. However, this was not a stable enough source of income. When Jaren didn't earn enough, she usually had the option to make extra money by dancing at another club in the evenings. She frequently worked part-time as a dancer, a situation that persisted until the changes associated with her pregnancy became apparent. Finally, Riley was born, and Jaren's activities in cosmetology stalled. At first, it was difficult for her to devote time to her development. She had not a single free minute. Everything was spent on Jeremy and Riley. During this period, Jaren wanted to find stability, even considered moving to a motel with her boyfriend and baby to reduce rent expenses and pay the bills. And quickly got herself back in shape to found herself at the pool again. In fact, she did not enjoy this activity but felt forced to do it to avoid financial problems, which still frightened her. Despite the negativity, dancing helped. She rarely faced difficulties. She could provide for herself and her child, paying for housing without needing help from her parents. She often had to dance at night. This repetitive cycle continued until June 6, 2012. It was a Wednesday. Jaren was getting ready for another extra job. Months earlier, she had been unable to pay the full rent, resulting in arrears. As fate would have it, she didn't have time to cover them before the next payment was due. After working a day at the bar, she decided to go dancing that evening. Jaren was preparing for work by 7 p.m., and her shift ended around 2 a.m. usually. On such nights, she would return home quietly, go to bed so as not to wake Jeremy and her daughter. However, that day was different. On the morning of June 7th, when Jeremy woke up, he immediately noticed that his partner was not nearby. He began to worry, as this was unusual for Jaren. He tried to call her mobile phone but was alarmed to find it turned off. This increased his anxiety, prompting him to call all his friends, relatives, and acquaintances whose numbers he knew. He reached out for help. The men went together to the club where Jaren had been dancing the night before. However, due to club regulations, the administration was prohibited from disclosing information about their employees. This confidentiality, meant to protect the dancers, cruelly hindered the family from discovering whether she had been at work that night. Ultimately, they contacted the local sheriff's department. Unfortunately, the police response was sluggish, and active measures were only taken the next day. Even then, it was of little help, as no information about Jaren emerged in the following days. The police worked with a lack of enthusiasm, knowing that a striptease dancer had gone missing, which they equated to that of a call girl. It was difficult to convince them that she was a young mother and a decent woman. Around 5:30 p.m. on June 8th, the children were walking on one of the beaches of the Gulf of Mexico, Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, during low tide. Part of the coast was exposed, and the teenagers spotted a suspicious object at the very edge of the water. When they approached and looked closer, they realized with horror that it was a human torso. The children ran away from the scene and informed the adults, who immediately called the police. Officers found part of a woman's body on the beach, leading to immediate difficulties with identification. However, tattoos and piercings were visible, which should have simplified the process. Unfortunately, at first, no connection was made between the discovered body and Jaren's disappearance. After several days of comparisons, law enforcement finally paid attention to Jaren's disappearance report. Her bright appearance stood out from the others. The tattoos found on the body matched the descriptions provided by Jaren's relatives, who affirmed that they resembled those Jaren had. Despite no documents being found nearby, the police began reviewing all reports of missing persons in the area. When they contacted the Lockhart family, the police took detailed descriptions of Jaren's piercings, tattoos, even small scars and birthmarks. However, due to the long stay in the water, the paint had faded and spread significantly, and this method did not provide a 100% probability of identification. It was decided to conduct DNA testing, which allowed for the identification of the victim as a close relative of the Lockhart family. In the following days, several items of clothing washed up on the coast that relatives recognized as belonging to Jaren. Now, there were questions about the classification of the incident and efforts to establish the exact cause of death. Due to the absence of all body parts, this task proved to be impossible. The forensic expert analyzed the available remains and assumed that the girl died because of a deep cut on her chest, which resembled a knife wound. At the same time, the circumstances of her death remained unclear. One theory proposed that she could have drowned and then ended up under the propellers of a ship passing by. Overall, the police persistently tried to connect the death with water and classify it as an accident to quickly close the case. Fortunately, pressure from relatives prevented the investigation from being stalled. To fully state the cause of death and the circumstances surrounding it, it was necessary to find all body parts. Later, 2 legs and the head were found on the coast. Presumably, the body had been dismembered to make identification difficult. This opinion was confirmed after investigators discovered that areas of skin on the body, where tattoos had also been removed. The forensic expert was unable to find any foreign DNA samples. All traces of the crime had naturally been washed away by the water. A toxicological examination showed the presence of a small amount of alcohol in the blood. However, the concentration was insufficient to cause her death. That's where the information ended. No matter how thoroughly they searched the coast, no other remains could be found. Law enforcement officers continued the investigation in hopes of obtaining more information and finally decided to reconstruct the last day of Jaren's life. They focused on the evening when she went to the club for her next work shift. Her relatives provided a detailed account of her movements up until she left for work. They reported that what happened afterward remained a mystery, as the club administration refused to provide any information regarding Jaren. It was unclear whether she had even shown up that night. When the police arrived at the club, they were met with the same cold reception as the Lockhart family, possibly even worse, because such establishments traditionally do not welcome the attention of the authorities. This could significantly complicate their task. However, at the request of the police and with a warrant in hand, the administration eventually provided information as well as access to video surveillance recordings. It was determined that Jaren did indeed arrive for her shift at around 7 p.m. and, as usual, she worked the evening without any incidents, leaving at approximately 2 a.m. There was nothing unusual in her behavior, except for one small detail. That night, she left the club not alone. The video revealed that Jaren was accompanied by a young athletic man and a woman. When the police contacted the club employees and administration again, no one could definitively identify the individuals seen in the video surveillance recording, or perhaps they simply didn't know them. The dancers also failed to provide any valuable information. In fact, some refused to talk to the police over the weekend, leaving the possibility for further assistance open. The police had no choice but to print out photographs of the individuals who accompanied Jaren. These 2 were probably the last ones to see her alive and might have known something or been involved in her death. Unfortunately, the photos did not clearly show the faces of the individuals. However, they did give an idea of what the probable criminals were wearing. It was also possible to note what Jaren had with them, which provided valuable clues. Still, the lack of names and an approximate direction for the search was complicated by the fact that, similar to other cases, a gang of killers specializing in strippers was operating in the city. Some dancers were even afraid to go to work. Detectives continued to question the girls in the hope that at least someone would recognize the couple in the photo. Investigators decided to take advantage of the excitement among the strippers to encourage them to talk, but they genuinely had no information. Finally, on one day, detectives met with one of the dancers who had also worked at the club on the night of Jaren's disappearance. She remembered the couple from the photo, as both had approached her that evening. The young man offered her the opportunity to take part in a private party being organized at a house outside the city for a tidy sum. He said that there would be a bachelor party at a friend's house and that they needed a dancer for the whole evening. It sounded legitimate. People often approached the club with similar offers. However, this time, everyone they approached rejected the offers for work, particularly since they were offering a substantial amount of money, which was unusual even for a whole night of dancing. Of course, the club employees assumed that they wanted something more than just dancing on the pole, but the couple rejected these assumptions. Regardless, none of the dancers agreed to take the offer. Despite the detailed description and additional information, none of the girls had more precise data to identify the suspicious couple. The investigation was at a standstill. Finally, another girl, also a club worker, went to the police station and identified the individuals in the photo as 40-year-old Terry Speaks and his 28-year-old wife, Margaret Sanchez. The police immediately found their addresses and detained them. While the suspects spoke to the investigators, the police began questioning their neighbors. The man living across the street provided valuable clues to the investigation. He reported that the morning after Jaren's disappearance, he had seen Terry leaving the house with several large black bags. The witness noted that it was obvious Terry was struggling, despite being a strong man. He refused the neighbor's offer of help, but that was not what alarmed the neighbor. He noted that the bags had a suspicious smell. As Terry walked past, a strong odor of cleaning products hit his nose, which seemed alarming. When asked what was in the bags, Terry rudely refused to explain and continued loading them into his car. Detectives quickly discovered that Margaret was a rather strange woman with specific aesthetic tastes. She dressed extravagantly, which seemed unusual. She was attractive, athletic, yet her behavior did not align with her appearance. While communicating, she seemed somewhat socially awkward and often avoided contact with others. Sometimes, she would even shy away from someone who simply said hello or wished her a good day. When acquaintances of they were asked about Terry, they provided even more alarming information, with most considering him to be genuinely dangerous due to his past outbursts of aggression. Immediately, locals informed the police that they had heard Terry was wanted for indecent liberties. This information seemed odd because, although several people knew about it, no one had contacted the police to report him. When Terry was checked in the database, it turned out he was indeed wanted in North Carolina for a series of violent crimes, the most serious of which involved the assault of a minor. He argued in court that it was consensual but claimed the victim later changed her story out of spite. The victim insisted that Terry had threatened to kill her if she resisted. In the end, he received a short sentence for assault but was quickly released. Now, he was on probation, which he repeatedly violated, prompting him to flee to another state to avoid incarceration. While analyzing the personalities of Terry and Margaret, the police learned that Margaret worked as a dancer in several clubs, including the one where Jaren worked. On June 6th, both Jaren and Margaret were scheduled for the night shift, and her husband came in as a client. Terry and Margaret had been inseparable since they met in 2009. As it turned out, she and Jaren occasionally crossed paths at the club, eventually becoming colleagues and friends. At that point, the police aimed to investigate whether Margaret could lure Jaren into a trap. The most valuable clue the police had at that time was information about Terry's car, in which he loaded the suspicious bags before driving away. The police were able to track his movements using video cameras and managed to record him at several locations around the city. They identified several spots where Terry disposed of suspicious bags, leading them to conclude that he was likely scattering the remains of his victim to make it harder to find her. This premise was the most plausible assumption made by the investigators. This information was sufficient to detain both suspects until the circumstances were clarified, and they were held in custody since Terry posed a high flight risk. Unfortunately, their arrest was not enough to prompt the suspects to talk. They stubbornly remained silent. However, the police had another trump card, a warrant to search their home. Margaret and Terry were detained fairly quickly, generating hope that they couldn't manage to destroy the evidence. This was crucial since all the evidence detectives currently had was circumstantial. Fortunately, a real jackpot awaited the police at Terry and Margaret's house. There were hundreds of emails on their computers, in which they discussed in detail the events of that fateful night. It all started with a discussion of the murder and ended with the spouses literally threatening each other, apparently both afraid and mistrustful of one another, fearing that the other would set them up. Ultimately, it was this correspondence that implicated them the most. The detectives decided to employ a trick. They wanted to show Margaret and Terry's letters separately, without revealing that everything had already been read, as if they were looking at the phones for the first time. It was worth opening the messenger in front of Terry and Margaret, as they began to accuse each other. This was the main goal of the police. The investigators executed this trick well, and it was evident that the primary suspects were indeed detained correctly. However, the situation changed little as it was impossible to obtain a confession. Margaret and Terry simply shifted responsibility onto one another, leaving the motive for the massacre unclear. Nonetheless, it was likely an abuse assault since Terry and Margaret initially wanted to convince several other girls to join them at a mansion outside the city, indicating that the specific victim may not have been important to them. This hints at the fact that the $1,000 offered for the bachelor party could have resolved urgent financial issues that Jaren was desperately trying to address. Probably, this was a decisive factor in agreeing to go to the party. Additionally, Margaret could have persuaded Jaren, as she was someone Jaren trusted. When Jaren ended up in Terry's house, it seems he wanted more than just a dance. A conflict arose between them that led to death. Continuing to investigate the flow of information, the police confirmed that no bachelor party. This was an obvious lie. Judging by the correspondence of Margaret and Terry, this attack had been planned for several months. It turned out that at the end of May, they began plotting a bloody massacre and even visited the locations where Terry later disposed of the bags containing remains. They scouted the area, taking pictures that were later deleted. Nevertheless, the police managed to restore and reveal the bloody plan of this deranged couple. Direct evidence of Margaret's involvement in the murder was not found within the house. However, a metal container was discovered in which something had obviously been burned recently. The police examined the area but were unable to recover the contents, as the investigation believed the criminals had disposed of some evidence and simply did not have time to get rid of the rest. However, even the correspondence was enough for the jury, as the few messages very eloquently described what had happened. In 2015, Terry was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for premeditated murder, concealing evidence of a crime, in desecrating remains. The situation with his wife turned out to be more complicated. However, a decision was made that resulted in Margaret Sanchez receiving a 40-year sentence for obstruction of justice and another 40 years for manslaughter. The sentences would be served consecutively, amounting to 80 years. Margaret and Terry never confessed during the trial. They showed no remorse or regret. Margaret refused to provide any comments to justify her actions or explain her motives. Consequently, it was not possible to accurately reconstruct the chronology of events. In narrow circles of popular theories, there were rumors about Margaret and Terry's involvement in the occult, their planning of ritual murders in a satanic style. They allegedly planned to kill several girls. Fortunately, they were stopped and can no longer harm anyone. At first, building a business together seems ideal. There's trust, less risk of betrayal, and profits stay within the family. However, what happens when a small venture rapidly expands into a multi-million or multi-billion-dollar empire? The case of Andreen was complicated and unsettling. She went missing from her own home, and few believed she was still alive. However, without a body or strong evidence against the suspect, the investigation stalled. Months went by with no progress. The suspect seemed likely to go free. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a local rancher made a shocking discovery that changed everything. Andreen McDonald, born Anderson, was born on September 23, 1989, in Port Antonio, Portland, Jamaica. Her parents were Jamaicans who immigrated to the United States. She is the second of 3 daughters. Known for her friendly nature, charm, and good looks, Andreen had many friends and received a lot of admiration. While in high school, Andreen formed a close friendship with Andre McDonald. Andre was also born and raised in Jamaica. He was the only child of Marina and Everton McDonald. His parents eventually separated while Andre was still in school, and his father moved to the United States, where he remarried another woman. In the early 2000s, Andre moved to Florida to live with his father. He attended the International Technical University and earned an engineering degree. Instead of following a career in engineering, he chose to enter the military, signing a contract and serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. Throughout his military service, Andre and Andreen maintained regular contact through calls, messages, and visits whenever he returned to Jamaica to see his mother. Their relationship deepened over time, evolving into a meaningful, long-term partnership, and they realized they couldn't imagine life without each other. After graduating high school, Andreen moved to the United States to be with Andre. About a year later, they had a small wedding with only their closest family and friends. Shortly after their marriage, Andre was transferred from sunny Florida to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. He quickly began planning for their future, and Andreen enrolled at the University of Texas to pursue a degree in economics. In 2013, they welcomed their daughter. Around the same time, they started a business by opening their first. The assisted living is called Starlight Homes. The venture quickly gained popularity, leading them to open a second facility in another city soon after. Within a few years, their network of assisted living was generating substantial income. While Andre continued his military career and traveled frequently for work, Andreen took charge of managing their multi-million-dollar business's daily operations. They purchased a beautiful home with a pool in an upscale neighborhood in Behar County, owned several luxury vehicles, and planned to expand their business into nearby states. In 2016, after her father's passing, Andreen brought her mother from Jamaica to live with them. Her mother helped around the house and cared for their daughter when both parents were busy. A few years later, they bought her a small, comfortable house nearby and gifted her a personal vehicle. In early 2019, 37-year-old Andre, a major in the U.S. Air Force, chose to move to the reserves. He wanted to stay in San Antonio to spend more time with his family and get more involved in their flourishing business, easing the workload for his wife, Andreen. Their company, which consisted of a network of assisted living facilities, was thriving and had grown across the state to be worth nearly $1 billion. From the outside, the McDonald family seemed to have it all: success, wealth, a bright daughter, and a successful business. However, beneath this facade of prosperity, tensions were starting to rise, issues unknown to most people. On Friday, March 1, 2019, 29-year-old Andreen did not show up for work, and her phone was turned off. This was very unusual for her. Concerned, her assistant and close friend, Carol, reached out multiple times but couldn't get in touch. Eventually, Carol and 2 colleagues decided to visit the McDonald home to check on Andreen. After knocking for a long time without an answer, Carol refused to leave and began walking around the house to investigate. In the backyard, she discovered something troubling: a charred spot with a zipper partially sticking out of the ashes, suggesting someone had been burning clothes. But who would do such a thing, and why? Nothing else appeared suspicious from the outside. When Carol pulled on the back door and found it unlocked, she stepped inside cautiously. She called out for Andreen and Andre but got no response. The house was eerily quiet, as if they had just stepped out. In the bathroom, she spotted odd streaks on the light switch that appeared to be dried blood, along with dark stains on the floor that raised alarm bells. Carol recorded her observations on her phone and contacted the local authorities to report her findings. Officers arrived quickly and began searching the home. Their discoveries heightened the concerns. The carpet in the master bedroom had been scrubbed with a strong industrial cleaner, leaving a lingering chemical smell. There were faint blood spots on the floor and a smear on the doorframe. Detectives thought this could be the scene of a serious crime, but the minimal blood left some hope that Andrine might be alive. Andre was unreachable by phone, and his location was unknown. Initially, the whereabouts of their daughter were also uncertain, but authorities soon confirmed she was safe at her paternal grandmother's house. All three of McDonald's vehicles were present, two were parked outside and the third, a Chevrolet Malibu, was in the garage. The car caught the officer's attention because it was covered in dust, indicating it had likely been on dirt roads recently, with small gravel stuck in the tires. Although there were no clear signs of damage or blood, the state of the car raised suspicions. While investigators were still inspecting the house, the homeowner, Andre, suddenly appeared at the front door. He appeared anxious and confused about the police presence on his property. When questioned about his whereabouts and what had happened, Andre stated that he had spent the night looking for his wife. He mentioned several hospitals he had visited to check if Andrine had been admitted. A follow-up confirmed that Andre had indeed gone to those hospitals. Additionally, at one of the hospitals, when the staff mentioned that someone with the last name McDonald had been checked in, Andre reportedly turned pale, stepped back, and quickly left without realizing it was just another person with the same last name. From the beginning, Andre's actions raised red flags. The officers decided to question him to hear his side of the story. Andre explained that he and Andrine had a domestic argument, so he left the house to calm down. When he came back, she was not there. He mentioned that he tried calling her multiple times, and when she didn't answer, he took their daughter to his mother's house and kept looking for Andrine. It was hard to track his movements because his phone had been turned off since the night before and stayed off until he returned. When the officers asked why his phone was off, Andre changed his demeanor and said he wouldn't answer any more questions without a lawyer. At that point, investigators realized something was off. However, without strong evidence, they had to release him after the first interview. He was given a travel restriction order and placed under discreet surveillance at his home. It was later revealed that on the same day Andrine went missing, he had made several concerning purchases at different hardware stores. He paid in cash for items such as a shovel, large heavy-duty trash bags, a small hatchet, work gloves, duct tape, and fire starter fluid. Andre seemed to be trying to leave no trace by keeping his phone off and not using a credit card. Nevertheless, law enforcement tracked him down using security camera footage from those stores. Meanwhile, forensic testing confirmed that the blood found at the home belonged to Andrine. As suspicions intensified, the police decided to detain Andre for further questioning and obtained a warrant to conduct a comprehensive search of his home, including the seizure and examination of all digital devices. During a brief period when he went missing, Andre returned home but left almost immediately, unaware that officers were tracking him. He stopped at a gun shop, where he bought a large caliber handgun and a substantial amount of ammunition, paying in cash. Strangely, after completing the purchase, he turned and walked out of the store, leaving the firearm and ammunition on the counter. His demeanor appeared disconnected, his eyes were vacant, and his movements erratic, suggesting a loss of touch with reality. However, experienced officers suspected this behavior was an act, possibly a prelude to a future defense claiming mental instability. Andre was arrested as he exited the store, and he did not resist. Formal charges were filed against him. During a physical examination, investigators discovered fresh scratches on his hands and forearms, which appeared to be fingernail marks. Although Andre could not provide a clear explanation for these injuries, those present recognized the likely cause, a struggle. Nearly 48 hours had passed since Andrine was last seen. The increasing circumstantial evidence made it hard to believe she might still be alive. A large-scale search effort was launched, involving law enforcement, volunteers, and hundreds of concerned citizens. Teams searched the areas around San Antonio, particularly the rural parts of Behar County, hoping to find clues to advance the investigation. Sadly, they found nothing useful, neither in the fields, wooded areas, nor urban zones. Even a thorough examination of the digital devices taken from the home, including a phone and tablet, did not produce any promising leads. However, when investigators conducted a second, more thorough search of the vehicles and garage, the case changed dramatically. They found newly purchased tools and supplies that matched items Andre had bought at several hardware stores. Then, in the trunk of Andre's Porsche Macan, they discovered a shovel wrapped in plastic. The shovel had strange dark stains on it and several long strands of hair attached to it. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood and tissue on the shovel matched Andrine's DNA. The hair strands were also hers. However, the handle had been wiped clean of fingerprints. When questioned, Andre claimed he had never seen the shovel before and suggested that someone must have planted it in his car. Despite the growing evidence against him, Andre posted bail, set at $2 million, which he paid immediately, allowing for his swift release. Once home, he did not join the ongoing search for Andrine. He maintained his story that they had an argument, he left to calm down, and when he returned, Andrine was missing. Andre claimed he tried to contact her afterwards, sending both voice and text messages. Some of these messages, which were found on his phone, contained emotional appeals, telling her their daughter was crying and urging her to come home. All of these messages were sent around midnight, after which his phone was turned off again. As the investigation into her disappearance continued without any leads, detectives decided to look into the McDonald family's background. They quickly discovered that their seemingly perfect relationship was misleading. In reality, their marriage was under significant strain for quite some time. Although they had built a successful business together that was growing rapidly and generating good income, most daily operations were handled by Andrine, especially while Andre was serving in the military. During Andre's 6-month deployment in Alabama in 2016, their emotional distance increased. Just before he was scheduled to return home, Andrine messaged him suggesting that they should go their separate ways and that he didn't need to come back. When Andre returned, he found out that while he was away, Andrine had begun a relationship with other man, Aubin Hall, whom she had known since her childhood in Jamaica, also her ex-lover. She even has a tattoo on her arm that is the letter A, the first letter of Aubin's name, which she says was a mistake of her youth. Aubin and Andrine reconnected during one of Andrine's visits to Jamaica, leading to a rekindling of their relationship. He started visiting her in Texas, and they decided they wanted to be together, prompting Andrine to file for divorce. Under Texas law, Andrine and Andre were required to divide their assets and business equally, which caused significant disagreement between them. Andrine felt entitled to a larger share because she managed the operations, while Andre argued that everything belonged to him since he had funded the initial startup. About 6 months later, the divorce proceedings were put on hold as they appeared to have reconciled, deciding to give their marriage another chance for the sake of their young daughter. However, despite this outward appearance of stability, underlying tensions remained. Andre had consistently opposed Andrine's trips back to Jamaica because he knew she would meet her former lover, leading to ongoing conflict between them, but Andrine continued to make her own decisions. Carol, Andrine's closest friend and the first to alert authorities after Andrine's disappearance, described Andre as controlling, manipulative. He believed that the business, their home, and even Andrine herself were his possessions, citing that he had brought her to the U.S., helped her gain citizenship, paid for her college education, and financed their first assisted living. Shortly before she went missing, Andrine confided in Carol, saying, "If anything ever happens to her, just know it was Andre." Just 2 weeks before Andrine disappeared, Andre found out that she had secretly registered a new company in her name and moved part of their shared assets into it. This discovery likely felt like a betrayal and may have contributed to the tensions between them. On July 11, 2019, 4.5 months after Andrine went missing, a local farmer named Clifton Clavin was walking on his property on the outskirts of San Antonio. Since the land was only partially cultivated, some areas had become overgrown. While surveying the grounds for future maintenance, Clifton noticed a strong, unpleasant smell that seemed to be related to decomposition. Assuming it was the scent of a dead animal, he followed it, intending to bury or remove whatever he found. In the tall grass, he first saw a skull and some bones that looked like they belonged to a cow. However, under some scattered branches, he discovered the real source of the odor, a nearly fully decomposed human body. Clifton immediately contacted the police. The remains were recovered and sent to a lab for analysis. The body was found unclothed, and while it was confirmed to be a woman, investigators could determine little else initially. Given the circumstances, many suspected that this was Andreen MacDonald, and DNA testing later confirmed those suspicions. The medical examiner was unable to determine a clear cause of death due to the advanced decomposition of the body. However, pathologists found injuries including trauma to the jawbone and a fracture at the base of the skull, which matched the type of harm that could be caused by the hammer found in Andre's car. Additionally, much of her hair was missing, which was initially alarming. When the examiners observed partial burns on her right hand, they deduced that someone had tried to burn the body, probably to destroy evidence. As a result of these findings, Andre was officially charged with the crime and taken back into custody. The area where the remains were discovered had been searched several times by law enforcement and volunteers, but the exact location was on private property, behind a fence about 60 feet from the road, making it inaccessible without a warrant. This is why it had not been investigated earlier. When Andre learned that Andreen's remains were found and that evidence indicated she had suffered blunt force trauma, he changed his approach. He informed investigators that he was willing to share everything in exchange for a lighter sentence. After talking with his attorney, Andre presented a revised version of events, painting himself as a victim. He mentioned his wife's infidelity, her attempts to take over their business with her new partner, and his fear that she would take their daughter from him during a divorce. Andre reported that Andreen had recently mentioned ending their marriage again and had allegedly threatened to leave him without anything and take their daughter with her. That evening, they had a heated argument. Andre claimed that Andreen grew aggressive and started hitting him, which led him to defend himself. During the struggle, he said she got a minor cut. Andre admitted to pushing her, causing her to fall, and he then kicked her several times and stepped on her chest to keep her from getting back up. When he heard footsteps in the hallway and his daughter calling for her mom, he panicked. He quickly left the room before the girl could come inside, picked her up, took her back to her room, and told her that her mom would come to check on her later. Andre maintained that when he left the room, Andreen was still alive, lying on the floor with only a slight injury. However, when he returned, she was in the same position but unresponsive. He believed that he might have unintentionally contributed to a fatal outcome by applying too much pressure on her chest during the struggle. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Andre began to panic. He took off Andreen's clothes and burned them in his backyard. He then moved her body outside the city, leaving it on private property behind a fence near the remains of a cow. Later, he went home and sent many texts to Andreen's phone, begging her to return, hoping to make it look like she had simply left after a disagreement. Following that, he woke his daughter and took her to his mother's house, asking her to care for her granddaughter while he searched for his missing wife. To further support his story, he visited several hospitals, pretending to look for Andreen. He nearly fainted upon hearing that a woman with the same last name had been admitted to one of the hospitals. By the time the police brought him in for questioning the next morning, they still lacked strong evidence against him, so he was released. After being freed, Andre began to seriously consider ways to ensure the body would never be discovered. He even thought about dismembering and burning it, then scattering the remains in different locations. To do this, he purchased a hatchet, a shovel, fire starter fluid, and heavy-duty plastic bags. The following day, he returned to the location where he had left Andreen. However, when it was time to execute his plan, he could not go through with it. Instead, he poured flammable liquid on her body and attempted to light a fire, but it quickly went out, only burning her hair and partially charring one of her hands. Andre later described the failure as leaving him in a state of utter despair. In a moment of anger, he grabbed an old hammer from his car and struck the body several times before regaining his composure and stopping. He then covered the remains with branches and cow bones. When asked why he visited a gun store, purchased a pistol and ammunition, and then left the items at the counter, Andre stated he couldn't explain his actions. He mentioned that his thoughts were muddled, he hadn't slept for almost 2 days, and he wasn't thinking clearly. The trial faced significant delays, with hearings only commencing in January 2023. The defense team aimed to present Andre as a victim of his circumstances. His lawyers argued that Andrine and her boyfriend were allegedly conspiring to eliminate Andre from their lives to avoid splitting their assets during the divorce. Andre MacDonald provided a detailed account of what happened to his wife, but the condition of her body made it impossible to verify his claims. Forensic experts could not determine her exact cause of death or whether her injuries occurred while she was alive or if, as Andre alleged, he hit her with a hammer after she died. What was evident, however, is that for 5 months, Andre stayed silent, trying to conceal the crime and evade responsibility. In February 2023, many were shocked when Andre was acquitted of first-degree murder charges. Instead, the jury convicted him of manslaughter and evidence tampering, resulting in a 25-year prison sentence with the possibility of parole after 15 years. His daughter was awarded to her maternal grandmother. The tragic saga of Andrine MacDonald reveals the fragility of trust and the devastating consequences when hidden tensions erupt within a seemingly idyllic life. What began as a shared dream of building a family and a multi-million-dollar empire ended in betrayal, violence, and loss. Andre MacDonald's conviction for manslaughter and evidence tampering in February 2023, carrying a 25-year sentence, brought partial justice but left lingering questions about the truth behind Andrine's death. As their daughter finds solace with her maternal grandmother, the MacDonald case stands as a stark reminder that even the most prosperous facades can conceal deadly secrets, urging us to confront conflicts before they spiral into tragedy. Zuzu Verk was born on April 22, 1995, in Keller, Texas. She grew up in a warm and loving family alongside her parents, Glenn Verk and Lori, and her older brother, Miles. Her brother described her as the brightest light in their lives. Zuzu attended Timber Creek High School and, after graduating, moved to Alpine, Texas, to study at the local university. She chose to major in conservation biology, driven by her passion for protecting the planet's wild spaces and creatures. Her academic achievements were impressive. She had recently made the dean's list and was in the process of transferring to Texas University for her senior year. She was not only a dedicated student but also ambitious, idealistic, and focused on her goals. Her love for nature influenced her vision for the future. After college, she dreamed of living in Japan, where she could combine her passion for travel with her environmental advocacy. While in Alpine, she became involved with Robert Fabian, a young man 4 years her senior. At first, the relationship was based solely on attraction, but gradually became more complicated. Robert's charm attracted Zuzu, but her family, particularly her mother Lori and brother Miles, had some concerns about him. Lori viewed Robert as self-centered and dismissive, while Miles felt he was controlling and worried that he didn't support Zuzu's ambitions, particularly her desire to leave Alpine and pursue her dreams. Zuzu herself had similar worries. While she remained in the relationship, she confided in her mother that she couldn't envision a future with Robert. It felt more like a relationship of convenience than one based on genuine connection. Despite this, she remains kind and hopeful, reflecting her personality as she prepares to inform Robert about her transfer and her next choice. The last conversation Lori had with Zuzu was on October 10, 2016. Zuzu was excited to share that she was transferring to Texas University and ending her relationship with Robert. He had planned to take her to a movie the following night. Lori had no idea that this would be the last time she would ever hear her daughter's voice. As days went by without any word from Zuzu, worry turned into panic. Zuzu was known for always responding to messages, so her silence was unusual. Her parents, deeply concerned, started contacting everyone they knew who might have seen her. When Lori reached out to Robert, he said he hadn't seen Zuzu and mentioned that he was giving her some space. On October 14, 2016, Zuzu was officially reported missing. A massive search effort began, involving local authorities, state officials, and hundreds of volunteers. Helicopters flew over the desert, horseback riders searched difficult trails, and search teams extended their efforts hundreds of miles, even into Mexico. Flyers were distributed throughout the town, and a $100,000 reward was offered in hopes of finding Zuzu. However, hopes began to fade over time. The investigation began to focus on Robert Fabian. He told detectives that on the evening of October 11th, he and Zuzu had dinner at his apartment. He claimed that their dinner took a negative turn when he mentioned an ex-girlfriend, prompting Zuzu to leave in the early morning hours. He stated that he called her later but decided to stop trying to reach her when she didn't respond. This account raised suspicions with the police. A key witness was John Franco, a neighbor who resides downstairs from Robert. John reported seeing Zuzu enter Robert's apartment the night she disappeared. He could hear familiar sounds coming from Robert's apartment, such as chatter and laughter, but there was one strange moment. He heard Robert shout, "Shut up," breaking the usual atmosphere. Later, around 4 a.m., John saw Robert leaving the apartment alone, while Zuzu's car remained parked outside. John also recalled hearing what he thought were arguments and odd thuds from above, details that would later prove crucial. When investigators confronted Robert with this new information, his story changed. He now claimed that after the argument about the ex-girlfriend, he had left to drive to Dairy Queen to think things over. He said that when he returned, Zuzu was still there but left shortly after. This inconsistency raised enough suspicion for the detectives to request a search of Robert's apartment, to which he agreed. Inside, they found disturbing evidence. The bed was completely stripped of linens, and items like the mattress pad, clothes, and sheets had a strong smell of bleach. This painted a troubling picture. Investigators began to suspect that Zuzu's disappearance might be more complicated than they had initially thought. As the investigation expanded, a notable friend of Robert's, Chris Estrada, came to the group's attention. Their friendship dated back to high school, and this closeness made Chris a subject of scrutiny. Concerns grew after Chris appeared on national television on December 6, 2016, during an episode of Crime Watch Daily. Viewers and authorities noted his rigid posture, awkward mannerisms, and forced expressions. Phone records showed that Robert had called Chris at 3:15 a.m. on October 12, the same morning Zuzu went missing. During the investigation, Chris revealed that Robert had requested to borrow his credit card the day before, claiming to need it to buy plastic tarps for a painting project. This explanation raised suspicions. Why would anyone need painting supplies late at night? Investigators found the reasoning questionable and the timing suspicious. Another important witness, Brittany, told investigators that Chris had arrived at her apartment around midnight on October 13th, appearing shaken. He looked pale and anxious, as if he had witnessed something disturbing. When she asked what was wrong, Chris allegedly replied, "Don't interfere." Despite these troubling signs, the case hit a dead end. All the evidence was circumstantial. There was no body and no concrete proof linking Robert to any crime. Zuzu's family, feeling devastated and desperate for answers, held press conferences urging Robert to come forward and help, but he remained silent. Weeks turned into months. However, on February 3, 2017, 3 months after Zuzu went missing, everything changed. While patrolling a remote area of Brewster County near Alpine, the police noticed something unusual, a disturbed patch of soil. As they approached, they saw plastic sticking out of the dirt, along with a blue sock and a piece of dark fabric. They immediately alerted the authorities. When investigators arrived and began to dig, their worst fears were realized. Inside a shallow grave, wrapped in a plastic painter's drop cloth, lay the body of Zuzu. DNA tests later confirmed her identity. Zuzu, a vibrant young woman with dreams of studying at Texas University, wanting to live in Japan, and who loved the stars and the earth, had finally been found. The plastic wrap used to conceal her body matched the type Robert had purchased at Dollar General using Chris's borrowed credit card. This was the crucial evidence. Within 24 hours of the discovery, Robert was arrested and charged with evidence tampering and abuse of a corpse. 2 days later, Chris was also arrested in Phoenix, Arizona, facing similar charges. The charges against Robert were soon upgraded to murder. In April 2018, Chris agreed to plead guilty and testify against his best friend, Robert, and he did not deny his role in the crime. In contrast, Robert maintained his innocence, pleading not guilty. His defense attorney argued that there was no direct physical evidence, no fingerprints or DNA linking Robert to the murder. However, prosecutors pointed to Robert's suspicious behavior after Zuzu's disappearance. He bleached sheets, changed his story multiple times, and showed an unusual interest in the investigation. A coworker even testified that Robert, who was once calm, became erratic after Zuzu went missing, frequently inquiring about law enforcement activities. This behavior indicated not a concerned boyfriend, but someone anxious about their own involvement in a crime. The trial was painful for Zuzu's family but also brought some closure as the grim truth emerged. Zuzu's memory would endure, cherished by her family as a vibrant young woman with dreams and aspirations that were tragically cut short. On the third day of the trial, silence fell over the courtroom as Chris took the witness stand and made a confession that would alter the case's direction. He described a night marked by desperation, phone calls, and a secret that was never meant to be shared. Chris testified that Robert called him late at night, insisting it was a life-or-death situation. During their conversation, Robert recounted a distressing evening with Zuzu that turned violent. According to Chris, an argument led to Robert strangling Zuzu. As she gasped for air and eventually stopped breathing, Robert panicked. Chris claimed that Robert attempted to perform CPR, but it was too late. Following this incident, Chris testified that Robert entered survival mode, attempting to conceal his actions. Claims that Zuzu's death was an accident seem disingenuous. Strangulation is a deliberate and conscious act, not a knee-jerk reaction. Chris confessed that Robert repeatedly called him, pleading for help in disposing of Zuzu's body. At one point, Robert even showed up at Chris's home in Alpine, begging for help and urging him not to go to the police. Although Chris claimed he refused to assist Robert, he admitted that he did not report what he knew, a decision that would haunt the investigation. While he was not physically involved in Zuzu's death, his silence prolonged the suffering of her family and hindered the pursuit of justice. Whether motivated by fear, loyalty, or moral indecision, Chris chose silence over honesty, leaving Zuzu's family in the dark for an extended period. In an unexpected turn of events, a new witness took the stand in the courtroom. Roy Roman, who once shared a cell with Robert at Brewster County Jail, testified that Robert had privately admitted to killing Zuzu. He claimed Robert was motivated by Zuzu's discovery of secrets he wanted to keep hidden. Specifically, she had learned about a potential romantic involvement between him and Chris, and she threatened to expose it. Fearing this revelation, Roy stated that Robert decided to silence Zuzu permanently. Roy described Robert as distraught in his cell, repeatedly saying that he hadn't meant to do that. On May 8, 2019, after 5 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered its verdict. Robert Fabian was found guilty on all counts and received a life sentence in prison, along with an additional 29 years for tampering with evidence. Chris Estrada, who had earlier accepted a plea deal and testified against Robert, was sentenced to 42 months in prison and fined for tampering with evidence and evading law enforcement. While Zuzu's family felt a sense of justice from the verdict, it did not bring them peace. Their beloved daughter was gone forever, and nothing could change that. In the midst of their grief, they received a painful reminder of what could have been, a letter from Texas University confirming Zuzu's acceptance into a program she had worked tirelessly to join. It was her dream, but tragically, she would never live to experience it. To honor Zuzu, the university renamed its amphitheater to Zuzu's Place and established a scholarship in natural resource management in her name, celebrating her dedication to protecting the natural world. However, the emotional scars from Zuzu's murder remain profound. Her brother, Miles, thought of her often and cherished small memories, like her washing dishes or her goodnight wishes, which now served as sweet but wistful reminders of the times they had together. Zuzu's family, although heartbroken, remains strong and is incredibly grateful for the ongoing support from the Alpine community. They acknowledge that without this support, they might not have survived the darkest times of their lives. Zuzu was a visionary, full of dreams of a life rich with purpose, travel, and making a difference. Her story serves as a heartbreaking warning: never remain in relationships that stifle your growth. Never let anyone prevent you from becoming your true self. Zuzu was close to achieving the freedom and life she dreamed of, but in the end she didn't succeed. Her story also reminds us to protect our dreams, stay independent, and never let anyone make us choose between love and freedom. In 2012, a 17-year-old girl named Jessica Evans was living with her mother, Chris. Just before summer vacation, she met 22-year-old Jacob Wheeler, who had recently moved across the street to his brother's house. They connected at a party and quickly developed a bond. Jacob was a quiet country boy who had recently returned from a 3-year stint in Iraq. Although he was 5 years older than Jessica, Chris felt reassured and trusted him. On August 26, 2012, Jessica asked Chris for permission to join Jacob on a night fishing trip at the Little Wabash River, a popular location. Initially hesitant, Chris eventually agreed after Jessica persuaded her, but insisted that Jessica be careful and return home by 5 a.m. She assured her mother that she understood and would return to her sister Megan's house at that time to babysit her nephew Miles. Little did she know that this fishing trip would be her last. Just before midnight, Chris called Jessica to check on her. Jessica assured her mother that she was fine and that she and Jacob were nearly done fishing and would be home soon. However, when Chris woke up at 5 the next morning, she realized that Jessica had not returned home. This was unusual, especially since Jessica had plans to babysit her nephew. Concerned, Chris tried calling Jessica's cell phone, but there was no answer. She also sent text messages that went unanswered. Chris felt something was wrong. She was sure Jessica would inform her if plans changed. Chris went to Jacob's house, but his brother Jeremy said that Jacob hadn't come home either. Jeremy wasn't worried because he believed Jacob could handle himself. However, by 9 a.m., Jessica's family was beginning to worry. Chris thought it was possible that Jacob's truck had broken down or that they were stuck somewhere. After 12 hours without any news about Jessica and Jacob, Chris contacted the White County Sheriff's Office for assistance. Sheriff Doug Meyer, who was relaxing at home, received the call but wasn't overly concerned. He speculated that Jessica and Jacob might have run away together and figured they were likely okay, but he needed to find out where they had gone. The sheriff decided to request a warrant to trace Jessica's cell phone, but that could take some time. Meanwhile, the sheriff's deputies followed the family's advice and headed to the spot where Jessica and Jacob were supposed to be fishing. The area was remote, accessible only by gravel roads. The deputies found a 50-foot-long overgrown path that led to a popular fishing location. They saw clear signs that someone had been there, such as abandoned packages, but there were no signs of any trouble or crime. An extinguished campfire was present, but the area was clean, and Jacob's truck was missing. However, the sheriff's intuition about Jessica and Jacob led him to believe that nothing serious had happened. It seemed like they were simply hanging out together. Eventually, the sheriff obtained records from Jessica's cell phone carrier to help track her phone. They discovered that the phone's signal was coming from a tower near the campground area where she and Jacob had been fishing. This indicated that Jessica's phone was still active and nearby, which contradicted the sheriff's assumption that she had simply run away. If Jessica and Jacob were still there, why weren't they answering their phones? Investigators began to worry that they might be stranded, injured, or worse. News of Jessica and Jacob's disappearance quickly spread through Norris City, raising alarms in the community. Some speculated that they had just run away, but Chris was confident that Jessica would not do that. Upon learning that Jessica's cell phone was still in the vicinity of the fishing site, the sheriff's office felt a growing sense of unease about the situation. At dawn the following day, officers from the White County Sheriff's Office, along with neighboring law enforcement and many volunteers, returned to the fishing area to search for any traces of Jacob and Jessica. Their families also joined in the search. However, after 3 hours, they had no leads. Neither Jacob nor Jessica nor their pickup truck was found. The pickup must have been at the scene if something had happened to them. But what if they had discarded their phones and fled? If they had indeed left together, they would eventually create an electronic footprint. The police also checked their bank card usage to see if there had been any transactions but found no activity. While there were no significant findings in the bank statements, one clue emerged from Jessica's phone records. The police were aware of the midnight call from Chris, But Jessica had another phone conversation shortly after, around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday night. Investigators identified the person she spoke with as a young man named Ron Wooderson. His name was familiar to the police due to his past legal issues, raising their suspicions about his involvement. Consequently, they decided to interview Ron to understand the details of their conversation. Sheriff's deputies met with Ron and asked him about his last interaction with Jessica. He eventually acknowledged that he called her late at night, stating he was at a party with friends. Ron claimed he wanted Jessica to join him at the party, but when she mentioned she was busy fishing, Jacob, her boyfriend, grabbed the phone. Ron explained that Jacob had explicitly prohibited him from calling Jessica, which led to a heated argument, primarily fueled by Jacob's anger over Ron contacting his girlfriend. The deputies recorded the names of other party attendees and verified Ron's alibi. They found that everyone else confirmed he did not leave the party after the call. By the end of the day, search volunteers were ready to go home without any leads. However, one of Jacob's friends, while riding an ATV, discovered a pickup truck hidden in the woods behind an old farmhouse, about 2 miles from where Jacob and Jessica had been fishing. It turned out to be Jacob's truck. The situation quickly became distressing when they found a woman's body in the back of the truck, shot twice in the head. Her condition raised further alarm. She was partially clothed, with some of her clothes strewn on the ground nearby. Investigators suspected that more than just a murder had occurred. The victim had no identification, but in such a tight-knit community, that was not a significant issue. Some of the investigators recognized Jessica from her entire life, and it became clear that they had just discovered her body. The discovery of Jessica's body marked a turning point. This suggested that she may have met with a man before her death and may have fought back. Authorities hoped that the coroner could obtain DNA evidence from the crime scene. The police searched the area around the pickup and found shell casings that matched the 2 wounds on Jessica's head. The casings were located on the right side of the truck, next to a large bloodstain, indicating that Jessica had been shot at that location. As investigators examined Jacob's pickup truck, which was filled with fishing gear and personal belongings, they noted that Jacob was missing. A crucial clue emerged when they discovered blood in the driver's side cab of the truck. Blood samples were sent for DNA testing to determine whose blood it was and to locate Jacob. Law enforcement began to consider Jacob as a potential suspect, questioning whether he was a victim himself or if he was responsible for Jessica's death. Community suspicions arose, with some believing that Jacob, a veteran, had the skills to commit murder. Speculation swirled that a late-night phone call from Ron might have triggered a violent reaction from Jacob. Investigators grew increasingly concerned about Jacob's mental state, particularly if he felt he was losing Jessica. The day after Jessica's body was found, the police obtained a search warrant for Jacob's brother's house, suspecting that Jacob might be hiding there. Although they didn't find him, they discovered that one of his guns was missing. Jeremy, Jacob's brother, said there was no reason to worry. Jacob had simply taken the gun for a fishing trip, which he considered normal. However, investigators became concerned when they learned that the missing gun was a .22, matching the shell casings found at the crime scene. Despite this, Jacob's family insisted he was innocent, believing that he would have put his life on the line to protect Jessica if she had been in danger. As the week went by, the search for Jacob intensified. Police from multiple counties joined forces, deploying search teams, K-9 units, and aerial surveillance to locate him. The White County Crime Suppression Unit even offered a $2,000 reward for information leading to Jacob's capture. This reward prompted several calls to the sheriff's office with tips, but one was particularly noteworthy. An employee at a gas station located 12 miles from where Jessica's body was found reported seeing Jacob buy a pack of cigarettes on Sunday night, about a day after he and Jessica disappeared. The employee noted that Jacob was wearing a camouflage hooded sweatshirt and recalled seeing an ID card in his wallet that appeared to belong to Jacob Wheeler. This made Jacob the primary suspect in Jessica's case. As time passed, it seemed increasingly likely that Jacob was on the run. Investigators visited the gas station to review surveillance footage, where they spotted a man in a hooded sweatshirt who partially obscured his face and avoided looking directly at the camera. Although it was a warm night and would have been uncomfortable in such attire, it was difficult to confirm with certainty that he was Jacob. The man quickly purchased cigarettes and left the store. While the footage from one camera did not reveal his face, a second camera outside captured him getting into a car driven by a woman, a person one of the sheriff's deputies recognized. Police quickly went to the woman's home, where they saw the car from the gas station video parked nearby. When questioned by investigators, the woman admitted to driving the man to the gas station but insisted he wasn't Jacob, claiming he was her boyfriend instead. This left the identity of the man in the video as a dead end, and all police attention turned back to Jacob. Detectives believed he was alive and suspected his brother Jeremy of hiding him. They searched his house at night to catch him off guard, but even after a second search, there was still no sign that he had been there. After Jacob disappeared, his brother and father were certain he had nothing to do with Jessica's death. His father, Harold, was determined to prove his son's innocence. He believed he was searching for Jacob's body, not the body of his son. 6 days later, Sheriff Doug Meyer received a call from Harold, who mentioned that he had discovered something that others had overlooked. He believed he saw car parts in a wooded area just a quarter mile from where Jacob and Jessica were camping. Investigators decided to follow up on this lead and found some car parts, specifically pieces that belonged to the fender of a pickup truck. The area where the parts were located showed damage to the trees, indicating that a pickup truck had driven into the woods and through the trees, causing damage. However, it was clear that these were not Jacob's truck. While the connection to the crime was unclear, the discovery piqued investigators' interest as they had no other leads. One of the car parts had a serial number, which the police were able to look up online to determine the specific model of the pickup truck. In a small town, it's relatively easy to track down such a vehicle. One of the sheriff's deputies was familiar with a man named Danny Costin, a 36-year-old electrician from White County, who drove a similar truck. But could he be involved in a violent crime? Danny had never caused trouble, had no criminal record, and was a well-known member of the community. Investigators decided to visit his workplace to speak with him. They found his pickup truck in the parking lot, which had considerable damage consistent with the parts discovered in the woods. As the investigator examined the pickup truck, Sheriff Doug Meyer questioned Danny about the damage. Danny explained that he had gone fishing on the Little Wabash River but had difficulty launching his boat because he was very drunk. He couldn't remember much from that night, but he did recall that it had been around 1 a.m. on the same night that Jacob and Jessica went fishing. He insisted that he didn't see anyone else in the area during his time there. Meanwhile, investigators made a significant discovery. They found a considerable amount of blood in the back of Danny's pickup truck. He was visibly shocked when they informed him about it. The sheriff advised Danny that if he had anything to share, he should do so now. Danny then revealed that he had been in the woods that night and had witnessed Jacob attack Jessica twice. However, this account did not clarify why there was blood in his truck. Forensic analysis confirmed it was human blood. Investigators took Danny to the police station for further questioning. He reiterated that he was drunk, went to the Little Wabash River, and encountered Jacob and Jessica. He mentioned that Jacob had gone into the woods, leaving him alone with Jessica. Danny claimed that Jessica had come on to him of her own accord. He said they went to his truck and parked 2 miles away behind an abandoned farmhouse. According to him, they had consensual intimate contact until Jacob found them in the dark. An argument broke out between Jacob and Jessica, during which Jacob attacked her. Danny stated that he felt scared when Jacob approached him, leading to a struggle during which the gun went off, injuring Jacob. He claimed this shot was accidental. In a panic, he placed Jacob in the back of his pickup truck, worried that no one would believe his story of self-defense, so he concealed the body where it wouldn't be found. Danny provided detailed information about where he had left Jacob's body. The police were skeptical of Danny's story, as it did not align with Jessica's character. His account of how Jessica willingly came with him, only for Jacob to show up unexpectedly, seemed implausible. Ultimately, it was determined that he had attacked Jacob, thus confirming the suspicions held by Jacob's family. Consequently, Danny Costin was arrested. Investigators followed Danny's directions to find Jacob's body, venturing deeper into the woods along a dirt road. After 6 days of searching, they discovered Jacob's body with a bullet wound in his head. Forensic evidence contradicted Danny's claims. Blood found in Jacob's pickup truck, which belonged to Jacob, did not align with Danny's narrative. He had previously stated that he placed Jacob's body in his own truck, raising questions about the source of the blood. During a reinterrogation, inconsistencies in Danny's account led him to admit the truth. He explained that he attempted to drive his truck to launch a boat, but, being very drunk and faced with dense woods, he sought help from Jacob and Jessica. Although Jacob advised against it because of Danny's intoxication, they eventually agreed to help him. After climbing into the back of Jacob's truck, Danny, armed with a pistol, unexpectedly shot Jacob in the head through the driver's side window, in full view of Jessica, who was terrified and screamed. Danny then pulls Jacob out of the truck, saying he has no idea why he shot Jacob or what his next actions will be. Jessica begs Danny to spare her life, which prompts the sheriff to ask if she will agree to intimacy in exchange for her safety. Danny interpreted her desperate plea for self-preservation as an offer, and he proceeded to assault her in the back of Jacob's truck. Despite her begging, he shot her, asserting afterward that he did not know why he committed these acts. Afterward, he transported Jessica's body in Jacob's truck, driving to Wayne County to hide Jacob's body while discarding both his gun and Jacob's gun out of the window during the trip. The police have never recovered either firearm. On September 4, 2012, Danny appeared in court and pleaded not guilty. He later changed his testimony, claiming he had not been informed of his rights before questioning, but an appeals court dismissed his appeal. Video evidence from the interrogation showed that he was indeed read his rights. Additionally, police had strong evidence linking Danny to the crime. His truck contained Jacob's blood, and DNA from Jessica was found on his body. In January 2014, Candace Brown, Danny's girlfriend, was found guilty of lying to the authorities during the initial investigation. She had provided him with a false alibi. She was sentenced to 60 days in jail, 30 months of probation, 100 hours of community service, and was required to pay various court fees and fines. On August 20, 2013, Danny Costin was convicted and sentenced to 53 years in prison. Judge Tom Foster stated he was constrained by the plea agreement between the state and defense but believed Danny deserved a harsher sentence. Danny had agreed to waive a jury trial in return for lesser charges and a potentially reduced sentence if found guilty. Judge Foster noted that the court accepted this deal only with the consent of Jessica's and Jacob's families. Sofia Maria Martinez was born on November 14, 1981, in El Paso, Texas. Her parents, Juan and Maria, immigrated from Mexico in the late 1970s in search of a better life. They worked multiple jobs to support their daughters. She grew up alongside her two sisters, her older sister Dulce and her younger sister Marianne. Since a young age, they have shared a close bond. When Sofia was 12, family tensions arose, and her parents divorced in 1995. 3 sisters live with their mother, who later remarried a successful man named Iladio and had 2 sons with him. Meanwhile, Juan began a new family, leading to reduced contact with his daughters from his first marriage. Despite this, Sofia did not hold any resentment toward her father and developed a good relationship with her stepfather. Sofia grew up to be kind, outgoing, and compassionate, often helping her mother with the younger children and providing them with support. She had a particularly strong bond with her younger sister, and they were best friends. At 15, Sofia took a part-time job as a sales associate at a local mall, saving money diligently over the years. She dreamed of owning a bright red Pontiac. Knowing about her dream, her mother and stepfather gifted her the remaining amount she needed to buy the car when she turned 18. In November 1999, Sofia proudly drove her brand new car off the dealership lot, a vehicle she had long admired. She took great care of it, keeping it clean inside and out, and drove it carefully. The car was a source of pride for her, and she never allowed anyone else to drive it. By the year 2000, Sofia was preparing for her graduation and was excited about the upcoming senior prom. She carefully selected the perfect dress, shoes, and accessories for the big night. Weekends were spent shopping with her sister, trying on outfits, planning hairstyles, and choosing makeup. In February, the senior yearbook photos were taken, capturing students in their graduation caps and gowns, and Sophia was filled with joy, eager to start college. She planned to pursue a history major at the prestigious University of Texas, with the ambition of becoming a teacher. Unfortunately, Sophia's dreams would never be realized. Although she had many friends, she had never been in a serious relationship. She focused on her schoolwork and job rather than dating. While she sometimes accepted invitations from boys interested in her, none of those dates turned into anything significant. In early March, her coworker Justin suggested setting her up on a blind date with a friend of his. After some initial hesitation, she agreed, and they planned to meet on the evening of Friday, March 10th. They decided to go to a popular nightclub that allowed entry to those 18 and older, unlike most places that required patrons to be 21. On the evening of March 10th, 2000, Sophia hurried home from school, excited to prepare for her blind date. She tried on at least 10 different outfits, stepping out each time for her family's feedback. Ultimately, they all agreed she looked stunning in a bright red evening dress that flattered her figure while remaining elegant and modest. She applied her makeup, styled her hair in soft curls, put on a pair of heels, and carried a small clutch bag. The final touch was her favorite perfume. By 10 p.m., she was completely ready. She entered the living room looking glamorous and twirled to show off her outfit. Her family was impressed, confident that she would make a great impression. She promised to be home no later than 2 a.m. since she had a work shift at the mall the next day, and no one was particularly worried. She was responsible and always kept her promises. At 10:10 p.m., Sophia left the house with a bright smile, climbed into her beloved red Pontiac, and waved goodbye to her family as they watched from the window. None of them could have imagined that it would be the last time they saw her alive. The following morning, her younger sister Mary peeked into her room and noticed something odd. She was missing, and her bed was not just neatly made, it looked untouched. It seemed she had left for work, yet her employee badge sat on the vanity, and her usual work shoes were in the corner by the closet. Mary informed her mother, and at that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Sophia's employer, reporting that she hadn't shown up for her shift, something unprecedented. This alarmed Sophia's family, who were unsure about what to do next. Since she didn't have a cell phone, her family started calling the landlines of her friends, classmates, and coworkers. Unfortunately, no one had seen her since the previous night, and they did not know how to contact the boys she was with. They also reached out to local hospitals, worried that she might have been in an accident. By the evening, without any updates on her whereabouts, the family decided to go to the police to report her missing. They took a recent photo of her and provided a detailed description of her outfit when she left home, as well as specific information about the car she was driving. On Saturday, March 11th, police made a disturbing discovery in the New Mexico desert. They found an abandoned red Pontiac about 100 yards off the highway connecting Texas and New Mexico. The passenger side window had a bullet hole, and there were dark, dried stains resembling blood on the seat, steering wheel, and headrest. Experienced officers quickly suspected foul play and feared that the driver might be seriously injured or worse. The car was sent to a forensic lab for analysis. However, since the discovery occurred in a different state, law enforcement struggled to find a direct connection to Sophia. After checking the car's registration, authorities confirmed that the red Pontiac belonged to Maria Martinez from Texas. They contacted her to see if the car had been stolen and to find out that it had been driven by her daughter, Sophia, who had been reported missing the previous day. The family was baffled as to how Sophia's car ended up abandoned in a desert in a neighboring state and where she might be. Maria emphasized that her daughter cherished her car and would never have left it behind, suggesting that something terrible must have happened. One theory was that the vehicle had been hijacked and that Sophia might have been harmed, but there was still hope that she could be found alive. However, with no leads in sight, law enforcement was unsure where to begin their search. On Sunday, March 12, a group of teenagers walking near the outskirts of El Paso spotted something shiny in the desert and decided to investigate. As they got closer, They found the lifeless body of a young woman in a red evening dress. They hurried home to tell their parents, who called the police. Forensic investigators arrived at the scene within an hour. Officers discovered the young woman lying on her back, her face so disfigured that she was unidentifiable. Her dress was soaked in blood and covered with sand. Although no identification was found, police believed they had discovered the body of a girl named Sophia, who had been reported missing 2 days earlier. When Sophia's family was informed that a body had been found in the desert, her mother, Maria, refused to accept it, convinced that there had been a mistake and that her daughter was still alive. Her doubts disappeared when detectives showed her a photograph taken from the victim's bra. The picture showed Sophia holding her youngest brother, which confirmed her identity, as it was known that Sophia often carried photos of her siblings in her wallet. In her final moments, she had placed one close to her heart. The autopsy revealed that she had died from multiple gunshot wounds to the head, having been shot 5 times in the face. One bullet traveled through her head and was later found in the sand at the crime scene. The severity of her injuries left her with no chance of survival. Additionally, there were clear signs of a struggle, including severe bruising and indications of physical violence. The inner surfaces of her thighs were bruised and scratched, and forensic examinations confirmed internal injuries consistent with an assault. DNA analysis also provided biological evidence, and defensive wounds on her hands indicated that she had fought fiercely for her life but ultimately was overpowered. None of Sophia's personal belongings were found, except for a photograph she had hidden in her clothing. Due to the severity of her injuries, her identity could only be confirmed through DNA testing, as even dental records proved ineffective. Toxicology reports later revealed that there were no substances in her system at the time of death. Investigators discovered several shoe prints near the body. While most were unclear, one distinct impression helped forensic analysts identify the size and tread pattern of the sole. Authorities found only Sophia's fingerprints inside her car. Although her purse was recovered from the vehicle, the perpetrator had taken her license, keys, and cash. Her family was advised to change their locks and install a security system because the killer had access to her home address from her ID and had her keys. Her family followed these recommendations but lived in constant fear that the person responsible for her death might target someone else. DNA samples from the biological evidence left by the attacker were uploaded into the National Criminal Database, but no matches were found. This indicated that the suspect likely had no prior criminal record, complicating the investigation. Authorities also considered the possibility that the suspect was a transient who had crossed illegally from Mexico, committed the crime, and then fled back, making him even harder to track. A crucial lead emerged when investigators learned that Sophia had gone on a blind date the night she disappeared, arranged by a coworker. They sought to question both men involved. Since her family did not have their contact information, officers visited her workplace at the mall. Justin, the coworker who set up the date, was on shift that day and agreed to go to the station for questioning. The second man, Marcus, was also interviewed. During the interview, Justin explained that he had planned to meet Sophia at the club, but she never arrived. He and Marcus waited for her until around midnight before they left. He only learned that Sophia was missing the next day when she didn't show up for work. Both Justin and Marcus took polygraph tests to verify their statements, provided DNA samples, and turned over the shoes they wore that night. The results showed no connection to the crime, and their alibis were strong, as many people had seen them at the club. During a closer examination of Sophia's car, officers discovered a crumpled ATM receipt that had slipped under the driver's seat. The receipt indicated that at 10:23 p.m., she had withdrawn $20 from an ATM located just a few blocks from her residence. This detail became a crucial lead, as the ATM and nearby buildings had surveillance cameras. Investigators reviewed the footage from all available cameras and were shocked by what they found. The crime had been recorded from multiple angles, which helped them understand the sequence of events. At 10:22 p.m., a red Pontiac arrived at the ATM. The driver's side window was rolled down, and a young woman was seen withdrawing $20 from her account. The footage clearly showed that she was alone in the car. After taking the cash, Sophia paused for a moment to apply lipstick using her compact mirror. At that point, a figure dressed entirely in black, with a hood obscuring his face, crept up behind her car. She did not see him until he reached her window. Without warning, he pulled out a gun and attacked her in the head. His intention was not to kill her but to intimidate. The bullet grazed her cheek, clipped her nose, and exited from the passenger side window. Shortly afterward, despite her injury and holding a tissue to her bleeding face, Sophia withdrew another $200 from her account. The car then began to drive away from the ATM with the assailant now inside, holding a gun to the back of her head. Within seconds, the vehicle was out of view of the camera, and what happened next is unknown. It's essential to note that this took place in the early 2000s, a time when surveillance camera quality was not very advanced. The footage was grainy and lacked detail, making it impossible to produce a composite sketch of the suspect. All that could be discerned was that the attacker was a white male of average height with a slim build, possibly sporting facial hair. This information, along with video clips of the attack, was shared on local television to alert residents of the danger and encourage anyone who recognized the suspect to come forward. The investigation was lengthy and frustrating. After a news segment aired, police received numerous calls, but none of them provided useful information. As time passed, the investigation slowed, no new evidence surfaced, leaving authorities with more questions than answers. At the end of March, a man contacted the police, stating that he had found a driver's license near the spot where Sophia's body had been discovered 2 weeks earlier. The license belonged to a local woman, raising concerns that she might also have been a victim. However, when the police reached out to her, they learned she was safe and had not been harmed. She explained that her purse had been stolen earlier that month at a mall, where Sophia had also worked. Investigators believed the suspect could have been stalking potential victims and shared this warning with the media to alert other women. The very next day, a young man came forward, admitting to stealing the purse. He panicked after seeing the news and worried that police might link him to a crime he hadn't committed. He willingly provided a DNA sample and was cleared as a suspect in Sophia's case. By July 2000, the investigation had hit a dead end. To help generate new leads, authorities announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to the capture of the killer. Shortly after, Sophia's family launched a fundraising campaign to increase the reward amount, garnering support from friends, concerned citizens, and local organizations. By August, the reward for information had risen to $55,000. However, 6 months had passed since the tragedy, and no new leads had surfaced. Then, on September 30th, 2000, a young woman named Heather Napa called the police, claiming she knew who was responsible for Sophia's death and wanted to share information in exchange for the reward money. Although there had been many false tips before, Heather claimed to have physical evidence. Heather, a 20-year-old mother of 2, alleged that her boyfriend, Michael Jacques, and their friend, William Berkeley, were involved in the crime. To support her claims, she provided a charred driver's license that belonged to Sofia Martinez. She explained that she had been afraid to come forward sooner due to fear of retaliation, but with Michael recently jailed and having no means to support her children, she decided to speak up for both the investigation and the reward. At that time, Heather was hospitalized for kidney issues, while Michael and William were both unemployed and struggling financially. On March 10th, William visited her in the hospital and pulled Michael aside for a private conversation. Heather overheard parts of their discussion and realized they were planning something illegal, which she assumed was related to their previous dealings with banned substances. She didn't probe for further details. Shortly afterward, they left, taking a box of latex gloves from a medical supply cabinet. Later that night, around 11 p.m., Michael returned to Heather's hospital room and claimed they had obtained some money. He said he had hidden near an ATM and signaled to William when a single driver approached. After the driver withdrew cash, William allegedly threatened her with a gun, took the money, and ordered her to get out of the car before driving away. Detectives were aware that this account did not match the actual crime, but they allowed Heather to continue. After midnight, a nurse informed Michael that William was waiting for him downstairs. They then left in separate cars, drove to a neighboring state, abandoned the Pontiac in the desert, and returned home in Michael's car. The next day, Heather was released from the hospital and felt anxious about whether the victim would report the crime. To reassure her, William showed her Sophia's driver's license, which noted down Sophia's home address. He casually mentioned that they could intimidate the victim into silence if necessary. Then, without hesitation, he threw the license into a smoldering grill and watched it melt before going to bed. A few days later, Heather watched a news report about Sophia's case and had a realization. She recognized William from the ATM surveillance footage and understood why he had altered his appearance by shaving off his beard and head. When she asked Michael about his involvement, he told her to keep quiet. Heather retrieved the burned license plate from the grill and hid it. She also noticed that Michael had a set of car keys with a Pontiac keychain, although she was unsure of what had happened to them. In August, William left home, and in September, Michael was arrested for distributing banned substances. By that time, feeling safer, Heather decided to come forward and find a way to earn money by providing information to the police. After Heather's statement, investigators brought in 23-year-old Michael Jacques for questioning. Surprisingly, he acknowledged his involvement and agreed to tell his version of events. He claimed that he had nothing to do with Sophia's death but admitted that he helped William cover it up. Michael explained that he and William were in desperate need of money and planned to rob someone at an ATM. When they saw a young girl in a red Pontiac at the ATM, Michael wanted to call off the robbery. However, William misunderstood his actions as a signal to proceed. Although Michael knew William had a gun, he never thought it would be used. The situation quickly escalated, and before Michael realized what was happening, the car sped away. He waited for about 30 minutes, but when William didn't return, he went back to the hospital to be with Heather. Michael insisted that he didn't know what happened to Sophia afterward and denied any knowledge of the assault or murder. However, he confessed to helping dispose of the car. He later learned more information but chose not to report William, aware that he too would face repercussions. A key piece of evidence, a set of car keys, was later found on the roof of Michael's house, exactly where he had thrown them. William Berkeley, the main suspect in the case, was arrested at his parents' home in early October. At just 20 years old, he had no criminal record, but those who knew him reported a pattern of aggression and cruelty dating back to his school years. He had previously assaulted classmates, former girlfriends, and even his mother, yet none of them had reported these incidents to the police. Despite this violent history, William was a talented artist whose work had been showcased in galleries. During his first interrogation, he admitted to robbing and killing Sophia, claiming he needed the money, but he avoided specifics. He insisted that their encounter was consensual and stated that the shooting was accidental. As interrogations progressed and he understood the seriousness of the accusations, he changed his narrative. He began to portray himself as a victim, claiming he was part of a plan led by Michael. Williams said that Michael had selected the car, believing the owner of a Pontiac would have substantial funds. Unfortunately for them, Sophia only had $220, which they viewed as the price for her life. In the lead-up to the trial, William and Michael tried to shift the blame onto each other, but the evidence presented against William was compelling. Authorities found the murder weapon, a handgun, at his home. His DNA was found on Sophia, and a pair of sneakers matching the footprints at the crime scene were found in his bedroom. On April 7, 2002, William was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to death by lethal injection, which was carried out in the spring of 2010. Throughout the years before his execution, he showed no remorse for his actions. Michael Jacques was also found guilty on November 3, 2002, of conspiracy and evidence tampering, receiving a life sentence with the chance of parole after 40 years. Heather, who had been promised a $55,000 reward, received the money but found no joy in it. She lost custody of her children and, at the age of 35, died from complications related to a chronic kidney condition. At one time, New Albany, a suburb of Louisville, was one of Indiana's most thriving communities. Situated along the banks of the Ohio River, it was known for its peaceful atmosphere, low crime rate, and vibrant nightlife. Young people enjoyed a range of activities, with plenty of parties and social gatherings to attend. When Robin moved to New Albany, she quickly made friends thanks to her outgoing nature. She aimed to get an education and planned to marry soon. In the first few months after her arrival, Robin dated a boy named Christopher Baxter. This was her first serious relationship. She had barely dated anyone during high school and was not particularly nervous. Instead, she was focused on getting into college. However, everything changed when Christopher entered her life. Despite their age difference, Robin sparked his interest, and they soon started dating and eventually got married. After their wedding, Robin juggled her job and studies while also planning to have children with her husband, Christopher. However, in mid-June 1990, Robin unexpectedly went missing for several days. Christopher tried reaching her by phone but received no answer. Concerned, he contacted her family to help find her, but they hadn't seen her either. According to Christopher, he had last seen Robin the night before their argument. In the morning, she was gone. He suspected she might have gone to stay with her parents after their fight and hoped to reconcile with her. This news caused alarm for Robin's mother and sister, who lived nearby. They decided to search the city in hopes of finding her. Meanwhile, Christopher was also looking around the neighborhood, checking his own home, nearby complexes, and places Robin might visit. Unfortunately, there were no signs of her, leading him and her relatives to contact the police on January 19th to report her disappearance. He explained that he hadn't heard from Robin since the previous evening, and no one knew where she was. At the police station, Christopher explained that he and Robin's family had already checked all the usual places she frequented, but there were no signs of her. Initially, the police were not very interested, believing it was typical for an adult woman to manage on her own and that she wasn't required to inform anyone of her whereabouts. However, Christopher and the family disagreed. They believed Robin would not simply have disappeared without telling anyone. Even if something had gone wrong, she would likely have reached out to her loved ones. Eventually, her family was able to persuade the police that her disappearance was serious, prompting them to initiate a search for her with urgency. Christopher took matters into his own hands and visited a local news channel to report his wife as missing, hoping to receive assistance. He provided a photo of Robin along with a description of the outfit she was wearing when she disappeared. He remained hopeful that she might be with friends or distant relatives. He reached out to everyone he could think of in search of clues, but no one had any information regarding her whereabouts or any idea of what might have happened to her. The following day, workers from the local power plant went to inspect the sewer drains for maintenance because they had become clogged. During their inspection, one of the technicians made a shocking discovery. He spotted something suspicious in the water that resembled a human body. Consequently, they halted all work and called the police, who sent divers to retrieve the body. They found a woman who was naked from the waist down and had suffered severe head and facial injuries, including a fractured skull. The body was then sent for examination to identify her. Christopher learned about the gruesome discovery and feared that it might be his missing wife, Robin. The medical examiner confirmed through dental records that the body was indeed Robin Baxter. Since the body was found in the river, authorities initially suspected that she may have drowned. They questioned Christopher to determine whether Robin could have harmed himself, but he insisted that it was impossible. She was afraid of water and couldn't swim. Even if she had been in despair, she would not have chosen to drown. Christopher was convinced that Robin had been murdered and her body disposed of in the water. During an appearance on a news channel, he expressed these suspicions and vowed that whoever killed his wife would face justice. He quickly went to inform Robin's family of the tragic news, which left everyone in shock and fear over the situation. The condition of the body suggested that Robin may have been assaulted and might have fought back, resulting in her death. This was a devastating blow to the entire family. None of them expected such a cruel twist of fate. Robin did not seem like someone who would meet such a tragic end. The medical examiner found multiple blunt force injuries on Robin's head and face. The cause of death was identified as a traumatic brain injury resulting from a heavy blow to the back of the head, which led to internal bleeding. It was clear that she had been brutally beaten before her body was thrown into the river. The medical examiner noted that she was already dead when her body was placed in the water, as there was no water found in her lungs. The detectives ruled out the possibility that she had harmed herself, concluding that this was clearly a murder, likely staged to resemble abuse in order to mislead the investigation. In reconstructing the incident surrounding Robin's disappearance, detectives discovered that she was on her way to a party hosted by three men, Douglas Reed, Stephen Burns, and Rick Herron. They were her friends and neighbors. Multiple witnesses confirmed that Robin attended the party. Each of the three men had minor legal issues in their past, but nothing violent had been reported. They all lived together in one house to share expenses, which seemed suspicious given that Robin went missing right after attending their party. Christopher was familiar with these men and harbored feelings of distrust toward them, believing they posed a danger. He openly accused them of being involved in Robin's disappearance and even visited their home to confront them, but they denied any wrongdoing. Detectives conducted interviews with Douglas, Stephen, and Rick separately. Each man recounted the same story, corroborating one another's alibis and confirming that Robin had indeed come to the party that evening. They insisted there were no conflicts and that she was simply enjoying herself. After 8 p.m., they claimed she left, and they had no knowledge of what happened next. Their consistent stories made the detectives suspicious, as they gave identical statements without any confusion, even though the detectives tried to make them make mistakes. However, the police did not have enough evidence to charge them, leading to their release, although they remained suspects. Then, Douglas, Stephen, and Rick guided the detectives toward a new direction for the investigation. They claimed that Robin had spent a considerable amount of time with a man named Eugene, who was her friend and ex-boyfriend, and that she eventually left the party with him. When the police spoke to Eugene, he explained that he was walking her home because it was late. However, this raised the question of whether something more sinister was happening. This initiated a lengthy phase in which detectives gathered and analyzed information. As public concern grew about a potentially dangerous criminal in New Albany, many residents felt unsafe. The motive behind Robin's disappearance remained unclear, and there were no solid leads in the case, which caused fear within the community about the possibility of new victims. Amid this uncertainty, various rumors spread. Many locals speculated that Robin might have been involved in an affair. This suspicion made Christopher very anxious. He could not accept that his wife might be living a double life and insisted that he was unaware of any romantic relationships she might have had. He had always regarded her as an honorable person, not one to be unfaithful. With talk of infidelity circulating, multiple witnesses informed the police that Robin might have had an affair with Eugene, the same person she left the party with. Eugene had been her boyfriend before Christopher, and some believed she might have been seeing him secretly. When police questioned Eugene again, he denied having a serious relationship with Robin, claiming that their past interactions were merely youthful friendships that did not evolve into anything serious. There was no evidence to contradict his claims, which made him seem unlikely to be the attacker, as he appeared to lack a motive. Detectives received a tip from an anonymous informant indicating that on the night Robin disappeared, she was in a car with three men. These men, Rick and Stephen, had reportedly been harassing a woman, who rejected their advances and attempted to escape. Unfortunately, the witness did not see how the situation concluded. During subsequent interrogations at the police station, the men claimed they were with Robin in the car until another man, Eugene, arrived and she left with him. They denied any harassment. The detectives suspected their story was fabricated, as such a coincidence seemed unlikely. Their argument was also unusual. The men claimed they lived together in a serious relationship, which diminished the credibility of the harassment claims. Despite rumors about their non-traditional lifestyle, the detectives found insufficient evidence to charge them. Ultimately, the detectives could not locate any murder weapon or significant evidence. Robin was not abused, and no traces of another person's DNA were found on her body, although it may have been washed away. The investigation stalled, and despite several attempts to reinvestigate using new technologies, no progress was made until 2011. That year, a new police officer transitioned from the patrol division to the criminal investigation department, where his father had worked for 35 years and gained legendary status. Although he did not finish the case, his son was honored to take on this responsibility and was committed to solving it. The new detective delved into Robin's case, determined to seek justice. He reevaluated all the evidence previously gathered. He learned that Robin had disappeared in 1990 and that her body had later been found in the Ohio River, showing signs of severe head trauma from a blunt object. The detective was astonished that this case remained unsolved, noting that multiple suspects had provided each other with alibis that led to their release after the investigation. He began to see that these individuals did not appear to be typical criminals. The detective first asked an important question: why would someone want to harm Robin? Described as a good woman, she was married, had no criminal ties, and led a law-abiding life. Her disappearance and violent death felt completely out of place, especially considering her plans to start a family with her husband, Christopher, and pursue an education. At first glance, it appeared that no one had a reason to commit such a horrific act. However, since it occurred, the police must have overlooked something. The archived documents contained numerous witness names that needed to be revisited. While reviewing the archive, the detective found a potentially significant note indicating that several individuals had not been interviewed during the original investigation. Among these was Charles, Christopher's neighbor, who seemed to have important information. Although the police had attempted to reach him in 1990, they were unsuccessful. He had been instructed to get in touch with the department, but he never did. The detective decided to meet with Charles and also re-interview the original suspects. The first three suspects, Douglas, Rick, and Stephen, had all passed away from illness, which disappointed the investigator. However, further inquiry revealed that none of them had a motive for the murder. They were known to be gay, which made it unlikely for them to commit the crime, and Robin had only shared a friendship with them. This led the detective to consider her ex-boyfriend, Eugene, as a potential suspect. Additionally, as the police examined the case further, they began to focus more on Christopher, Robin's husband, as he could have been involved given the violent nature of the crime. The killer was probably someone who knew Robin well. A conflict, possibly driven by revenge or jealousy, resulted in her cruel death. The detective suspected that Christopher and Eugene might be involved in a love triangle, providing both with potential motives for the murder. There were also rumors that Robin was having an affair. The investigator was trying to establish a connection between one or both suspects and the crime. Meanwhile, the new detective interviewed Charles, who had lived next door to Christopher in 1990. Charles mentioned that he had never been questioned, despite having relevant information. He recalled hearing screams and sounds of a struggle coming from Christopher's house on the night of the disappearance. Shortly after midnight, he saw Robin outside, dressed in a black t-shirt, denim shorts, and flip-flops. She appeared shaken and had what looked like blood on her face, but she declined help and was never seen alive again. Charles, an experienced builder, noted a peculiar incident. Christopher had asked him how to replace all the drywall in a room, which seemed odd since Christopher had recently completed repairs and had never explained the need to replace the new material. A troubling photograph was also found in their family archive, showing Christopher with a metal rod. Robin's family claimed he referred to it as an equalizer, which he kept near his bed for self-defense. After Robin's murder, this rod mysteriously vanished. This led the detectives to suspect that Christopher had killed his wife, likely using the metal rod to do so. The drywall needed to be replaced because it had been stained with blood from the incident, and Christopher might have initiated renovations to cover up the evidence. While this theory made sense, the detectives required solid evidence to take action against Christopher. A law enforcement officer visited the location where Robin was believed to have been murdered, which was now occupied by new owners. Inside the bedroom, they found the original drywall. The new owner mentioned damaging the wall while moving furniture and discovered a heavy aluminum rod hidden within it, along with a towel and a glove. These items were sent to the lab for analysis, where Christopher's DNA and Robin's blood were found on all three. It appeared that there was now sufficient evidence to charge Christopher with the crime. Earlier, Christopher told the police about an argument he had with his wife, Robin, but he denied murdering her. He explained that on June 19, 1990, they had a serious quarrel, after which he went to bed. The next morning, he was surprised to find that she was not home. 4 days later, her body was discovered in a river. The argument had escalated. Christopher broke the glass in their back door and cut himself, yet he maintained that he did not physically harm Robin and had simply gone to sleep. His account contradicted many witnesses, who reported hearing him and his wife fighting. Some believed Christopher was abusive and cruel during their marriage. Christopher continued to assert that he did not harm his wife, claiming she just left after their argument. However, the discovery of a potential murder weapon significantly changed the investigation. A metal rod, believed to be the murder weapon, was found more than 20 years later. An investigator approached Christopher and asked him to come to the police station to discuss the long-standing case. During the reinvestigation, it was revealed that Christopher was living in the Portland area of Louisville. People close to him reported that he occasionally made strange comments, especially when drinking, suggesting he felt guilty about Robin's death. On February 2, 2012, Christopher was arrested and charged with murder. He became anxious, raised his hands, asked for a lawyer, and refused to confess. He was accused of a murder that occurred nearly 22 years earlier. During questioning, he recounted a heated argument with his wife on the night she disappeared. Both had been drinking, he was intoxicated, and so was Robin, who had returned home after attending a party. After being driven home by a man named Eugene, Christopher started accusing Robin of infidelity, and their argument escalated. Ultimately, he went to sleep. However, according to a neighbor's account and the prosecutor's findings, the situation turned violent. They exchanged insults, and Christopher picked up a metal rod nearby, striking Robin multiple times in the head and face. Robin then ran outside, where a neighbor saw her, but Christopher chased her down and picked her up in a car. Instead of taking her home, they drove to the Ohio River, where the argument continued. In a tragic turn, Robin suffered a fatal blow to the back of her head, rendering her unconscious and leading to her swift death. To cover up his crime, Christopher disposed of her body by throwing it into the water from a bridge, removing her pants and underwear to make it appear as if she had been assaulted. As the trial begins, Christopher finally confronts the scrutiny he has long evaded. The trial was initially challenging and experienced multiple delays, partly due to issues with some evidence, but it eventually proceeded. Throughout this process, Christopher consistently denied any wrongdoing. The prosecutor's office presented testimony from multiple witnesses who reported hearing constant screams coming from Christopher's home and believed he regularly abused his wife. The defense attorney argued that this evidence was fabricated and claimed that authorities were simply trying to resolve a case that had been open for 20 years. However, the prosecution argued that the severity of the injuries indicated premeditated murder, stressing that only Christopher had a motive to harm Robin. An important piece of evidence for the prosecution is Christopher's testimony regarding that evening. This testimony aligns with the account provided by a neighbor and contains no inconsistencies. He maintained that Robin was killed after she left the house and denied any involvement. Despite the defense's efforts, the jury ruled in favor of the prosecution. Christopher Baxter was sentenced to 55 years in prison, marking a significant victory for the prosecution. The defense attorney continued to fight, submitting several appeals, all of which were denied. After being free for 22 years, Christopher was finally imprisoned. It remains unclear why the police were unable to establish his guilt earlier, likely due to his ability to portray himself as a grieving husband, which made it difficult for others to suspect him. Christopher is eligible for release no earlier than 2039, but according to records, he died from natural causes.